and that is the world's envy. Bharat's clarity in purpose is setting the global agenda, and our pursuit through every moment of strife is ensuring that we've made the triumph our baseline. And leading that energetic pursuit through every adversity, we are privileged to have with us Bharat's Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, and Master Negotiator, Shri Piyush Goyal. Today, Mr. Goyal will be presenting his vision statement on maximizing the momentum in the next decade. Mr. Goyal has steered the nation through the most trying happenings. He does not budge, not when it comes to ensuring Bharat's interests are delivered. From the boldness of putting diplomatic talks in abeyance, to plainspeaking on the WTO, to ensuring the FTA is on Bharat's terms, Mr. Goyal has been steadfast in winning the terms of India. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Piyush Goyal, Bharat's Master Negotiator.
Viksit Bharat and to make India a superpower. It's not going to be India's decade, it's going to be India's century. Viksit Bharat and to make India a superpower. It's not going to be India's decade, it's going to be India's century. Tesla already last year bought $1 billion of components from, I think, all of you sitting here. I have the list of companies who supplied to Tesla. This year their target is nearly 1.7 or 1.9 billion dollars, what they mentioned. जिस प्रकार से भारत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बने, अति आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो जो आगे आने वाले कल के लिए भारत की जरूरतों को पूरा कर सके। अमृत पीढ़ी के भरोसे विकसित भारत एक समृद्ध भारत बनेगा। Thank you very much, Arnab, and the Republic family. We are all proud to be members of your family, and therefore the belief has to come very naturally, Arnab. Really delighted to be amongst all of you this morning. It's a momentous day. It's a day on which the Honorable Prime Minister is visiting the Kashmir Valley. It's a day which is also going to celebrate the removal of Article 370 and 35A from the Constitution. Something which I think every Indian and all of us for generations have wished for, have worked for, have struggled for. And I still remember the Honorable Prime Minister literally having to force his way to go to Lal Chowk to unfurl the tricolour many years ago, when the then central government and the state government did not permit him to go along with all the workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was a very telling commentary of where the state of the nation was, that a territory which belongs to India was often referred to as Aap Indians or Hum Kashmiri. And it was an absolutely unfortunate past that we inherited. But I'm truly delighted that the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Home Minister, the two architects of this journey to fulfill the dreams of more than 1 billion Indians to get Kashmir fully integrated into India, happened on the 5th and 6th of August 2019. Many of us were privileged to be a part of that history in the making. And what one sees today in Kashmir over the last 5 years is truly a phenomenal turnaround where every Kashmiri today feels blessed that as a part of India, as an integral part of India, Kashmir is growing, Kashmir is developing. Every Kashmiri has a bright future ahead of him, just as every Maharashtrian or Gujarati or Telugu. And that's the beauty of India, that's the beauty of the Republic of India. And that's just a small housekeeping issue. I think you could possibly add high ethics also when you describe the Republic in the evening to the Prime Minister. We always believed that you were right, and now the courts have also ruled that Republic was right and not responsible for all the false allegations that were made on the Republic channel, and particularly the harassment that Arnab had to go through personally. I think let's all stand up and give him a round of applause for standing up for what has always been right. Friends, the Honorable Prime Minister is not only a man of vision, but a person on a mission to transform the future of India, to make India once again reclaim the lost glory. And truly, when on the 22nd of January, we saw him at the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Temple, immersed in devotion. After an 11-day Anushtan, an 11-day period during which he followed all the vows that are recommended actually only for 3 days, but he followed it for 11 days, very strict disciplines to truly fulfill the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. I think in a sense, the Prime Minister showed to the world that as a nation, India stands united, united in the pursuit of protecting our rich legacy, our rich history, our rich culture, ensuring we don't make the mistakes and learn from historical wrongs that have happened in this country. A mission to make sure that no Indian is left behind in the journey of progress. A mission to once again make India, as the old Oneida ad used to say, owner's pride and neighbor's envy. As he's often told us, we have no time to lose, we have no time to wait. Last Sunday, he spent almost 8 hours with the entire Council of Ministers and the top leadership of the Government of India, preparing a roadmap for this great country for the next 25 years in the Amrit Kal, where each one of us has committed ourselves to work with a sense of purpose, a sense of duty, a commitment to make India a developed nation by 2047. And I tell you, the plans that were prepared and in consultation with over 1.5 million people, with the inputs sourced and crowdsourced from across the country, looking at inclusivity and sustainability at the core of India's growth, ensuring that we find our rightful place in the Committee of Nations, working towards a $30 trillion economy, $30 trillion plus economy by 2047, but with well laid out path on how, what and who will do our contribution, will make our contributions towards the goal that we are all committed to. And friends, that is why the Prime Minister says, and I quote, "Today, Bharat is tirelessly working day and night towards a promising future." Sentiment echoing everywhere is India is the future. If today the world thinks India is ready to take a big leap, it has a powerful launch pad of 10 years behind it. And that is the 10-year story that during the course of the day, I'm sure different colleagues will also be sharing with you. Many of us are young. We have not experienced what we went through before 2014. But I can tell you I learned my early lessons in television debates and television discussions with Arnab in the 2010 to 14 period. In many of his debates on television, when the nation wanted to know how we are going to come out of the distressful situation full of scandals, a weak economy, very low self-esteem of the nation and our people, very poor image of the country across the world, very little respect for an Indian passport, and to sum it up, a very low confidence about the future. And I remember at that time talking to Arnab, talking about how we would take the country in the post-2014 period under Prime Minister Modi's leadership to greater heights of development, how we would find the right pathway to make sure that the country progresses fast to meet the aspirations of 1 billion plus people. And I think the Prime Minister's focus on the 3 tracks. 1, developing the strong macroeconomic fundamentals. 2, ensuring social welfare reaches the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. And 3, ensuring that we have the enabling infrastructure. And infrastructure is not just about roads and railways, or even ports and airports, on each of which tremendous work has happened in the last 10 years. But infrastructure to engage with the world in terms of digital connectivity, infrastructure to ensure that our women, our sisters, daughters, get equal opportunity so that they can get out of the rigmarole of day-to-day living, a very, very strenuous and difficult life, to become part of the formal economy and contribute to the economy. Infrastructure to make sure that people are not looking to leave their homes only to go into the cities for a living. Infrastructure that provides opportunity to every Indian to enjoy the good things of life that deservedly belong to 1.4 billion people. And this decade of transformation, this decade where merit has prevailed over sycophancy, has prevailed over family-run political establishments, this decade where we can truly see young India engaging with the whole world from a position of self-confidence, with a spirit of can-do, I think is prepared India, has prepared the strong foundation, has prepared the base on which India will be progressing India will be building towards a $30+ trillion economy. And a young India with the demographic dividend of an average age which is less than 30 years, expected to be less than 30 years for the next 30 years, adding $30 trillion to the economy in less than 30 years. We have an absolutely perfect storyline waiting for each one of us. A perfect situation where the stars are aligned. And as they say, when you want something with a great deal of commitment, when you are very, very sure about something that you desire, and you desire something from your heart, even the universe conspires to help you achieve that. And I think that's the time that we have before us in the country today. Very often we are asked how India will achieve such transformational targets, such big aims in 25 years. I think the simple story to be told is the power of compounding. Very often that is missed out, that there is a huge power in compounding, and that's the power that India is benefiting from as the Prime Minister takes one step after another, as the country moves forward with significant new ideas, as the country engages on a plethora of subjects with the rest of the world, and as the world also starts recognizing India's growth story, India's emerging strengths, as they see a country which was slated to grow at 6%, move up to 7%, and then last quarter show us an 8%, 8.4% growth. In a situation where we are living in turbulent times, a conflict in Ukraine, a conflict in Palestine, the Red Sea crisis, amongst all these difficulties, when the world sees India emerging as an oasis, as the bright spot on the globe, as they see India's US dollar-driven nominal GDP catching up with our PPP, which is over $10 trillion, as you rightly pointed out already, as we grow from $3.7 trillion or thereabouts today, compounding on a nominal US dollar GDP basis at about 9.5, 10%, the country and every countryman will enjoy the power of compounding. I can give you some data points about how the economy is growing rapidly, how the economy will become the third largest economy in the next 3 years, how we will probably cross a $10 trillion economy by 2030 and a $15 trillion economy by 2034, 10 years from now. All of these are going to clearly lay out the pathway towards our journey to make sure that every Indian gets a good opportunity, an equal opportunity to contribute to the nation and for a better quality of life. With all the basic needs taken care of, we are out of that old thinking where roti, kapda, makan, bijli, sadak, pani, shiksha, swasth, those typical old age concerns are being taken care of, are largely being ensured for every Indian. And that is what encourages a young man or woman in the remotest part of India, connected through the net to whatever is happening in the rest of the world, the encouragement to think big, the encouragement to aspire for all the good things of life, the big aspirations, the big goals that every Indian is setting for himself are today the drivers of India's future. आज देश में दिशा भी सही है, देश की दशा भी सही हो रही है, देश की नीयत साफ है, देश की नीतियां स्पष्ट हैं और देश सही निर्णय ले रहे हैं। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में दुनिया की कोई ताकत अब भारत को आगे बढ़ने से रोक नहीं सकती। अब भारत चल पड़ा है, अब भारत रुकने वाला नहीं है। भारत के लोग बड़े बड़े लक्ष्य पाने के लिए तैयार हो गए। अब भारत का जो ये परिवार है, और कई लोग तो कहते हैं कि मोदी जी का कोई परिवार नहीं है, मैं समझता हूं हम सब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी मोदी जी के परिवार। और हम सब मिलके एक परिवार के नाते, मित्र के नाते एक दूसरे के साथ चलकर जब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे, तब आप कल्पना करिए दुनिया देखेगी 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ताकत। आपका एक कदम देश का 140 करोड़ कदम की तरह आगे बढ़ाएगा। और आगे चल के मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि इसी तरीके से, इसी तेज गति से भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। भारत का एक एक नौजवान नई उम्मीद, नई उमंग, नई आशाओं के साथ, हमारी बहनें, हमारे बच्चे इस देश को एक नया भविष्य बनाने में, नया भविष्य संवारने में आज जुटे हुए हैं। देश के कोने कोने में उत्साह की लहर है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है, और अगर मैं कहूं तो मेरा विश्वास अटल है कि देश बहुत ऊंची छलांग लगाने के लिए तैयार है, नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचने के लिए तैयार है। हम सब ने तय करना है कि हम उसके भागीदार बनेंगे या हम पीछे रह जाएंगे। और मैं समझता हूं देश का कोई नागरिक ऐसा नहीं है, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है जो पीछे रहेगा। हम सब मिलके आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम सब मिलके अपने परिवार का, अपने देश का भविष्य उज्जवल बनाएंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, sir, for that insightful presentation on the decade ahead. We've now got the Republic Media Network's chairman and editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, to be in conversation with Mr. Piyush Goyal on the takeaways. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rini. Thank you, Rini. Mr. Goyal, that was a very fine presentation. I really appreciate your joining us today at the Republic Summit and for lighting the lamp. But the nation wants to know. The nation wants to know whether it's true that you are fighting the next Lok Sabha elections from Mumbai. So let's start with a political question. In fact, at the WTO Director General gave it away when he said, why has Piyush Goyal not come for WTO yet? So he says, you see, he's very busy. He's fighting an election. So they've announced it even before the BJP at the WTO. So maybe you want to tell me that.
We've been fighting elections ever since the day I was born, probably.
The Lok Sabha election.
But I think these are decisions the party takes. We have a party parliamentary board which makes all these decisions. I can only tell you I would love to fight the election.
Oh, great.
If the party gives me an opportunity.
Great. That's a good headline to start with. Piyush Goyal says he's going to be excited to fight the election if the party gives him an opportunity. Fantastic. I actually like this, that, you know, in the Congress time, everybody was only from the Rajya Sabha. I think the next time, almost most of the cabinet will be from the Lok Sabha. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Congratulations in advance. Mr. Goyal, your party has set a target which seems to be going up. You know, you used to predict 335 to 340 till 6 months back. And now your party has estimated a number of 370. Is this 370 number a psychological tactic or more than that? Is it a psychological tactic vis-a-vis the
I think it's a
others?
courage of conviction that what we have delivered in the last 10 years is being appreciated by the people of India. And it is our confidence, not arrogance. It is our confidence that ये जनता सब समझती है. भारत की जनता जानती है उनके लिए अच्छा क्या है और भारत के लोग सही और गलत के फासले में इस देश को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से
You think it's achievable?
आगे बढ़े.
You think it's achievable?
हाँ, हम 400 पार एज एनडीए और 370 एज बीजेपी पाएंगे. पूरी तरीके से अचीवेबल है. और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो मूड ऑफ द नेशन है, जो इस प्रकार का देश में माहौल है, उसमें इट्स 100% अचीवेबल.
Absolutely. Well, we're all waiting to hear the Honorable Home Minister who's going to be coming in next. We'll talk more politics with him there. Mr. Goyal, under your government, the economy is on track to reach a goal of 5 trillion by 2027. And we've got a great growth rate of 8.2% in the last quarter. So congratulations for that. But your government is still, our government is still in a way unable to convince your biggest critics. So my question is about the narrative. The narrative from the naysayers is that the growth is not for all, the growth is for few, that it's the macro, it's the macro taking a dim view, but individual level change for the people of the country is not happening. We are still not doing well on the global hunger index. Things like that, that our per capita income is still around $2,000. So there's nothing to celebrate yet. So, do you believe somewhere that you need to more strongly counter this narrative? Do you have plans for it? Do you intend to do it?
Well, I think this question can best be answered by the 4 crore families, which is almost 20 crore people, who are today living in a pakka house that the central government has provided for. I think this narrative can best be countered by the 80 crore brothers and sisters, some from poor, some from the neo-middle class, whose food security is assured because they get free food grains month in and month out through years, particularly during the COVID period when we had doubled the food grain that was distributed. This narrative can best be answered by the 55 crore plus beneficiaries of free health care under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, or the 11 crore plus sisters and mothers who today don't have to use a wood or coal-based chula, but have a cooking gas connection. It can best be explained, I think, to the naysayers by the 11 crore 20 lakh families who didn't have a toilet at home. And personally, that's the one subject that has touched me the most. That Honorable Prime Minister, as soon as he came into office, his focus was on Swachh Bharat, his focus was on open defecation free India, and his focus was that every woman, or for that matter, every person, has a right to dignity. And he spent large amounts of money to make sure that everybody gets a toilet at home. I think the naysayers have no choice but to take sense what's happening on the ground, where people have benefited from the 3 tracks that I just mentioned.
Yes.
After all, infrastructure has a huge multiplier impact on the economy, gives jobs, gives economic activity, all of which supplemented with social welfare programs, only some of which I listed out. The encouragement to young entrepreneurs through mudra loans, to the startups of our young men and women. I can list out maybe 100 programs right now which have helped change the mindset of India. पर एक पुराना गाना है ना, समझने वाले समझ गए,
ना समझे वो अनाड़ी हैं.
I didn't say that.
I said it. I go for the kill. I go for the jugular. I'm not a politician. I'm not a diplomat.
I'm very used to that. I've had to face you for the last 15 years now.
Now you should also go for the jugular since you're going to be fighting the Lok Sabha elections. You just go for the kill. See, I have this view, Mr. Goyal, that there is a romance going on between India and the world right now that is not going to last. And I believe we should be very clear about the future where things are headed. You know, this whole line, we are working with the whole world. Look at how we managed Ukraine. We managed to work with America. We managed to work with Russia. We managed to work with Europe. Europe is becoming insular. But then I believe this romance will not last, and you can counter this because as we grow from 3 to 5 trillion, 5 to 8 trillion, and you yourself just said we will achieve 15 trillion by 2035, we will not be an object of curiosity. We will be a serious competitor, and I believe a little bit of that wrinkle, that tension, that stress showed up at the Abu Dhabi WTO meeting, where you held on to the position that Indians on fisheries, farmers, we cannot compromise. You were pushed back. Some people say you're wrecking things. So I'm saying, my view is, and I want a complete answer to this, they will accuse us of more protectionism. They will say, why is Elon Musk not coming to India? And you will say, we have enough manufacturers for e-vehicles in India. You will say, come to India on our own terms. They will say, we want their terms. You know, so, and if Donald Trump becomes President of the United States, you know how aggressive he is. How will we manage this? Do you see the stress on trade and economy growing between India and the rest of the world?
Absolutely not.
You don't?
In fact, I think this is Arnab at his old aggressive best coming out today. But I'd like to join issue with you on that. First of all, it is difficult for somebody who's used to being a superpower, who's used to being on top of things and dictating to the rest of the world. It's very difficult to reconcile on the changing geopolitics that's evident in the world today. So we had a situation where India, at the Uruguay round, when GATS or TRIPS were being negotiated about 40 years ago,
yes,
we were a weak country. We compromised on many things. And I don't think the then government, irrespective whichever party was in government in the 80s, they could never visualize an India of 2024. They could never visualize that India and Indians will start asserting themselves. They could never visualize that India could also aspire to become a developed or a prosperous nation. And therefore, many wrongs, many decisions were made at that time, which we are fighting for today, where we are holding our ground, where we are working with other developed nations, and we have a very good coalition of the global south.
Yes.
And Prime Minister Modi has led from the front. He's got the African Union full membership of the G20. The entire less developed countries and developing world looks up to Mr. Modi's leadership today. And they look up to India holding the ground for what is good for them. Sometimes, even the less developed countries or countries who are not yet up the prosperity chart, particularly the small countries, do not realize that they're going down a path which may seem okay for the present, but can be very dangerous for them. And I think India plays that role of balancing the interests. We want all the countries to grow with the developed countries. At the same time, the developed countries are also gradually reconciled and recognizing that economic opportunity and business is only possible with a developing country like India. Somebody where there's 1.4 billion people, largely young people, 2/3 of our population in the working age, where the demand for goods and services is going to come from. So I think India offers a perfect opportunity to be friends with, to work with, to engage with as a democracy where the rule of law prevails, and the world is recognizing that. So while there may be some trepidation, some difficulty in accepting it, I think there is no choice but to work closely with India, and you will see in the months and years to come, more and more partnerships being forged, more and more relationships being developed between India and the developed world, particularly the developed world which believes in the rule of law, transparency, and ethical business.
I thought there was a lot of stress. I thought you were not getting any hugs and handshakes when you went for your global events. They looked at you with trepidation.
Not at all. I'm received very warmly. I have some wonderful relations across the world, as does my colleague Dr. Jaishankar, who's truly showcase to the
Absolutely.
world the India story like never before.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I call him the rock star.
You have. That video went viral.
And truly, he makes each one of us Indian proud. The way he presents the India story,
Yeah.
the way he stands up for what India is
Yeah.
doing, and I can only tell you, Commerce and Foreign Ministry
Yes.
are today
Working very
working
closely.
literally as twin ministries, very closely aligned with each other. Messaging goes on between him and me literally by the minute.
Wow, wonderful.
And I can assure you that under Prime Minister Modi's guidance and leadership, both are working in an aligned manner to get the best for every Indian.
So I said to everyone coming to this event today, I said you should come for the event, because if you spend half the day, one day with me at the event, you will get some sense of what is going to happen in the next half decade. We called it the decade. And I believe that is what we want. You know, we go back into our lives. Somebody called me, oh no, what is in it for me? I said, you do your job every day, you do your work every day. Spend half a day, one day on where the country is going. You'll go back more inspired in your jobs. So my last question to you is this. Just 2 minutes if you can give me a sense. You know, you mentioned trade. You know, we are working very hard, for example, on the India-Middle East-EU economic corridor. Give us some sense of what we are going to see in our lifetime in the next 5 to 10 years. You know, what is that in the next decade, in a couple of minutes, from your insider's perspective? What are people going to see?
Well, I think in the next decade or so, we'll see a lot of technologies and investments coming from across the world to manufacture in India, which will provide economic activity, jobs to our young boys and girls, which will also provide our young startups
Yes.
with opportunities to innovate on their own ideas.
Yes.
And this will be necessary for the developed world,
Yes.
who are looking for a trusted partner.
Yes.
And today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East,
Yes.
large parts of Eastern world like Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, a country where the rule of law prevails, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world. Case in point could be, I think, Apple. Apple started with very small beginnings.
Oh yeah, that's
They're
a big
already at
story.
7-8% of their global production coming out of India.
Absolutely.
Next 2 years, they expect to take it up to about 25% of their global production. And the story across the world, wherever we go, people are telling us our largest workforce today is in India. Our second largest is in India, but in 2 years, it will be the largest. Our R&D all comes from India. Our innovation is happening in India. So by and large, across the world, there's a lot of excitement about engaging with India.
Yeah.
And I can assure all your viewers through you, as we do in Parliament,
Yes.
that be bold,
Yes.
go for the big ticket, big vision.
Yes.
Don't ever compromise for second best.
Yes.
India is going to be on top. We'll provide the best quality of goods and services, highest level of management talent, best skill sets, and integrity and ethics in workplace, which will be unparalleled anywhere in the world.
That's so important. Well, I'm full of positive energy after this. And, you know, I love the fact that nowadays, when a minister reaches for an event, till the last minute he's checking a file, till he's got 2 phones. So he works incredibly hard, but he still gave us time. And we are proud of you. And we wish you all the best in the upcoming elections at a personal level. Thank you, Piyushji.
Thank you, Arnab, and always a pleasure to be with you.
As always.
Thank you very much, Minister Sir and Arnab. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pride to announce the Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Shri Amit Shah ji, is among us now. On behalf of the Republic Media Network, I extend our deepest gratitude to him. Our deepest gratitude to you, sir, for sparing your precious time to be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the Home Minister, we have a special performance today. Dr. Subhadra Desai, Hindustani classical vocalist and author on Indian music and culture. She's been performing at home and abroad for more than 2 decades. Dr. Desai is at present the Chair Professor of the Department of Hindustani Music at the University of Silicon, Andhra, based in California. Today she is accompanied by Shri Chetan Nigam on the harmonium, Shri Gurbej Singh on tabla, Shri Nirav Desai on manjira, while Rekha Pandey and Swati Bhagat are on tanpura and will be providing vocal support. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Subhadra Desai performing the iconic devotional song Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram.
सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम जय जय रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 पतित पावन सीताराम पतित पावन सीताराम
Thank you, Subhadra ji, for that absolutely soulful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Subhadra Desai. As we clear our stage, it is now time for perhaps the most awaited session of this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have among us India's much admired Honorable Griha Mantri, Shri Amit Shah ji, one of Bharat's most resolute nationalists in recent history. Ladies and gentlemen, the defender of Bharat's destiny, Shri Amit Shah.
जय शिवाजी, जय 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 भवानी। प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारतीय जनता पार्टी। जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
हमने मानने वाले कहा था अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनाएंगे और 22 जनवरी को वहां पर राम लल्ला विराजमान होगा। जो कहते थे कि हम नहीं समझते हैं, मैंने कहा कि अगर मन खुला रखोगे और मन भारतीय रखोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा। मन अगर इटली का है तो कभी समझ में नहीं आएगा। सीएए देश का कानून है, इसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता और हम सीएए को लागू कर रहे हैं।
मुझे बताओ युवाओं, ये कश्मीर हमारा है या नहीं है? जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है?
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के पीएको को आप भारत का हिस्सा नहीं मानते हो क्या? एग्रेसिव ना हो, जान दे देंगे इसके लिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? एग्रेसिव होने की क्या बात कर रहे हो?
फ्रेंड्स, दोस्तों, सियासत के हर संकट का समाधान जिनके पास है, the one who is the master of checkmating every political and opposition move. विपक्ष की सियासी सोच पर जो सबसे कड़ी चोट करते हैं, the one who is known in the country and around the world today as the modern day Chanakya of Indian politics. हमारे साथ आज, we are very privileged, we are very proud, we are very happy, Amit Shah ji. And we have waited for this a long time, that from your busy schedule, your very, very busy schedule, you have taken time to be with us at the Republic Network Summit. So, बहुत धन्यवाद, and let us start with a round of applause for him. Amit Shah ji, we are very happy today. We are very happy. बहुत सवाल हुए थे आज कि will he make it, will he come? He is so busy, there is a cabinet meeting, Prime Minister is in Jammu and Kashmir, but you are here, and we are very happy. And we want to speak to you openly, and a lot of people are watching this. आज हमारे सब channels में streaming सब लोग देख रहे हैं. तो I'll start with my first question, Amit Shah ji. लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए 195 बीजेपी उम्मीदवारों की लिस्ट अभी आ चुकी है, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 370 सीट की टारगेट फिक्स की है, और एनडीए का अपना टारगेट 400 का है. सवाल मेरा यह है अमित शाह जी कि ये जो टारगेट है, ये लक्ष्य जो है, ये सेंटिमेंट्स को लेकर है, उसके आधार पर है, या फिर कोई स्टेट टू स्टेट डिटेल्ड पॉलिटिकल मैपिंग भी की गई है? इस पर आप अगर कुछ हमारे साथ जानकारी हमें साझा करें तो वी कैन स्टार्ट विद दैट.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी राजनीति में विजय प्राप्त कर सत्ता प्राप्त कर लंबे समय तक सरकार ये बनाने के लक्ष्य से नहीं है. हम राजनीति में जब से हमारी पार्टी की स्थापना हुई, तब से आजादी के आंदोलन के वक्त से जो लोग भारत को जानते थे, उनकी कल्पना के भारत बनाने के लिए हम राजनीति में आए हैं. लाखों लोगों ने बलिदान ऐसे भारत के लिए नहीं दिया था जिसकी दुनिया में कोई पूछ न हो. ऐसे भारत के लिए नहीं दिया था जो असुरक्षित हो, अशिक्षित हो, इसका 2/3 हिस्सा दारुण गरीबी में अपना जीवन व्यतीत करता हो, और विश्व में इसका कोई सम्मान न हो. ऐसे भारत के लिए आजादी का आंदोलन नहीं लड़ा गया था. आजादी का आंदोलन एक सशक्त, समृद्ध, सुरक्षित, शिक्षित और विश्व गुरु के स्थान पर बैठे हुए भारत की रचना के लिए लड़ा गया था, और उसी लक्ष्य के लिए हम राजनीति में हैं, और उसी लक्ष्य के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं. जहां तक ये सीटों का सवाल है, जब से हम पार्टी बनाए तब से लेकर आज तक, 1950 से आज तक, हम जो कल्पनाएं लोगों के सामने रखे थे, हमारा एजेंडा लोगों के सामने रखे थे, इसकी पूर्ति के लिए जब इस देश की जनता ने पूर्ण बहुमत की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार बनाने का मौका दिया, मोदी जी पर भरोसा किया, मोदी जी को 2 टर्म पूर्ण बहुमत का सरकार दिया, तब ये 10 साल हमने इसके लिए काम किया है. और मैं मानता हूं कि आजादी से लेकर अब तक के इतिहास में ये 10 साल भारत के विकास की दृष्टि से, भारत की सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, और भारत के विश्व में गौरव को बढ़ाने की दृष्टि से ये भारत का स्वर्णिम काल रहा है. मगर मैं आज ये भी कहना चाहता हूं देशवासियों से, ये फुल स्टॉप नहीं है, ये शुरुआत है. अच्छा समय आने वाला है, और अच्छा समय आने वाला है. और इसके लिए ये जो प्रयास हमने 10 साल किया है, जो प्रचंड जन समर्थन देश भर में आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, एनडीए को मिल रहा है. मैं देश के कोने कोने में गया हूं. चुनाव के पहले ही मैंने 136 सीटों का विजिट करा है. मैं आपको बता सकता हूं कि देश के कोने कोने से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के समर्थन में जनता खड़ी है। इसी के आधार पर हमने 370 के आंकड़े का लक्ष्य रखा है, 400 पार के आंकड़े का लक्ष्य रखा। ये लक्ष्य हमारा वास्तविक भी है और मैं आज बड़े विश्वास के साथ देश की जनता को कहने वाला हूं कि आप एक बार आपके मन में जो आशीर्वाद पड़ा है, प्यार पड़ा है, उसको मत में परिवर्तित कर दीजिए। 400 पार देखते देखते हो जाएगा और एक मजबूत सरकार बन जाएगी।
अगला सवाल मेरा अमित शाह जी शब्दों के संयम पर है। वैसे नेताओं का स्टैचर जितना बढ़ता है संयम भी बढ़नी चाहिए, मगर लालू प्रसाद यादव जी ने हाल ही में एक बहुत ही विवादित बयान दिया था जिस पर पिछले 2-3 दिन से इस पर ही बहुत डिबेट हो रही है। उन्होंने कहा था कि मोदी जी का परिवार ही नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि मोदी जी का परिवार ही नहीं है। हर चुनाव के पहले क्या जानबूझकर ये सेल्फ गोल किए जाते हैं? पिछले 3 चुनाव में पहले हमने देखा चाय वाला, फिर हमने देखा चौकीदार चोर है और अब ये कि मोदी जी का परिवार नहीं है। तो पिछले 3 चुनाव में कुछ ऐसे ही दिखने को मिला है। तो ऐसे विपक्ष पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, इस तरह की बातें वो ही लोग कर सकते हैं जिनके पास और कोई रास्ता नहीं बचा है। ऐसी ओछी बातें कर देश की राजनीति को, उसके स्तर को गिराने का जो काम कर रहे हैं, हर बार जनता उसका जवाब देती है। परंतु मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूं, मैंने मोदी जी को बहुत करीब से देखा है, कई सालों से उनके साथ काम किया है। लालू जी ने एक महीने में सही ही कहा है कि मोदी जी का कोई परिवार नहीं है। परिवार जिनका होता है वो बेटे बेटियों को प्रधानमंत्री बनाने का प्रयास करता है, मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का प्रयास करता है, सत्ता पर बिठाने का प्रयास किया है। इस व्यक्ति ने 40 साल से केवल और केवल देश की जनता के लिए काम किया है। 23 साल से मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री रहने के बाद भी मैंने एक दिन छुट्टी लेते हुए उनको नहीं देखा है। सुबह 5 बजे से रात को 1 बजे तक अहर्निश काम काम काम, एक दिशा में काम और सेल्फलेस काम करते हुए मैंने देखा है। और इसी का परिणाम है कि उनके नेतृत्व में इतनी बड़ी कैडर खड़ी हुई है, इतने सारे नेताओं की श्रृंखला खड़ी हुई है, एक मजबूत भारतीय जनता पार्टी खड़ी हुई है और देश आज दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम बनने के लक्ष्य के साथ संकल्प लेकर 2047 में विकसित भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का आत्मविश्वास भरकर देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। पूरी दुनिया कोई भी समस्या हो, पर्यावरण की हो, आतंकवाद की हो, इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की हो या दुनिया में आए हुए विवादों और विवादों की समस्या हो, हर समस्या में दुनिया राह देखती है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कहते हैं और जो कहते हैं वो ट्रेंड बनता है, जो कहते हैं उसको पूरी दुनिया स्वीकार करती है। और मैं मानता हूं कि लालू जी कभी ये राजनीति नहीं समझ पाएंगे, कि परिवारवादी पार्टियां कभी ये राजनीति नहीं समझ पाएंगी, क्योंकि इनके जीवन का लक्ष्य कभी भी देश नहीं रहा है, देश का गरीब नहीं रहा है, देश की जनता नहीं रही है, देश का सम्मान नहीं रहा है। उनका लक्ष्य केवल और केवल अपने बेटे बेटियों को राजनीति में उच्चस्थ स्थान पर बिठाना रहा है। वो सहन ही नहीं कर सकते कि एक गरीब घर का बेटा, चाय बेचने वाले का बेटा, जिसका कोई राजनीतिक बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, कोई जाति का बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, वो इतने बड़े देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनेगा, 2 बार बनेगा, 3 बार बनेगा और सफल प्रधानमंत्री बनकर देश को महान बनाएगा। वो सहन ही नहीं कर सकते।
अमित शाह जी, एक गंभीर मुद्दा है जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज, जो जांच एजेंसियों के साथ जो अभी हो रहा है, और ये सेंटर स्टेट रिलेशन से भी लिंक्ड है। हाल ही में बंगाल में संदेश खाली में ईडी की टीम जब गई तो उन पर हमला हुआ और हमलावर ने कबूला कि हाँ, हमने हमला करवाया, हमने लोगों को लेके हमने एक मर्डरस अटैक करने की कोशिश की इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज पर। और ऐसे लोगों को समर्थन भी मिलता है वहां के जो रूलिंग पार्टी है स्टेट की। ईडी के समन भेजे जाते हैं, मगर नेता हाजिर नहीं होते। इससे एक बुरा ट्रेंड देश पर भी जाता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को अब तक 8 समन भेजे गए हैं, 8 समन। और कई राज्य ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने अपने रूल्स को चेंज करके सीबीआई को नहीं घुसने दिया। ये बहुत सीरियस मामला है और अगर ये झगड़ा और बढ़ जाए तो इसके बहुत इंप्लीकेशंस हो सकते हैं। तो आप इसको कैसे रोकेंगे?
आप पत्रकार हो, आपको लगता है कि ये समस्या बहुत बड़ी हो जाएगी, देश गंभीर संकट में आ जाएगा? मुझे कोई डर नहीं है। डेमोक्रेसी में हर चीज का जवाब जनता दे देती है, जनता सब देखती है। अगर बंगाल में किसी के घर से 52 करोड़ रुपया इकट्ठा मिल जाता है, झारखंड में किसी के घर से 355 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिल जाती है, 25 मनी मशीन कैश गिनते गिनते गर्म हो जाते हैं और ये कहते हैं हम पर एक्शन न लो। क्या कह रहे हैं? मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि यूपीए सरकार के खिलाफ 40 केस सिर्फ यूपीए को रजिस्टर करने पड़े। हम ऑपोजिशन में थे, संसद में मामले उठाते थे, पीआई लगाते थे, कोर्ट ऑर्डर करती थी, उनको जांच करनी पड़ती थी। उस वक्त तो आप ही सत्ता में थे भाई। और आज देश में अदालतें हैं, अगर किसी को अन्याय हो रहा है तो अदालत में जाइए, अदालत सुनेगी आपको। मगर वास्तविकता यह है कि 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले कर अपने घर भर कर बैठे हुए लोग जांच से डरते हैं और इसीलिए ये हवा खड़ा करते हैं एजेंसियों का। मैं आज उनको कहना चाहता हूं, 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले किए, सैकड़ों जांच आपके सामने हुई, जेल में जाना पड़ रहा है। 23 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी सत्ता पर है, मुख्यमंत्री भी रहे, प्रधानमंत्री भी रहे, 10 साल से हमारी सरकार है। एक 4 आने का भी आरोप नरेंद्र मोदी पर हमारे विरोधी भी नहीं लगा पाए। हमने पारदर्शिता से शासन किया है। और मैं आज फिर से एक बार कहना चाहता हूं विपक्ष के मित्रों को, आपके खोखले प्रचार के साथ जनता आने वाली नहीं है। आप इससे एक्सपोज हो रहे हो, आप कानून का साथ नहीं दे रहे हो। अगर आपको कोई ग्रीवेंसेस है तो अदालतों में जाना चाहिए, वहां से प्रोटेक्शन लेना चाहिए। मगर आप कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हो, वो तो ठीक नहीं हो रहा है। मैं किसी व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं कह रहा हूं। जहां तक संदेश खाली का सवाल है, मैं मानता हूं संदेश खाली की घटनाओं ने बंगाल के शासन को 100% एक्सपोज कर रख दिया है। एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री के राज में जिस तरह से धर्म के आधार पर महिलाओं का शोषण हुआ है, वो सहन ही नहीं किया जा सकता। हम इसके खिलाफ लड़ेंगे, एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाकर लड़ेंगे और बंगाल में हम परिवर्तन कर रहेंगे।
आपने संदेश खाली पे जो कहा, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमित शाह जी। सब लोग सुनना भी चाहते थे और आज आपकी जो मैसेज है बहुत क्लियरली जा चुकी है। मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा कि संदेश खाली के महिलाओं के साथ जिस तरह का अत्याचार हुआ है, और ये अब नहीं 1-2 महीने से नहीं, ये कई सालों से चल रहा है। और जब हमारी टीम भी वहां गई तो हमारे रिपोर्टर भी अरेस्ट हो गए और रिपब्लिक बांग्ला ने जब सच दिखाया तो हमको भी कुचलने की कोशिश की गई थी। मगर आपने जो आज मैसेज दिया है बहुत बड़ी बात है। बंगाल की परिस्थिति पर मैं चाहता हूं थोड़ा और आप बताएं, आप बंगाल की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पर संदेश खाली ही नहीं, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? हर दिन ऐसे न्यूज में इस तरह की घटनाएं आ रही हैं आजकल।
देखिए, बंगाल एक बॉर्डर स्टेट है। हम सब जानते हैं कि घुसपैठ की समस्या सबसे ज्यादा अब कोई एक राज्य में बची है तो बंगाल में बची है। और मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास के साथ देश की जनता को तथ्यों के आधार पर बता रहा हूं कि बंगाल से जो घुसपैठ होती है वो स्टेट स्पॉन्सर घुसपैठ है। इसमें किसी को शंका रखने की जरूरत।
स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड इन्फिल्ट्रेशन,
अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति को बढ़ाने के लिए, अपनी वोट बैंक को बढ़ाने के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को ताक पर रखा जा रहा है। ये बहुत गंभीर समस्या है और बंगाल की जनता भी उसको मान रही है। मैं आज पूरे देश भर के लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं कि देश ने बंगाल के साथ खड़ा रहने की जरूरत है। वहां गंभीर समस्या है जी। ये बॉर्डर स्टेट को हम सब ने गंभीरता से लेने की जरूरत है। बंगाल में भी जागरूकता आई है। हम एक भी सीट नहीं थे, हम 18 जीते। इस बार हम 25 का आंकड़ा पार कर कर पूर्णता की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे 2 एमएलए थे, 77 बने हैं। मजबूत विपक्ष के रूप में हमारी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो भ्रष्टाचारी है। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो धर्म के आधार पर एपीसमेंट करने वाला शासन है। बंगाल में जो शासन है वो न्यायी शासन है। देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि वहां परिवर्तन हो और भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहां संघर्ष कर रही है। मैं बंगाल की जनता को भी विनती करने आया हूं कि आप हमारा समर्थन करिए। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बड़ी मजबूत प्रतिनिधित्व बंगाल से एक बार भेजिए। हम बंगाल को फिर से सोनार बांग्ला बनाना चाहते हैं, उसमें आपका साथ और साथ।
जी, ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आपने। 2 हेडलाइन तो है। पहली बात उन्होंने कही कि सरकार की, राज्य सरकार की स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड इन्फिल्ट्रेशन है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है क्योंकि हर बार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कहती है कि बीएसएफ का दोष है। और दूसरी बड़ी बात आज आपने कही कि 18 नहीं 25 से ज्यादा 42 में से आउट ऑफ 42 more than 25 seats he says is going to be the target for the BJP in Bengal. That's a big headline. अमित शाह जी, राम मंदिर, धारा 370 और अब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, 1 नेशन 1 लॉ, ये ऐसा मुद्दा है अमित शाह जी, जब भी हम कोई हमारे नेटवर्क पे इस पर बात करते हैं हर बार मिनटों के अंदर ये सब्जेक्ट ट्रेंड करता है। यानी कि बहुत मास सपोर्ट है। आप इधर ही हमारे ऑडियंस को पूछ ले, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के लिए टाइडल वेव ऑफ सपोर्ट है। तो एक हर बार जब, और आपको नहीं, आप ही इस पर हमें क्लैरिटी देते। राज्यों में हो रहा है, अभी उत्तराखंड की बात हुई कि एक एक करके राज्यों में होगा, मगर कई लोग चाहते हैं कि जैसे ट्रिपल तलाक वॉज अ नेशनल लेवल पे चेंज की गई, तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड हमारे देश में कब आएगी, इस पर प्लान क्या है? इलेक्शन अनाउंस होने वाले हैं, उसके पहले आप अगर थोड़ी क्लैरिटी दे दे तो।
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को
जी
धर्म के साथ जोड़कर दिखा गया है। मैं आज देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एजेंडा नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एजेंडा तो है ही। जब से हमारी पार्टी की स्थापना हुई 1950 से, तब से हम कहते हैं कि हम पावर में आएंगे तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश के अंदर लाएंगे। परंतु संविधान सभा ने भी आर्टिकल 44 में डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स फॉर स्टेट में एक कहा है कि इस देश के विधानमंडल और संसद उचित समय पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लागू करेंगे।
जी,
अगर आप पंथ निरपेक्ष देश की कल्पना चाहते हैं, पंथ निरपेक्ष राज्य की कल्पना चाहते हैं, तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकता है? धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं हो सकते। इस देश में एक कानून होना बहुत जरूरी है।
जी,
और उत्तराखंड सरकार को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की उत्तराखंड सरकार ने इसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निवर्तमान न्यायाधीश के अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई। लगभग 780 पन्नों की रिपोर्ट आई है, इसमें 42 चैप्टर है और उसमें से एक बिल बनाकर उत्तराखंड सरकार ने, उत्तराखंड की असेंबली ने इसको पारित किया है, जो भारत सरकार में स्वीकृति के लिए आया है। कुछ ही दिनों में इसको हम स्वीकार भी कर लेंगे और उत्तराखंड ऐसा राज्य होगा देश में जहां सबसे पहले यूसीसी लागू हो जाएगा। आपने जो सवाल किया कि देश भर में कब लागू होगा,
राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, जी
देखिए ये बहुत बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म है। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड बहुत बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म है। हम डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है, लोकतांत्रिक देश है। इस देश में हर चीज पर बहस होनी चाहिए। ये जो यूसीसी का बिल उत्तराखंड सरकार ने कानून पारित किया है
जी,
उस कानून की सोशल स्क्रूटिनी होनी चाहिए, इस कानून की लीगल स्क्रूटिनी होनी चाहिए और इस पर व्यापक बहस भी देश भर में होनी चाहिए। सभी दलों में भी होनी चाहिए, सभी धर्मों के मुखियाओं के बीच में भी होनी चाहिए। उसके बाद इसकी सोशियो लीगल स्क्रूटिनी के बाद कुछ टीथिंग प्रॉब्लम अगर आएंगे तो इसको दूर कर देश के सभी विधानमंडल इसको लागू करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। परंतु मैं निश्चित रूप से देश की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मानती है कि कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और कामाख्या से द्वारिका तक इतने बड़े देश के हर चप्पे चप्पे पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड होना चाहिए और ये देश एक कानून से चले।
तीसरे टर्म में हो जाएगा, तीसरे टर्म में हो जाएगा एक टारगेट।
देखिए
जी,
मुझे ना टीआरपी बनानी है ना मैं ज्योतिषी हूं, तो ये तो जनता को ही तय करने दीजिए आप। मैंने रोड मैप मेरी पार्टी का जो है वो बताया है।
क्या आपको लगता है, एक फॉलो अप सवाल, कि इंडिया कैन नॉट बी ट्रूली सेक्युलर विदाउट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड? अगर हम सेक्युलर देश हैं, असली सेक्युलरिज्म तो तभी होगी व्हेन ऑल द पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री आर गवर्न्ड बाय वन लॉ। क्या आप मानेंगे कि हम सेक्युलर तभी बन सकते हैं पूरी तरह से जब एक कानून बने सबके लिए?
कानून के आधार पर कोई देश पंथ निरपेक्ष नहीं बन सकता। देश की जनता ही पंथ निरपेक्ष, हम सालों से पंथ निरपेक्ष रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ धर्म हमेशा राज्य का विषय नहीं रहा है, धर्म व्यक्ति का विषय रहा है, और धर्म व्यक्ति को बड़ा बनाने की दिशा में ले जाता है। ये कभी राज्य का विषय हजारों साल से भारत में नहीं रहा है। ये हमें क्या पंथ निरपेक्षता सिखाएंगे? हम हजारों सालों से इसी तरह से जी रहे। परंतु डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप के अंदर पूरे देश के लिए कानून होना बहुत जरूरी है, और मैं मानता हूं कि ये जितना हो सके उतना जल्द हो जाना चाहिए।
मैं अपना एक इंटरप्रिटेशन करता हूं आपने जो कहा, क्योंकि मैं कई बार आपके साथ जो इंटरव्यू की थी 370 हटाने के पहले कई बार मैं पूछता था, और इसी फोर्स, इसी पैशन और इसी स्टाइल से वो कहते थे कि हम पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। और मुझे अभी भी याद है अमित शाह जी कि जिस सुबह 370 और 35A को अबॉलिश की गई, उस सुबह तक लोग कह रहे थे कभी नहीं हो सकता है, कश्मीर जल जाएगा। मुझे आज लग रहा है आप उसी फोर्स और पैशन के साथ यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में कह रहे हैं, और हमें अभी भी उम्मीद है कि
ये अर्णव बाबू का इंटरप्रिटेशन है।
नहीं, मुझे देखिए अमित शाह जी, देखिए मैं थोड़ा इनफॉर्मली आपको कहना चाहता हूं, जिस दिन आप तो सरकार के बिल्कुल अंदर हैं, आप सरकार चलाते हैं, बाहर के लोग कोई विश्वास नहीं कर रहे थे कि इतना बड़ा चेंज हो सकता है। और आपकी क्लिप जो अभी हमने प्ले की, जो वायरल हुई और अभी तक वायरल है, आपको पता है, वो पाकिस्तान वाली क्लिप की, वो ये किसी ने विश्वास नहीं किया था। मुझे लगता है चेंज तो आप ला सकते हैं, एंड आई थिंक यू विल ब्रिंग द चेंज ऑन यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड।
चले, आपकी शुभकामनाओं के लिए धन्यवाद।
अमित शाह जी, बंगाल में ही नहीं पूरे देश में, गृह मंत्री जी, CAA कब लागू होगा? क्योंकि अब मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट कभी भी लागू हो सकता है, और आपका बयान भी आ चुका है कि CAA लागू होकर रहेगा। तो इस पर कोई टाइमलाइन आप कह सकते हैं कि कब होगा?
मैं फिर से कहता हूं, CAA ये देश का कानून है, पत्थर पर लकीर है, ये वास्तविकता है, ये लागू होगा ही होगा, और इस चुनाव के पहले होगा।
इस चुनाव के पहले होगा, इस चुनाव के पहले होगा। ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आज। मैं तो ये कह सकता हूं कि ये हाहाकार हो गई। आपने जो बात अभी कही है, गृह मंत्री जी ने बहुत बड़ी बात हम सबके सामने
प्रणव जी, तालियां बज गई, कोई धमाका नहीं है। ये बात मैं 10 बार बता चुका हूं।
नहीं, मगर आप
चुनाव के पहले CAA लागू होगा। इस देश का कानून है, इसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
फैंटास्टिक। तो नोटिफिकेशन बस आने वाली है, फिर आपको लगता है नोटिफिकेशन तो बस आने वाली है? देखिए, हमें तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज चाहिए ना। अब आपने ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दी है, आदत से मजबूर हम भी हैं। बहुत बड़ी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है, और मुझे लगता है सब लोग इस पर जरूर बात करेंगे, और इसका प्रभाव क्या होगा, इसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, अगर आप संक्षिप्त में इस पर कुछ कह सके।
देखिए, CAA कानून कोई नई बात नहीं है
जी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी कई चीजों को भूल गई है। मत बैंक की लालच में, वोट बैंक की लालच में कई चीजें भूल गई है। जैसे UCC,
जी,
संविधान सभा का वादा था। इसी तरह से जब देश का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से धर्म के आधार पर विभाजन हुआ, तब पाकिस्तान और अब के बांग्लादेश से लाखों की संख्या में हिंदू, बौद्ध, सिख शरणार्थी आ रहे थे, और मार काट हो रही थी। कांग्रेस के ही नेताओं ने, देश के नेताओं ने एक वादा किया था, आप धैर्य रखिए, आप कभी भी यहां आएंगे, आपको ये देश स्वीकार करेगा, आपको नागरिकता देगा। इस वादे पर सभी लोग वहां रहे
जी।
उनके पर अनेक प्रकार के अत्याचार हुए, धार्मिक प्रताड़ना हुई, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए दबाव बनाया गया, उनकी महिलाओं को, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया गया। वो लोग बदलने के लिए भारत की शरण में आए, और अगर आज भारत अपने वो वादे को जो 15 अगस्त 1947 में किया गया है उसको याद नहीं करता है तो वो ठीक नहीं होगा। करोड़ों लोग इस देश के अंदर नागरिकता के बगैर रह रहे हैं, जो वहां से प्रताड़ित, मुझे कोई बता सकता है, ममता बनर्जी बता सकती है कि वो कहां जाए, कहां जाएंगे वो लोग? वहां उनकी सुरक्षा नहीं है, उनकी महिलाओं को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, हमारी माताओं बहनों को अपमानित किया जा रहा है, धर्म परिवर्तन करने के लिए मजबूर किया जा रहा है। हम भी शरण न दे
जी,
हम भी उनका स्वागत न करें। भारत में स्वागत है, भारत उनको नागरिकता की भी देगा और मेरे आपके जितना अधिकार भी देगा और स्वागत करेगा।
इतनी खुलकर बातचीत हो रही है, लोग कह रहे हैं सरकार मीडिया से बात नहीं करती, बहुत एक एक न्यूज पॉइंट हमें मिल रहे हैं, वी आर वेरी हैप्पी। तो अमित शाह जी, आप बहुत डायरेक्टली बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत खुलकर बात कर रहे हैं, और ये इसके लिए हम बहुत ग्रेटफुल है। अमित शाह जी, ये देश में बंटवारे की राजनीति पर सवाल है, ये बहुत डिबेट हो रहा है। हमारा राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि हमारा स्लोगन है, वी बिलीव इन नेशन फर्स्ट, मगर देश में उत्तर दक्षिण की राजनीति हो जाती है, कोई चुनाव के बाद बांटने की राजनीति हो जाती है, सनातन धर्म और हिंदुओं को जाति में बांटने की कोशिश हो रही है, और राहुल गांधी लगातार ओबीसी का मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं। आप लोग विकसित भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की डिवाइसिव पॉलिटिक्स, ये ट्रेंड क्यों बन गई है? ये डिवाइसिव पॉलिटिक्स पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं, जो इस बार भी हो रहा है?
देखिए, भारत जोड़ो के बैनर के तहत भारत तोड़ने की एक्सरसाइज चल रही है। मुझे मालूम नहीं है ये कांग्रेस पार्टी को क्या हो गया है, इतनी पुरानी पार्टी, उनका कोई प्रमुख नेता कहता है हिंदुस्तान के 2 टुकड़े कर दो, नॉर्थ इंडिया और साउथ इंडिया, और कांग्रेस पार्टी चुप रहती है, सांप सूंघ गया ऐसे चुप रहती है। मुझे तो आश्चर्य हो गया है ये पार्टी को क्या हो गया है। इनके अलाई पानी पी पी कर सनातन धर्म का अपमान कर रहे हैं, सनातन धर्म के लिए जहर उगलने का काम कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी रोकती भी नहीं है, ना मादा है, ना हिम्मत है, ना इच्छा है, और यात्रा लेकर निकलते हैं भारत जोड़ो की। देश की जनता ढंग से समझ ले, इनका एकमात्र लक्ष्य है सत्ता प्राप्त करने का, एपीसमेंट कर कर सत्ता प्राप्त करने का। वो भारत को एक नहीं रख सकते। भारत को एक केवल और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भाजपा के नेता नरेंद्र मोदी रख सकते हैं। और मैं देश की जनता को अपील करना चाहता हूं कि जिन लोगों ने भारत को तोड़ने की बात करी है, जिन लोगों ने विश्व के सबसे पुराने धर्म के, पुरानी संस्कृति को और पुरानी परंपराओं को अपमानित करने की बात की है, इनको देश की जनता को पहचान लेने की भी जरूरत है और दंडित करने की भी जरूरत है। आने वाले चुनाव में मैं चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस के नेता अगर हिम्मत है तो इनके भारत तोड़ो की ये सारी घटनाओं का रिपीटेशन चुनावी मंच पर से करें। वो कोई नेता के मुंह से कुछ निकल गया इसका खंडन भी नहीं करते, पार्टी को अपने आप से अलग नहीं करते हैं। इसका मतलब आपकी पार्टी का एजेंडा ही ये है, आपकी पार्टी का उद्देश्य ही है। और ओबीसी के लिए तो बोलने का कांग्रेस पार्टी को अधिकार ही नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने इस देश के पिछड़ा वर्ग को सबसे ज्यादा अन्याय किया है। 50 साल तक काका साहब कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को आप दबाकर बैठ गए, इसके बाद मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को आप दबाकर बैठ गए। जब मंडल कमीशन लागू हुआ देश में, राजीव गांधी ने 1 घंटा और 40 मिनट इसके विरोध में भाषण किया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी 55 साल तक सत्ता पर रही, कभी भी ओबीसी को संवैधानिक स्टेटस नहीं दिया, ओबीसी आयोग की रचना नहीं की, नीट की और केंद्र सरकार की परीक्षाओं में ओबीसी को आरक्षण नहीं दिया। ये सारा काम हुआ नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में, और एकमात्र सरकार है जिसमें 27 ओबीसी मंत्री बैठे हैं। और राहुल गांधी देश को ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरीज गिना रहे हैं, सेक्रेटरीज गिना रहे हैं।
जी,
मैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं, अभी जो भारत सरकार में सेक्रेटरी बना है वो आपके शासन में भर्ती हुआ है, वो प्रमोट होते होते यहां सेक्रेटरी बना है। आप हमें क्या दोष रहे हो? इनको देश का प्रधानमंत्री ओबीसी है वो दिखाई नहीं पड़ता, देश की कैबिनेट में 27 मंत्री है वो दिखाई नहीं पड़ते, किसी एनजीओ ने पकड़ा दिया कितने सेक्रेटरी ओबीसी है वो रटे जा रहे हैं, और देश की जनता भी बहुत एंटरटेनमेंट के भाव से उनको सुन भी रही। मगर वास्तविकता देश की जनता भी जानती है कि ओबीसी का, पिछड़ा वर्ग का जितना विरोध कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है, अन्याय जितना कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है, इतना किसी और राजनीतिक दल ने नहीं किया।
अगला सवाल आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल मेरा यह है कि पिछले 5 साल में गृह मंत्रालय ने FCRA यानी कि फॉरेन कंट्रीब्यूशन रेगुलेशन एक्ट को लेकर बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई की है। होम मिनिस्ट्री का अपना डेटा है कि 16,000 एनजीओ जो है उनके FCRA लाइसेंस को कैंसिल किया गया है। उसके साथ साथ टेरर फंडिंग, एनजीओ फंडिंग पर रोकने की कोशिश हुई है, लेकिन शायद पूरी सफलता नहीं मिली। इसके पीछे स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है? एक तो जो ओवरग्राउंड और अंडरग्राउंड सेल होते हैं, नेक्सस है, इसके फॉर्मूले को तोड़ने की कोशिश है, या एनजीओस को टारगेट किया जा रहा है वो कहते हैं? तो इस पर अगर आप
देखिए
अपनी
अडल जी, आप दो चीजों को मिक्सअप कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
FCRA को हमने कानून में परिवर्तन किया। कानून को में परिवर्तन करने का हमारा उद्देश्य था कि FCRA का उपयोग कर कर विदेशों से चंदा लाकर, डोनेशन लाकर इस देश की डेमोग्राफी को बदलने का प्रयास नहीं होना चाहिए। एक, सेवा के लिए अगर कोई पैसा भेजता है, सेवा कार्य के लिए करता है, व्यक्ति समूह के उत्थान के लिए भेजता है तो उसका स्वागत है। हमने कठोर नियम बनाए, ऑडिट कंपलसरी किया और ऑडिट को रेगुलर किया। इसके आधार पर ये सारे रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल हुए हैं। कुछ लोगों ने तो 16,000 में से 12,000 लोगों ने स्वतः ही कैंसिल करा दिया। भारत सरकार ने नहीं किया है, वो स्वतः विड्रॉल का अर्जी डाले हैं। तो 4,000 ऑडिट के आधार पर कैंसिल किए हैं। तो जो लोग हाय तौबा करें उनको मेरा यही कहना है कि कानून की परिधि में रहकर कोई भी व्यक्ति कितना भी चंदा विदेश से लाए, भारत सरकार को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। वो देश के नागरिकों के और देश के समाज के उत्थान के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए। देश की जनसांख्यिकी बदलने के उद्देश्य से खर्च नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर जनसांख्यिकी के बदलने के उद्देश्य से खर्च होगा तो हम कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे, इसमें हमारे मन में कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। जहां तक टेरर फंडिंग का सवाल है, 1914 से हमने टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी और टेररिस्टों के इकोसिस्टम को ध्वस्त करने के क्रमबद्ध कदम उठाए हैं। हमने NIA को, ED को, दोनों को टेरर लिंक्स, हवाला के जरिए पैसा आने वाले टेरर फंडिंग और नार्को टेरर लिंक्स को पकड़कर उसको खत्म करने की दिशा में एक्टिव किया है। सैकड़ों रेड्स हुई हैं और बहुत कठोरता के साथ उनके फंडिंग के फ्लो को बहुत पतला करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। ऐसी चीजें जो सार्वजनिक चर्चा में नहीं आती है, मगर मैं कहता हूं कि मोदी जी की सरकार की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है कि हमने टेररिज्म के लिए आने वाले फंड को लगभग सूखा नहीं दिया है, समाप्त कर दिया है। ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी सफलता।
इसी से जुड़ा सवाल कि नक्सलवाद से भारत को और भारत के लोगों को संपूर्ण छुटकारा कब मिलेगा?
देखिए, मैंने कहा है, पहले भी कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर, आने वाले 3 साल के अंदर, इसका मतलब मोदी 3 में देश नक्सलवाद से पूर्णतया मुक्त हो जाएगा। इसमें कोई संशय रखने की जरूरत।
3 साल। अमित शाह जी, एक ट्रेंड और एक है, और ये इसको लाइटली भी लिया जा सकता है, मगर मैं इसको सीरियसली लेता हूं क्योंकि वी आर नेशनलिस्ट, हम राष्ट्रवादी हैं। मगर आजकल एक ट्रेंड बना है कि भारत एक राष्ट्र नहीं है। ये कॉन्सेप्ट लोग इलेक्शन रैलीज में स्टेट लीडर्स बोल रहे हैं। अभी अभी जैसे डीएमके के ए राजा ने कहा, इंडिया इज नॉट अ नेशन। मैं हिंदी में इसका, इंडिया इज नॉट अ नेशन।
अर्णब बाबू, आप लोग इससे डर सकते हो, मैं नहीं डर सकता।
नहीं, डरने की बात
ये
नहीं।
देश सालों से चल रहा है, दुनिया का सबसे पुरानी सभ्यता है। इस देश को ऐसे
जी
कुछ लोग बोलकर कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकते। जनता तय कर लेगी। देश में लोकतंत्र है, ऐसा जो बोल रहे हैं जनता ही उसको जवाब देगी।
मैं आपकी बात को मानता हूं, मगर इस पर थोड़ी सी चर्चा हुई। सेंटर स्टेट फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर, इसकी बात होती है कि अगर हर बार कई विपक्ष के नेता, राज्य स्तर के नेता ये कहे कि भारत एक राष्ट्र नहीं, तमिलनाडु राष्ट्र है मगर भारत राष्ट्र नहीं है, तो और राहुल गांधी, आप कहेंगे उनकी बात को सीरियसली क्यों लिया जाए? क्योंकि वो विदेश में जाकर हर जगह राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं, हर जगह हम चौंक जाते हैं कि कोई भी वो विपक्ष के नेता है, फॉरेन सॉइल पे वो जाकर कहते, यूनाइटेड किंगडम में कहते हैं कि भारत राष्ट्र नहीं है, इट इज अ नेगोशिएशन। और ये सीरियसली बात, इस पर मतलब इस पर रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे किया जाए या इसको इग्नोर किया?
ऐसा है अर्णव जी, इसमें जनता को रिस्पॉन्ड करने की जरूरत नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रिस्पॉन्ड करने की जरूरत है। नेता बदल दे, बाकी कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं।
अमित शाह जी, आजकल हर जगह और एक चर्चा है कि इंडिया डज नॉट हैव एन ऑपोजिशन। एज द मास्टर स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट ऑफ द भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एंड वी मस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट अमित शाह जी फॉर बिल्डिंग व्हाट इज द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट पॉलिटिकल पार्टी। और मुझे अभी भी याद है, एक बार मैं इन्हें मिलने गया था तो इन्होंने मुझे आंकड़े दिखाए थे और समझाया था कि ऐसे विद इन दिस फ्यू मंथ्स इस प्लान के साथ कार्डर बेस्ड, मेंबरशिप बेस्ड बना के we will make BJP the largest political party on earth, and he has achieved it. So Amit Shah ji, that is very good, but kabhi as in a democracy, is it not a genuine worry कि मतलब कि देश में एक strong opposition राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नहीं है? As a political analyst आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
ऐसा है, मैं भी मानता हूं देश में मजबूत विपक्ष होना चाहिए
जी,
मगर मैं नहीं बना सकता। सत्ताधारी पक्ष और विपक्ष की रचना संवैधानिक है, वो देश की जनता बनाती है। हम भी विपक्ष में बैठे हैं, जनता ने हमें विपक्ष बनाया था, आज जनता ने हमें अधिकार दिया है। तो विपक्ष को मजबूत बनाना या निर्बल बनाना उनके काम के आधार पर देश की जनता तय करती है। कोई सरकार तय नहीं कर सकती, कोई पार्टी तय नहीं कर सकती। हम संवैधानिक व्यवस्था से जीने वाला राष्ट्र है। मैं इतना ही कर सकता हूं कि विपक्ष निर्बल हो तो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर रोज आत्मचिंतन करती रहे, हमारे अंदर अहंकार न आए, हमारे यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार न आए, हमारे यहाँ परिवारवाद न आए, और हम लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को संभाल कर इसका जतन कर कर आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम इतना ही कर सकते। विपक्ष को मजबूत करना, रखना, नहीं रखना, ये सब देश की जनता को तय करना है, सब पार्टियों का परफॉर्मेंस देखकर। और देश की जनता, मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत मैच्योर डिसीजन लेती है।
जी, ये बड़ी बात है, मगर क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में एक विपक्ष होना और विपक्ष का मजबूत होना भी बहुत जरूरी है। आप आज से 5-10 साल बाद किसको विपक्ष देखते हैं? मतलब who do you think will be the opposition to the BJP?
देखिए, इतना दूर का आकलन कोई नहीं कर सकता, सिर्फ करने के खातिर कोई कर सकता है। देश में एक प्रकार से बहुत डायनेमिक डेमोक्रेसी है जो परफॉर्मेंस को इवेल्युएट कर कर अपना मैंडेट देती है। तो देश की जनता का मूड और देश की जनता का मैंडेट पहले एक जमाने में जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर तय होता था। अब मोदी जी ने पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस को एस्टैब्लिश किया है। परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर ही देश की जनता तय करेगी। जो परफॉर्म करेगा देश उसको अधिकार देगा, जो परफॉर्म नहीं करेगा वो विपक्ष में बैठेगा। उस वक्त का 10 साल के बाद का विपक्ष या सत्ताधारी पक्ष भी हमारे परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर ही देश की जनता तय करेगी। हम अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे तो हम अधिकार में होंगे। हम में पैदा हो रही बुराइयों को अगर हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाएंगे तो विपक्ष अधिकार में होगा। वो 10 साल के बाद देश की जनता मगर
जी
10 साल आपने पूछा इसलिए मैं मेरा एक आकलन कह रहा हूं, 10 साल तक तो मोदी ही है।
हेडलाइन 10 साल तक मोदी जी हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात अमित शाह जी ने आज कही है और हर बात जो कह रहे हैं बहुत गंभीरता के साथ और सोच कर कहते हैं। अमित शाह जी अपने शब्दों को बहुत मतलब सोच समझ के कहते हैं। ये इट्स अ वेरी बिग स्टेटमेंट। तो ये जो बात कही इसके साथ अमित शाह जी हम चाहते हैं, हमने कहा था आज कि जो हमारे सेशंस में आ जाएंगे उनको एक सेंस मिलेगा। और मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये होता है कि सरकार में कैसे काम हो रहा है अगले दशक के लिए। हमारी जो थीम है अमित शाह जी, इट इज भारत द नेक्स्ट डेकेड। और आपने परफॉर्मेंस असेसमेंट की बात कही। पहली बार हमें लग रहा है कि सरकार ऐसी बनी है देश में जो अपने परफॉर्मेंस को असेस करते हैं, जिसमें क्वार्टरली मीटिंग, डेली मीटिंग, वीकली मीटिंग्स, पीयूष गोयल जी भी बोलते हैं कि मैनेजमेंट, असेसमेंट, परफॉर्मेंस, की रिजल्ट एरियाज, KRA, इस तरह से काम हो रहा है। तो आप अगर एक थोड़े एज एन इनसाइडर आप एक सेंस दे सके कि काम कैसे हो रहा है और किस विजन के साथ हो रहा है, तो विल बी वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
देखिए, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का मौका
जी
जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को मिला, तब देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमृत महोत्सव का उपयोग बहुत विजनरी तरीके से किया है। एक युग दृष्टा नेता ही ऐसा सोच सकता है, इस तरह से किया है। अमृत महोत्सव का उपयोग कर कर उन्होंने देश की नई पीढ़ी को आजादी के आंदोलन का पूरा इतिहास याद कराया। आजादी के आंदोलन के नेताओं का, जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व बलिदान किया, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स, उनका महिमा मंडन किया। अब तक 75 साल में हमने जो अचीव किया है उसका आत्मबोध कराकर देश की जनता के अंदर एक गौरव का भाव पैदा किया। और 2047 में देश पूर्ण विकसित बनेगा, इसका लक्ष्य तय कर 130 करोड़ की जनता को अमृत काल में, मतलब 25 साल में देश को दुनिया में सबसे 1 नंबर का देश बनाने का संकल्प लिलाकर एक पूरी 130 करोड़ की जनता को भारत निर्माण की यात्रा में जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। आप मुझे 1 दशक का पूछ रहे हैं, मगर मैं बताना चाहता हूं 25 वर्ष के बाद शायद हम तो नहीं होंगे, मगर इस देश के युवा होंगे। ये युवा देख पाएंगे कि हर क्षेत्र में भारत प्रथम होगा, भारत सुरक्षित होगा, समृद्ध होगा, पूर्ण शिक्षित होगा और पूरा विश्व जिसका लोहा मानता है, इस प्रकार के भारत की हम रचना करेंगे। और हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा इतिहास, हमारा धर्म, हमारी भाषा पूरी दुनिया के अंदर सम्मान के साथ देखी जाएगी। सबके साथ सह अस्तित्व रखते हुए हमारा जो पुराना है उसका गौरव भी हम पुनः प्रस्तापित करेंगे। ऐसे भारत की रचना ये 25 साल में करने का लक्ष्य मोदी जी ने रखा है। कोई एक पार्टी का लक्ष्य नहीं है, 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सामूहिक लक्ष्य है। सामूहिक पुरुषार्थ से ही ये अचीव हो सकता है और इसके लिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अंत में अर्णव जी, आपको जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं। आज आपका जन्मदिन, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Shri Amit Shah ji. You give every Indian the assurance that Bharat will be the custodian of its destiny. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, the Honorable Minister of Railways, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav. He will deliver his vision statement through an insightful presentation that will map the way Bharat will connect in the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, the engineer of the quantum leap, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav.
Great. So I'll speak for about 15 minutes. We'll go through very rapidly through a very quick, basically trying to understand where the tech landscape is today and what we are thinking. That's what we discuss in the next 15 minutes. Friends, you are all aware of the India stack. You are all aware of how our Prime Minister has democratized technology by creating a structure in a public-private partnership where the big tech and the startups, large enterprises and the small entrepreneurs, the rich and the haves, and the low income and the have-nots, they all have access to the same level of technology that we should all aspire for. That kind of inclusive thing was possible because of the India stack, and this stack is growing day by day. I'll come to the conceptual point. How this concept was created. We have seen in many countries, some big tech companies, they monopolize technology. We have also seen another geography where the government does everything. This is a very unique case in India because of our Prime Minister's clear thinking process that neither should we leave our destiny in the hands of a few big tech, nor should government be present everywhere. We should try to create a public-private partnership. So this example you have seen in multiple things, multiple times, but I want to explain the thought process behind it. This platform of UPI has been created by public investment through a public company. To this join the banks, digital identity, about 50 million merchants, hundreds and thousands of startups, e-commerce companies, enterprises, and about 43 crore people, 437 million users today have already joined it. You see the structure. In this structure, anybody can start a payment company today. You want to start a payment company, you can start it today. Because of this structure, the cost of a transaction has come down from about $10 to a few cents. 800-900 रुपए से कुछ 1-2 रुपए पे cost of transaction has come down, and that has made possible a whole lot of services, whole lot of new innovations which were unthinkable in the past. And the spread is amazing. Everywhere, wherever you see the technology, the use of Digital India stack, the DPI is today practically every part of the country. Now I'll come to a point how this combination, how this Digital India stack is today providing multiple solutions. I'll come to the digital credit. Now digital credit, okay, so when you want to give a credit to somebody, what do you need? You basically need 3 fundamental things. 1, whether the person can repay, what is the repaying capacity. 2, what are the documents that need to be checked. 3, whether the person is actually the person you are talking to, right? Identity. So when we look at this, you look at the right hand side of this. Payment history, the cash flow, transactions, that becomes the collateral if you don't have any other collateral, right? Somebody who doesn't have a property or some gold to put as collateral in loan can today create, using the UPI, a cash flow history, payment history, that becomes the collateral. Use Aadhaar structure for getting the identity verified, totally digital. All document verification can be done on DigiLocker, right? All the 3 things which are needed, whether a person can pay back or not, whether the person is exactly the person you are talking to, whether the documents can be checked or not. Now comes the account aggregator structure in between. So on this side is the people who can give credit, the loan, and on this side are the people who need a loan, right? A small micro enterprise on the streets of a city, right? चाय बनाने वाला ये व्यक्ति, भोपाल का है फोटो, right? देखो आप इसके कितने सारे आगे लगे हुए हैं. ये तो मेरे ख्याल से किसी बड़े अमेरिका के स्टोर में जाओगे तो जैसे दिखता था ना कि वीजा का एक लगेगा, मास्टर का एक लगेगा फोटो, वैसा ही यहाँ पे यू कैन सी वेरी क्लियरली देयर आर सो मेनी मल्टीपल QR कोड्स, पेटीएम का भी, फोन पे का भी, भीम का भी, सबका. दैट्स द पावर, राइट? सो द अकाउंट एग्रीगेटर बेसिकली intermediates between the people who need loan and the people who can provide loan. And the fundamental structure is what is the payment history. So UPI gives that, verification is done online, and in a very, very privacy protected method, people who need $10 loan for 3 days are today getting the same access to credit that a big industrialist would be needing $100 million ka loan. So today, because of our Prime Minister's clear focus on democratizing technology, the big industrialist and the small micro entrepreneur, they are equal today. That's the beauty of this structure. And the world over, people are looking at this as the most inclusive example of digital technology. Most inclusive example of digital technology. I'll go to the next point, which is our future, which is where we need to really put our focus and make sure that our future is secured. About semiconductors. Very interesting. The world is today noticing this. June 23, our Prime Minister signs the agreement with the US President for a company called Micron to set up their plant in India. June 20, just mark the dates. Mark the dates. June 23 is when the agreement gets signed and the proposal gets approved. September 23 is when the groundbreaking happens. How many days? Less than 100 days. Less than 100 days. And would you believe this is the level of construction in December 23? That's the pace at which Prime Minister Modi ji's Sankalp for Vikasit Bharat is working. On ground, right? This is real data, real pictures on ground, complete plant. Close to 5,000 people are working to construct it at a rapid pace, torrid pace. And today people are giving examples of many other geographies. Announcement is, okay, after 2 years, 3 years, maybe, somewhere the construction will start. No, not in India. And in India, announcement happens, within 100 days, construction also starts. I'll talk a little bit about chip designing, chip architecture, the whole value chain, how our Prime Minister has given us a clear mandate that don't look at simply setting up a fab, don't look at simply setting up a plant. Think of the entire value chain and think of a 20-year roadmap. Then only we'll be able to do justice to our country's talent and to our future. We have close to 3 lakh design engineers. So building upon this, manufacturing is the next logical way. So I'll talk a little bit about how chips are made. So this is sand, right? This sand is molten to make silicon ingots. This is an ingot. This will be cut to make wafers, right? वैसे आलू से सोना बनाने वाले कुछ लोग हैं. On this wafer, you basically apply multiple layers of photoresistors and metals and try to create a structure where exactly what you want to publish gets published, right? Exactly what you print gets printed on. And it's a very, very fine work. It really requires very, very significant precision. ये नाखून की नोक है, इसका 1 लाख गुना फाइन काम इसमें होता है. So this is what happens when a wafer comes, then you sort it out, you pick the small little die out of it, then you make the chip using that die. That's the complete value chain. And that goes into multiple things, practically everything that we use, right? This becomes the circuit which goes into chips, which goes into practically everything that we manufacture. Now, our focus is, our Prime Minister's clear vision is, we must create this entire value chain in India. We should not leave ourselves vulnerable to any supply chain shocks in future. So, from getting the ingot done, from getting the wafer manufactured, to getting the wafer fab done, to getting the entire operation in a proper mechanism, and getting the final chip done, we are working on practically every aspect of this value chain, right? And today, because of the recent approvals by Prime Minister Modi ji, today we have the complete value chain from chip design to chip fabrication to getting the ATMP done so that it can be converted into a usable module which goes into practically everything, right? So when we look at this, the design, fab, ATMP, below that we are looking at augmenting our talent pool. We are a talent nation. We are a nation which has practically designed every complex chip in the world, but for somebody else. Now is the time when we should design our own products. From being a back office, now we are transitioning to becoming a product nation. From being a GCC, we are now transitioning into having our own products, our own IPR, our own contribution to the world as complete chipset. Along with comes the entire supply ecosystem, which is close to 16,000 items go into making a chip. I was looking at the periodic table. Science wale kaun hai yahan pe? Quite a few, right? Periodic table. Sare ke sare elements are used in this. Practically every element, maybe some of them may be not used, but practically every other element is used in chip making. And this goes into everything that you see here requires a semiconductor, right? This guy would be needing something like 30,000 chips, right? Vande Bharat. This would be looking at something like 3,000 or 4,000 chips. That's the magnitude of semiconductor requirement. We are very fortunate to have a very visionary Prime Minister who has given us a clear mandate of using technology. I gave these 3 examples today to share with you where we are today, what we are thinking in the coming days. In Prime Minister Modi ji's 3rd term, India will emerge as a major product nation, as a major manufacturing hub, and a major technology power. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Minister. Mr. Minister, we talk about how the country is changing. That we have such a qualified person like you making, it's amazing. The kind of talent that has been brought into the government by the Honorable Prime Minister, but also the honesty, integrity and professionalism with which the Honorable Minister has made this presentation for all of us. I think he deserves a standing round of applause for that. Thank you, Ashwini ji.
Thank you.
All the best to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. Today, you have demonstrated, and this I think is a very great quality of the Honorable Prime Minister, and I have to be very careful with my word. He knows how to convert a challenge into an opportunity. No other country in the world does this. Do you know that?
Yes.
Today, no matter where somebody is, the Prime Minister is committed to take each one of you. Between 2011 and 14, we created only 1 unicorn every year. This figure rose from 2015 onwards. We had 4 new unicorns in 2015, 8 new in 2018, 9 new in 2019, 10 new in 2020, and a whopping 42 new unicorns in 2021.
So the oil price has been touching highs since the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia.
The impact of all these tensions on the oil and gas markets and what will happen if Russia actually does attack.
Price of Russian oil. The G7 group of nations, as well as Australia and the European Union.
Good afternoon. What I'm going to say to you over the next 20 to 30 minutes is, in my view, something that I would describe as the anatomy of a crisis. When we face difficult situations in our lives, when countries face those situations, you end up using words like disruption, which in the English language may have a nuance, but I think that doesn't capture the enormity of the challenge which people have to face. If you're driving at 110 kilometers and you find a boulder in the center of the road, that's a crisis for you. You have to navigate it around it. Now, I think what this first slide intends to convey is that after 1973, this development, Russia, Ukraine, I'm choosing not to use any political descriptions, whether it was an whether it was an attack or the military invasion, whatever, I'm leaving all that out. I'm talking about the hard facts. It created a disruption, or in my view, a crisis which is equal to the 1973 crisis. Why is the 1973 date important? I was still in the university. I was on the teaching faculty of a Delhi University college. Price of crude went up globally from $1 to $3, 3 times increase. What happened in 2022, February? Just to give you a background, we can go to the next slide. Roughly, the world consumes about 100 million barrels of crude oil in a day. Russia, at that point of time, was producing 11 to 13 million barrels. Now, if one country which is producing 11 to 13 million barrels goes off the market, the availability comes down from 100 minus 11 or 13. As it is, Venezuela was under sanction, Iran was under sanction. So if you compound that, you would come to a situation where the global energy situation suddenly changes. So what happened in the world when this happened? One neighboring country, Pakistan, spiraling energy prices forced people to shut off electricity at 8 p.m. I leave it at that. Sri Lanka, worst economic crisis yet. Then prices went up 80%, 100%. I'm not going to go further into detail. Next slide. What were the options before us? In the period before the Russia-Ukraine development, we were importing on an average something like 5 million barrels of crude oil in a day, which was equally divided between 5 of our suppliers: Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, and 1 million barrels or 800,000 from all the rest put together. Came this development, and suddenly we found ourselves having to navigate a very difficult circumstance. The options for India were very clear. Either we fall in line with this new development and stick to our original suppliers, in which case the oil price would have gone up. Can we go to the next slide? The one after that? Yeah. No, the one with the $137 per barrel. Now, typically, how does the oil trade work? You have established producers. A large number of the established producers are as part of a cartel. It used to be called OPEC, then it became OPEC Plus, and then there is the world outside. They will tell you, if you ask them, you should reduce the price. I never do, because it's a sovereign right. They have a resource. It's up to them whether they want to sell or leave it underground. They will say, no, we don't deal with price. We only deal with the amount of production we undertake and what we pass on to the market. Now, an undergraduate student of economics will tell you that if you reduce the amount of availability, the price has to be sensitive. So price went up to $137 a barrel, and gas prices went up to $73.56 per MMBTU. Now, even in a small disruption, the actual impact is not created by the buyer and seller. There is something called, where is that paper trade? Paper trade in oil is 30 times higher than physical trade. Now, I would have liked half an hour to explain this to you, but I'm going to simplify it. There are a lot of guys sitting there. When they see this happening, they are able to play the futures and ensure a market which, the poor buyer or seller have very little actual dealing with. So this is the kind of disruption which can take place. Next slide. Now, we had two options as per the previous slide. This gentleman, put this gentleman here. He's an US official. Why am I quoting him? Not because he's any authority, but not also because he's a friend. He used to be a counselor in the US mission when I was Joint Secretary on the Americas Division. No, I'm quoting him because it comes from a respectable, credible American official. One of the false narratives we were being subjected to, oh, you're buying oil from Russia. So to which my response was, so? So once my colleague, the External Affairs Minister, was going to Washington, and he called me, he said, what do I say? I said, if they raise the issue with you, you tell them that they buy more in an afternoon than I buy in a quarter. Now, it so happens that as External Affairs Minister, he gets to take the, association with that kind of a statement, but make no mistake, I am the linear progenitor of that view. And then I said something in addition. I said, listen, wait a minute. What are these sanctions about? I'm not interested. Sanctions can be passed by a country. They can be passed by the UN Security Council. I've presided over the UN Security Council. I've presided over 2 sanction regimes. So I know a little bit about that. What is this about? But I want to quote Mr. Payat to you. He said, India's decision to purchase Russian crude has helped stabilize the international energy markets, benefiting both global consumers and its own citizens through access to affordable fuel. Now, India is not only the world's largest democracy, if Arnav forgives me, it's also the most robust and loud democracy, and I'm not referring to effective TV channels. I'm just saying it's also the mother of democracies. What is the prime responsibility of a democratically elected government? And I'm talking about Modi ka parivar here. And I think the Honorable Prime Minister assumed responsibility and led from up front. Because a democratically elected government has to ensure availability, affordability, and sustainability, which means transition to green fuel. Next slide. So what did we do? You can please have a look at this. This chart is particularly interesting. In Delhi, over a period of November 21 to November 23, price of petrol came down by 11%, 11.82%, nearly 12%. In Spain, it went up by 12.7%, Italy by 11.23%, France by 16.17%, 21.25% increase in the United States. Now, you can tell me that you are probably comparing apples and oranges. Not really. We are looking at the base price and increases, and at a period of relative economic turmoil. What would we do? And what have we done? And I think this is where the Prime Minister deserves not just full credit, But the more appreciation you give, it's not enough. Why? We saw the crisis. You had to ensure availability. We said it doesn't matter from where we import. We diversified the sources of our imports from hitherto 27 countries. We took it to 39. Then, that's the first one, diversification of crude oil imports. Then we stepped on the gas on biofuels and alternate energies. I was part of the government in a different capacity as a civil servant. In the 10 years before 2014, we tried our best on biofuels. And we wanted only 1.5% biofuel blending in 10 of our states and union territories. What happened? We barely reached 1.4%, not 5%. Along came Mr. Modi and said this has to change. You have to devise an ecosystem whereby 10 and 20% biofuel blending can take place. So he sets a target for November 2022 for 10% blending. Result, we do it 5 months in advance. He sets a target for 20% blending for 2030. We are confident enough to do it 5 years in advance. We will do it by 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, my submission to you is we are doing 12% blending. We have saved 41,000 crores on imports, as a result of which we've been able to hand over 42,400 crores to our farmers. So we've also converted Anndatas to Urja Datas, that those who were providing us food are now providing us energy. Price stabilization. On 2 occasions, November 2021 and May 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister directed that we reduce the amount of excise duty that we charge on petrol and diesel, and we did it. I think you have a slide which, yes. Central excise duty cut 13 rupees per litre for petrol, 16 rupees per litre for diesel, reduced twice on such and such days. Revenue foregone 2.2 lakh crores. But that was compounded by the BJP state-ruled states also reducing their VAT. Result, India's petrol and diesel prices were amongst the lowest in the world. What was the impact of that? The impact is, if you compare a BJP-ruled state and a non-BJP-ruled state, at that point of time, Lucknow and Bangalore, a difference of rupees 5.37 per litre. And nobody fills a tank with just 1 litre. You fill it with 30 or 40. You see the price impact there. Similarly, Guwahati and Kolkata, Panaji and Amravati, Lucknow and Amravati, this is diesel. So these are self-explanatory. Please move on. I just want to come back to the slide where, I'll come to the neighborhood in a minute. Come to the slide which shows that the domestic situation, what we were able to, not this one, yeah, no, this is the next one, the good corporate citizens. Now, when you reduce excise duty and your revenue foregone is something to the tune of more than 2 lakh crores, somebody has to take the hit. Government is foregoing revenue. You want to ensure availability and affordability at the retail point. So what happens? Our OMCs, or oil marketing companies, played the role of good corporate citizens. They could have said, we are answerable to our shareholder, we are answerable to our boards, and we will not. No, they came forward and said, we will maintain the price line, which meant that they took under recoveries both in petrol and diesel. Yes, they incurred losses. Yes, they incurred losses. In the case of gas, I think they incurred a loss of 28,000 crores. When the situation improved, we stepped in, told the finance ministry, got government approval to reimburse them about 22,000 crores out of the 28,000 they had lost. They didn't crib, they went along. On petrol, I think they lost about 30,000 crores. And, you know, we said, no, you said marketing decision, etc. But he said, we'll help you. We'll help you because we will provide you equity so that, you know, your revenues are sustained. So that operational profitability. Now, I just want to tell you one story. He is fast forwarded because I think, you know, when I became petroleum and natural gas minister, actually I should be called the energy transition minister, but I don't know. Let's leave it at a terminology. BPCL was up for what you call disinvestment. That's when I have heard the word divestment. Also, I have my learned friends that tell you we also use the word privatization, etc. And I think what that tells you, BPCL has achieved 75% of the anticipated disinvestment proceeds with a mere 9 months of a single year. In other words, if you were to sell it at 30,000 crores or something, the profit in the first one, profit after tax, is nearly 22,500 crores in 9 months. See the change. Now somebody tells me, asks me, people are very happy. They want to think, oh, the market ke karan hua. Show them the slide, the market slide also. So when I'm asked, and I have no humility in pointing this out because the credit goes to these guys, saying, yeah, the market has risen, that's what they have risen. Hey, wait a minute. Market has risen where? 39%. Whereas BPCL risen 43%, GAIL 70%, HPCL 72%, ONGC 125%, IOCL 153%, EIL 189%, and Oil India 215%. So other than the market, somebody must have done something right. And I tell you, I am very happy. I'm very happy to say I had nothing to do with it. But at least the oil marketing companies give them credit. So when I use the word, when I use the word good corporate citizen, that is what good corporate citizenry is all about, with a helpful secretary and a helpful minister. Let's go forward. Now, biofuels, I'll skip. Two decisions which we took, I think, bear some mention. One is that the previous period, by the previous period, in calendars you have before Christ, and I'm not going into that. I'm not going into that. One thing that Modi ji's government has been characterized by is absolutely bold decision making. Let me give it to you in a nutshell. Total amount of sedimentary basin we have is about 3.5 million square kilometers. When I became minister, I said, hey, what's the point of having a sedimentary basin if you can't get to the sediment in the basin? Sorry, I just play with words. Now, what we did was, thanks to the Prime Minister and very bold decision making, 1 million square kilometers of that sedimentary basin, which was a no-go area, has been opened up for investment. And what you're seeing today as a result is that new finds there. Now you'll see the story unfold. So that's the one. Recently, I was with the previous one. I was with the Prime Minister in Begusarai, and this last one was one of the projects there, because 35 kilometers, I think, off the coast of Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh, we found oil, which was found earlier, and that, what is it called, an FPSU? It was ready, the fully loaded ship was ready to take off. Now, it had been loaded, we were waiting for the Prime Minister to have an event, and he flagged it off. Now, what I want you to note is, at a time when we've got massive import dependence, this facility will produce 40 to 50,000 barrels of oil in a day, as early as the next 2 months. It will also produce gas from there. So, this is going to increase our domestic production by 7%, just this facility. Now I want to go to biofuels. I've already done, but I just want to give you one comment. What does SAF mean? SAF means Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Now, as you know, some time ago, I had flagged a flight from Pune to Delhi, I think it was Air Asia, which used 1% sustainable aviation fuel. The world itself knows that as we go forward, not only because of ICAO in the International Civil Aviation Organization, but otherwise, we will have to go into sustainable aviation fuel. But if the European Union mandates a 5% blend, which it is likely to do, there are only 2 countries in the world, I submit, where sustainable aviation fuel in that quantity can be produced. One is Brazil and the other is India. So I went to Pune. It was 30 degrees Celsius, and I'd come back from minus 18 degrees in Davos the previous day. So the climate change impact apart, I went to a place where they actually inaugurated a sustainable aviation fuel pilot project. I've given you a flavor of this. I want to now go to green hydrogen for a minute. You don't have green hydrogen here? You do. Now, why do I always go on saying that green hydrogen is the fuel of the future? Two reasons. Because green hydrogen typically requires an ability to produce clean, green solar energy at competitive prices, and it requires electrolyzers. We have demonstrated that you can bring down the cost of clean solar energy from 25 cents a unit to 3 cents a unit. Then you need an electrolyzer. I'm going to fast forward this. During the India Energy Week in Bengaluru in February, the Honorable Prime Minister visited a stall put up by BPCL where a domestically produced electrolyzer was available, which cost 30% less than any imported ones. This is the kind of innovation which is taking place in our country. Gas, I want to come to a previous slide where we'll talk about gas. Now, one of the, let me simplify this. There are two kinds of gas that we are dealing with here. I know there are many other kinds of gases, but they're outside our purview this afternoon. The two I'm dealing with is the gas, liquefied petroleum gas, which comes in a cylinder, which is made kache tel se, crude oil. And then there is the natural gas. LPG is one thing we have had. It started in the 50s. Today, 60 years later, in 2014, we only had 14 crore cylinders connections in the country. Today, the Prime Minister's policies have led that 14 crores to become 32 crores. We introduced an Ujjwala scheme for our economically weaker sections, and we've already done more than 10 crore connections under Ujjwala. So that is affordable cooking gas, so that our sisters go away from, fossil fuels, from coal, wet wood, etc., kerosene in the kitchen. But you also have natural gas. What used to happen is that their earlier pricing, that slide with the floor, we used to base it on 4 hubs. And there used to be a 1-year time lag between the determination and the price. So we stopped that immediately, put in a 15-day period, removed the hubs, tied it to the Indian crude basket, introduced a floor and a ceiling. And today, suddenly, the natural gas prices are down. This is the kind of innovation that the Modi... See, when we talk of Modi ka parivar, it is ultimately that parivar which is the beneficiary of this thing. I mean, to some of my King Kong friends developing the highly successful people, gas prices probably will not matter. But believe me, to the common man, it did. When he went for the Ayodhya Ram temple consecration, he visited the home of a beneficiary of Ujjwala, Meera Manji. And this was a household which had been a beneficiary of some scheme. They got Ujjwala on then, and also some of the other scheme. That is where it matters the most. Okay, fast forward now. I think I'll need to... Next. I want to come for a minute to some of these. Compressed biogas, we are making very impressive strides. I think I'm going tomorrow for an inauguration of a plant in Gorakhpur. My oil marketing companies, we are very proud of them. 100 plants they're setting up in UP itself. Another 100 are already set up, but we have to scale this up. Because compressed biogas is something that we have available in plenty. It's only a question of operationalizing those plants. Electric vehicles, I don't need to tell you, it's a story open in every press. Every manufacturer is bringing in newer models of electric vehicles. The debate is whether it's electric vehicles with fossil fuels or electric vehicles with ethanol. My view is give it a little time, it'll be electric vehicles with ethanol. Fossil fuels, I've already told you, net zero, I'll come in a minute. I want to spend a minute on the Global Biofuels Alliance. Today, if there is any form of clean energy which lends itself to implementation on a large scale, I think it's global biofuels. I have an industry in Pune, which has an industry group, which has already set up 1,000 biofuels plants in 100 countries. And all the biofuels plants running in our country, including the 2G one, are indigenous manufacture. except the 3G one, which uses waste gases from a refinery in order to be able to this thing. That is an American technology, but all the rest is domestic. So I was telling my friend who's now dealing with climate change, etc., that actually that is the place to go to. Countries in Africa, Latin America, they should emulate the example of countries like Brazil, which have great successes in biofuels. And I think biofuels, the story has just started. When we go into sustainable aviation fuels, we'll go through. But just a word on green hydrogen, because I skipped it. Why will green hydrogen succeed in India? Because you need an environment where there is local demand, local production, and local consumption. And India satisfies that along with countries like China and the United States. Fast forward. Well, I think it's pretty clear that our rate of energy consumption is about 3 times the global average, which is a sign that the economy is firing on all 6 cylinders, which is also a sign that the economy, you know, when energy consumption reduces, you are sure that something is going wrong. That's the case of the world's second largest economy, where there's suddenly plateauing demand or reduction of demand. And finally, how much money do you need? Well, we are taking the mix of gas in our energy mix from 6% to 15%. It will require something like $66 billion in the next 5 years or less, and believe me, it's happening. And we set up an India Energy Week, which we had the 2nd edition in Goa. A standalone campus is being created there. It'll be one of the world's best conference tourism sites. It's a 250-acre plot. This year we only used 18,000 square meters. Next one, which we have after the next one is in Delhi, the one after that in 26 will be I think something like 75,000. It's already a global event and it's going to grow bigger as we go along. Okay? We will become the refining hub of the world. Why? We've already got 252 million metric tons per annum. We are taking it to 310 metric tons per annum soon, and the Prime Minister talks about 450. I've always been advised to slow down. Will you reach so many of refineries? Yes, we will. Because I think all the world's refineries will not be operational. There'll just be 3 or 4 refining hubs in the world, and India will be one of them. Next is thank you very much.
Minister Puri, good afternoon this side. When Minister Ashwini Vaishnav was making that presentation, I thought not many TED-talking ministers in the world, but it seems all of them are in the Council of Ministers of the country, you know. Fantastic Goldilocks moment for Indian economy, and some of which you captured in the presentation. I have a political question. I'm a political journalist.
I would be surprised that working with my college friend Arnab and a channel like Republic, that you would confine yourself to energy. The questions have to be political.
Yeah, I mean...
but energy is political also.
It's absolutely
Just
political.
imagine if prices had gone up and availability had not been there, what kind of politics the opposition would have subjected us to.
But it's so fantastic. That's why I'm trying to focus on politics, because somehow, it's my reading, maybe many might agree here, it's sort of getting boring because it's so one-sided. Your 2 predictions for the 2024 general elections, because we thought that it's getting a little boring because it's so one-sided.
So basically, for those of you who didn't hear him totally clear, he's asking me to make a prediction for the 2024 election. I'll tell you something. Anyone who watches my social media feed or what I've been saying, I start by saying I'm not a soothsayer, I'm not an astrologer, but I have a reasonable and long-standing experience in predicting elections, and I don't predict them out of a crystal ball. I predict them on the basis of what I see on the ground. In 2014, I had said that the BJP under Mr. Modi will get an absolute majority after many years. Came true. In 2019, I had predicted that we will cross the 300 mark, and we did. We reached 303. Before I make a prediction, let me say something that I have seen on the ground. The real story in the 2024 elections is the complete change narrative and the groundswell that I'm seeing in parts of the country which you normally do not associate with the BJP. I mentioned the southern states. I see the vote share of the BJP going up considerably there. And I see the situation in West Bengal. These are 2 pointers I would suggest to anyone wanting to make a political prediction, because we can come to the predictions later. What is my view? I think in West Bengal, I took a press conference on that yesterday, I think the women voters, after they've been subjected to the kind of atrocities in Sandesh Khali, they will give an answer to the TMC from the ballot box. Point 1. Point 2, in the southern states, I spent a lot of time in places like Palakkad, other places. There's something very different happening there. I saw a report today that a former chief minister's daughter has joined the BJP. This is just a small pointer. But what I see in interaction, I've been going to a lot of events which have under 25-year-old, those who are the first-time voters. And I see a major change in response there. I did a workshop, where was it, in Bangalore. It was a workshop of BJP spokesman in training. They kind of changed the atmosphere. Exact number, I would not, I think we should wait, because an election typically has the processes consolidating about a week or 2 before that. Now we are a few days off from the election, but my prediction on the basis of the trends I'm saying, you're going to have the Honorable Prime Minister lead the country for another 10 years. You're going to have the BJP, which is already the world's largest party, also being the largest conveyor of goods and services to the common, to those who need them most, to the most vulnerable sections of society. And number 3, I think if this trend in the opposition continues, then I think a lot more people will join the BJP. Now you can ask me, is that good or bad? I frankly don't know. But I think people come to and gravitate towards a political party because they see, not only for themselves, but they see through the party an opportunity for Samaj Seva, Desh Seva. And I think Mr. Modi has been able to drive one message very firmly home, that good governance is good politics. Today we are talking to people on the basis of what they've received and on the basis of what more likely is to come in the years ahead.
Thank you so much, Minister Sir, for your vision of the energy landscape for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, our change maker, the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. To reinforce the energy in the hall, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to India's space program, one would say that in post-colonial India, it's the most powerful example of India's modernity, statehood, as well as national prestige. And as far as Bharat next decade is concerned, this is the very domain, I would say, that has achieved excellence. They've set a new bar altogether with a moon mission, and also you have the space station. So today, undoubtedly, at the helm of affairs is a man who has an extraordinary story of resilience, hope, and triumph over adversity. Mr. Somnath, thank you very much for joining us and taking out the time. Let me straight away begin by asking you, Bharat next decade. I think so this question suits the most to ISRO because the lineup that you have is extremely exciting for every Indian today. What is it that we are really looking at?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Without talking too much about the initial comments, then I would like to straight to tell you, if you look at the India in the next decade, I see it as a tech-savvy nation. Its future determined by the application of technology in different domains of our life. and then making an impact in the society, especially with the technology in the domains of digital engagement, space, agriculture, then the critical technologies that decides our future, which includes the artificial intelligence, the genomics, the material sciences, the electronics revolution, and all of this put together. So if I look at the application of space sector in all of them, I think the space sector has been one torchbearer in showcasing an example to this country that it is possible for India to make his own path, her own path in the domain of space technology, to do it in different manner than that others did. I think all of you know the history of our space air domain has been different from other nations. Where the many other powerful nations started the space program by developing the arsenal in their stock and slowly moving to the launch vehicles, the satellites, and the applications. And we went in a different direction, bringing about applications first and then creating the capability for launching and deploying them later. And similar example has been seen in the missions like Chandrayaan-3. We were able to engineer a mission with very, very low budget, I must say, not really an approach which is very, very innovative, using a launch vehicle capability which is just available there for you to do the mission, and then the mission strategy and planning to reach you up to the moon and land it very, very carefully, where others have difficulties during this time frame. So it showcased the capability within India to do such missions. So what I foresee in the next decade is that we should be able to develop an ecosystem of technology implementation for the life of every Indian citizen in a manner that other country has not yet done.
Mr. Somnath, there are few images that every Indian, perhaps in this room, will never forget. Images of rockets being brought on a bicycle. Then you have had bullock carts that were used to move around. And of course, every Indian was aggrieved when there was this cartoon that was put out by the Western media, that elite club. I would say, and every Indian in this room would say, that today ISRO has smashed the door of that elite club. And if it is possible, it's because of you and your team. So I want to ask you today, take the opportunity of asking, what is it that you would tell those who try to demean Indians, and how has the journey been? The journey, I would say, is fantastic, but we want to hear it from you. What's been the journey for you and your team?
See, for people like us in the space domain, the technology domain, I think those narratives were entirely different. I think those cartoons that you are referring to are in another sector of the society, section of the society. We don't understand each other, I must tell you. We people in the space, we have been talking to all the power players in this domain, the Russians, the Americans, the Europeans. And possibly you may know that Sarabhai, when he started the whole space program in 60s, we were nowhere. We were just launching small rockets. But he was able to influence the Russians, the Americans, and the French and bring the rockets during the ages of the Cold War to India and then make a launch from here. The rockets came from the US, the computer came from Russia, the infrastructure for that came from France, and we were able to integrate all of that and then make a launch. So that's the power of that he displayed at that point in time. And we continue to do the same. Even today, they respect us very well. And though those ridiculing that is happening in some other sector of the society, I think let us not worry too much about it. Those who understand the domain respect each other. And there is great amount of respect even during the times of Chandrayaan-3 from NASA, from the Europeans, from the Russians. And they have been calling and telling us, and they have been sending us congratulatory letters for the accomplishment that we have. So we always had a very high level of recognition and respect from all those who have new space technology.
Talking about some of these specific projects, missions that are coming in, I think so every Indian would be very excited when the Prime Minister actually spoke about, announced the names of the 4 astronauts, and everyone wanted to know who they are, the journey it has been, because a lot of people do not know that during this entire mission, the kind of hurdles that ISRO had to face, COVID pandemic being one, Russia-Ukraine war being the other. What is it that we are really looking at, Mr. Somnath, in terms of the Gaganyaan mission? Because everyone would want to know about it.
I must tell you that the Gaganyaan program is something quite different from a typical rocket launching and putting a satellite in orbit. So we are dealing with human beings now. and the complex nature of dealing with human beings in a mission like a space mission is still being understood by us, I must admit. Though that we are very, very encouraged to work on human space program, but we started. We are hoping that we will be in a position to acquire certain amount of technology from people from other nations who have this technology. But then it was not forthcoming in the way we expected, I must admit at this moment. And we thought that we will be in a position to get elements like the environmental and life support system, which handles the oxygen supply, the water supply, the temperature control, and many other parameters that you control for the comfort of the astronaut inside. And the whole technology is not forthcoming. And we were asked now to develop our own environmental life support system. And there are many elements like this. The spacesuit, the crew escape system, the computer system which will find out whether there is an anomaly going to happen in the rocket and then take an action for aborting them. Training, simulators, the medical capability that we have to understand the physical, the physiological and the psychological aspect of an astronaut and select them and manage them. I think all these skill sets we were not having, I must admit. And we thought that we can always go there and get help from many, many people. And of course, they are helping. But many of those help will come at a cost and at a time they decide. I think that doesn't go with us, our schedule. So our original schedule of meeting the goal of having the human space mission is affected definitely by the availability of this knowledge. So we decided that anyway, the time is lost because of the COVID. Of course, COVID created a little bit of disruption in terms of manufacturing, getting many of the materials. We have to buy quite a bit of complex electronics parts and many other materials from the foreign sources, and they were not forthcoming. And some of them we had to do it our own way of doing things. So now we have reset the timeline for the first launch of the crewed mission to 2025 end. And this year we are trying to complete all the development activities of all those systems which I just mentioned. Then conduct unmanned or uncrewed missions, at least 2 of them, or maybe 1 more. Then also demonstrate the abort scenarios, which one of them which we are just down. Then also do hundreds of similar tests in this year and early next year to give the confidence to have the crewed mission by the end of 2025. So I must tell you at this moment that it's a really challenging enterprise. First of all, we have no experience of sending human beings to space till now. And we are talking to those people who are in this domain, like our Rakesh Sharma, who had the fortune to travel in one of the mission. And he is one who gives us a lot of information from his perspective of understanding. But there is different layers of understanding. I must tell you that an astronaut layer of understanding, a technocrat's level of understanding, a certification or authorizing the whole system for launch, and that level of understanding, it's all differ. So we are collecting the best brains in this country, including Air Force and various institutions, to come together and help us to build this capability. And there are many countries helping us. Of course, I must tell you that France is helping us in a big manner, especially with the medical aspect of human spaceflight. The doctors who are dealing with astronauts in France came to India. They helped us in training and in creating the basis guidelines. And we are having now engagement with NASA. And they are going to take one of our astronauts in their flight in ISS, which will definitely give us some exposure to the way they handle astronauts and then prepare them before the launch. And all these are very important. So if everything goes very well, I am very sure by 2025 end, we will be able to make the launch. Of course, and we will not make the launch on 2025 if anything goes wrong in the travel towards that point. Like encountering failures, encountering serious design deficiencies. We will have to reset the timeline, of course, because life is very, very important and we don't want to take the risk of causing any injury to any of our astronauts.
So we are looking at a manned mission by 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I think so that's the big news now coming in. And I think so at the hands of Mr. Somnath, I would say, there was a point in time when the International Space Station, to get a part of it, or to be a part of the International Space Station, India was jostling for it. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has already announced that we are looking forward to our own International Space Station. Nothing can be more bigger than this. So why not a little bit about the space station that India is looking forward to and the Atmanirbhar concept to it. I think so, nothing more. No other sector has achieved as much as the Prime Minister would say, Atmanirbharta, as much as it's happening in ISRO.
See, I must tell you that after the Chandrayaan-3 successful landing, our Honorable Prime Minister took a review of our program and he was very, very happy with the type of accomplishment that we have in terms of mastering the technology required for soft landing on the moon. And his confidence on us has been so high that he said, so let's have a plan for next 25 years on what you really want to do in the space sector. We have been continuing to build our communication satellites, remote sensing satellite, and various applications, delivery. I think this will continue. That's a regular type of work which is required to be done. But there must be a very, very inspiring, with a and type of program that is more visionary in nature. So this is the first time in the history of ISRO a 25-year-long roadmap has been developed by the advice of our Honorable Prime Minister. And this is, it has four key elements. First thing is, the human spaceflight program, which we call Gaganyaan, is going to continue. It's not going to be a one-time event. There is no point in sending an Indian to space and show that, yeah, we have achieved something majestic. But it must really deliver something back. No, we see that access to space by human beings are so crucial for various technology elements. For example, we look at material science, we look at drug discovery, you look at additive manufacturing in humans or organs, or if you want to look at biogenomics domain, microgravity experiments become very, very important. And this requires human beings to be present to organize experiments and do measurements and bring back those samples in a healthy condition for us to analyze in the ground and then give some outcome. So there is hundreds of such experiments taking place in the International Space Station today from various countries. Unfortunately, in India, this domain is still to catch up, and I believe it will really happen. So the goal of the Bharati Antariksha Station is to connect the human spaceflight program and the demand for new technologies that will come out of the microgravity experiments. And once you have a space station like that, it should be possible for us to send Indian scientists up there and conduct experiments to serve those sectors of the industry. So we believe it's not just going to show that we have an international station like others, but to deliver an economic benefit out of it. The second element is to continue the scientific exploration that we have been doing so far. That's the Chandrayaan series, we did the Mangalyaan, we did the AstroSat. So these are low-cost scientific experiments that we have been able to do and really bring out substantial scientific outcome. So we are now thinking about a series of missions to Moon, because Moon is a new area where it's emerging in every sector, and the new Moon economy is now taking shape all around. And we don't want to be left behind. So this is the second domain of it. The third is the human access to Moon and make an Indian land on the Moon. And it is an iconic element of the whole of this vision. Why we say it's not just landing a person on the Moon. Taking him up to there requires so many technologies need to be developed. For example, our launcher capacity must substantially increase. Today we have only 4 tons to GTO capability. It's not enough. We need to have something like 30, 40 tons of mass lifting to a low Earth orbit capability if you really want to send a human being to Moon. And once you do that, once you create that capability, your space station building will automatically happen. Let's understand the connection between these two. So the human access to Moon, the higher payload capability, building space station, scientific discovery and exploring other planets like Moon, Mars, Venus, etc. They are all connected in a manner which will improve the technical capability of space sector, which will improve the economic benefit out of it. It will also give opportunity for industries to work in this sector and to have an economic activity in and around the space sector. So this is all connected in a manner that the overall space sector, which is now opened up after the 2020 announcement of the opening of the space sector, will really bring in a lot of activity in this sector.
Since you talk about opening up the space sector also, and the kind of presence that we currently have, there was an argument, Mr. Somnath, that if we are opening it up, FDI, in the space sector, then you're essentially looking at more control from the foreign players. Is that a cause of concern, or would you say that this is pure fear-mongering that was essentially done?
This comes out of the non-understanding of the economics of space activity. See, today the overall space economy is sized approximately $500 billion US. Out of that, almost 70% of the business or the financial activity that is taking place is around the applications, or is around the hardware that are required for the ground operations, connectivity, network, and various other things. Around 15% is for building satellites, and rest is for only rockets and launch vehicles. So the overall economy is driven by application rather than the high-end sort, where the investment is very high, the return of investment is low. The rocket building and launching is not a very profitable business if you are not very good at like SpaceX. The satellite building and launching is the next profitable opportunity, but the bigger profitable venture is in terms of applications. For example, image processing and using communication services, navigation and timing services, weather-related services, etc. So if you really look at these sectors, these three sectors, the launching sector, the satellite sector, the application sector. So in the FDI, what we have done is the application sector is now 100% automatic. That means whoever wish to invest in the application sector are welcome to India and then create their capability. So what really means is that in India and in around India, there is so much of markets available to create the possibilities of applications and then generate the activities around it. So when you create an economic activity around the applications, naturally the demand for satellites will increase. And now in the satellite sector, we are not allowing FDI to come automatically up to 100%. So that is regulated. It's only up to 74%. So now the activities on satellites increases, then naturally the demand for launches will increase. And the launcher side, the FDI is limited to only 49%. So the foreign players cannot directly come in and then build rockets here. It's possible only by government route only, where we do the due diligence on who is coming and who are going to be the players. So we have demarcated the sectors very clearly, the launcher sector, the satellite sector, and application sector, and the FDI bounds have been put appropriately so that our interests as a nation are not compromised.
I also want to take the opportunity of asking you about Chandrayaan-3, because Chandrayaan-1 threw up the possibility of ice molecules. What is it that the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan-3? Mr. Somnath, we do have a habit of getting some breaking news. I'm hoping that you would be able to share with us what the world does not know about the findings of Chandrayaan-3.
See, on the Chandrayaan-3, our target was to land on the southern side of the moon, very closer to the pole. And everybody is interested in the south pole of the moon. I think all of you know why it is so, because that area is not well sunlit, and there is 14 days of day and 15 days of night there. So because of that, the structure of the moon is well preserved there, unlike the equator domain where there is better sunlight, and then the possibility of measuring and finding water, minerals, and many other things are much better off in the southern pole than in the equator. So when we went there and did the measurements using the 5 of our instruments, there were many interesting findings. I think the most surprising things are to be kept as a surprise because it's to be done. It is to be done by the scientists, not by me, because there is a set of moon scientists working on this data, and they have some observations, of course, I must tell you, but they have to corroborate with the other findings. There are experiments which are done on the ground and the measurements coming from there. For example, one of the important finding was that there will be huge amount of dust there. But when we went there, we found there is no dust like what we expected to happen in the equator. And you would have seen the rover moving around, and then the clumps of materials were coming out, not in the form of dust. Then there must be a surprising question, why there is no dust there, and why dust was seen in the Apollo landing. I think you all know that we have seen those videos of other landings. There was enough dust, but there is no dust there. The presence of water, which is much more abundant than the equator, or something else that is happening there. We also found that the atmosphere of the moon at that time, though you know that there is no atmosphere there, but there is an electron and a charged particle atmosphere. It's much different from that we expected. So there are surprising things, but for time being, let me not disclose, because it has to come in a peer-reviewed journal, and normally in scientific domain, it's not just announced like a chairman coming and telling you there is something surprising here. So we go through a process of peer review, and people in that domain should certify that what you are speaking is true. And once that is done, we will definitely announce.
I'll do grave injustice if I let you go without telling the audience a few things that we generally never know about you. One, the hardship, ladies and gentlemen, that they've all gone through, not just you, I'm sure a lot of people in your team have gone through, but perhaps your story highlights that. There was a point in time, ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. Somnath was hitching a ride all the way to go to Sriharikota, taking the same train, I'm told, and also the fact that living in one tiny lodge room during his engineering days so that he would be able to cut cost and be able to complete his studies, gave up his dream of being part of the IIT. So these are some stories, and he's a great cartoonist and also a singer. I want to ask you this final question. Young minds, and that is what fuels billions of dreams of India, of Bharat. What is it that you would tell the young minds here and to the nation?
My finding about meeting young people all around this country, I have been going to schools, especially the schools from villages, wherever I am getting some time to interact. I find very, very active minds. They are not only in those Tier 1 cities or Tier 2 cities, they are everywhere in this country. The only thing that they don't get opportunity to find out what is there in this world. What are the possibilities that each one can dream about? If you can give an element of dream, a possibility of dream in their minds, I think they will work through and then find out their way. The task that we have is today for those people who have had a fortune to expose themselves to the new world emerging in front of them, is to share that with those people who are not having an access to that. Of course, the communication revolution has made the change that now many people are able to see that much better than those in our times. But still, I find the dreaming possibilities are limited by the exposure that young people are not having in those villages and those localities where that type of access is very limited. I want to tell you that when I was a student, I have not seen anybody, a higher official in my life, in the whole of the school life, other than a school teacher. I have not seen an engineer in my life when I was a student. I saw an engineer much later when I went to a city. So that should not happen to the new generation. They must see the emerging India. And you must find way to communicate with them and show them there is so much a possibility for any young fellow in this world, girl or boy, to aspire for. If they are good at it, if you are good at studies, good at entrepreneurship, there must be a possibility for him to grow in life. I think this is something that we must show. And I'm very happy the Chandrayaan 3 has shown this example to the Indians. I think if I go to a village, I think they know about it, quite a bit of them. And they are inspired by our work. And they think that it is possible for Indians to do that. And I tell them, hey, look at this Chandrayaan 3. It's done by Indians. It's not a borrowed technology. We have done it all by ourselves in India. And this gives them a great confidence. And I have a photo of a small girl which I met just last week in a school. She was clinging to me and she's telling me, I want to be the first woman who will go to moon when you will land on the moon on 2040. And somehow you make it possible for me. You know, she's telling me that. And this is a great thing to happen. And if you can inspire people, I think their life will change. And my life changed because I got inspired by people like that. So let us give it back to them.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Every time that I speak to Mr. Somnath, he always says, the credit does not go to me individually. It goes to the entire team ISRO. So through you, sir, on behalf of everyone and on behalf of Republic Media Network, I would say salute to every scientist of ISRO for doing what you have done and for making Bharat extremely proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. And I think the ISRO is now being looked upon as a torchbearer of the technology prowess that India is having. I think the work that is well laid out for the next 25 years is really challenging for us. And I wish all the very best for the team ISRO. And your blessings are very much needed for the task that is laid in front of us. And we are not going to rest until we achieve some bigger milestone that we achieved till now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
It's a real honor to be on the same stage with Mr. K.V. Kamath. Not only he is one of the major architects of India's financial system, but he is someone who has actually seen the entire economy of India boom over the last couple of decades. Welcome, sir, to the Republic Summit. So there has been never a better time to discuss the Indian economy. The Q3 GDP figures are stunning. Despite the global, turmoil, how is it that India is doing everything right? What are the factors driving our story?
Thank you for having me here today. That's a very interesting question because it has surprised everybody who has observed economic development that you have turmoil in the developed countries, whereas we have bucked the trend. And of course, there's turmoil in other developing countries too. I think this is primarily because of resolute action by A, the government, and B, the regulators, who have played an important role in guiding this whole transition through the challenges. First COVID, and then we have had the situation in Europe. And I think we have, and it has taught us something, that we in a way can get disconnected from what is happening in the West and drive our own agenda. Again, to paraphrase what the Honorable Prime Minister says, Atmanirbharta. I think Atmanirbharta is a core component of why we have done as well as we have done to the crisis. I'll give a data point. I think COVID was a crisis everywhere, but we came out of COVID with probably 25% better productivity at our manufacturing level than we ever had. So I think Indian industry, Indian entrepreneurs, the Indian spirit learned to manage change. And I think we have now, we will not let it go.
Right. So the theme of today's summit is Bharat, the next decade. We see the growth map for India charted out pretty well. But what are the factors beyond CapEx which can actually put force behind this growth?
I think there's a combination of several things that is required to drive this whole thing. And A, primarily there is, I would say, talent. People need to get together to drive progress. And of course, CapEx follows. And the people equation, as I see, is, let me just fix this. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem.
The people equation, as I was saying, is the key to growth, apart from the CapEx that you mentioned. And there are a whole lot of drivers that we never imagined would propel us. And I would add, digital is the third key to our CapEx in hard infrastructure, CapEx in manufacturing, digital India, and talent. I think these, put together will drive us forward. Just to put it in context, on the manufacturing front, the large industries now, by and large, can meet their growth aspirations through internal cash generation. That is cash that the company throws up every year. It was not so just 20 years back. 20 years back, they said, we'll put up 1, 2 will come as debt. No longer. They say that we can put up the entire investment. Infrastructure is where I think most effort is now being put, and government leads. And government has been leading, for example, in the road sector. It's entirely government-led. In the rail sector, entirely government-led. But then as you go along to other sectors, let's say telecom, private sector is leading. Ports, airports, private sector is leading. Power, again, government and private sector is leading. Green energy, again, I would say joint efforts by government and this. So there is very interesting play that is happening in terms of sectors that need government support or getting government support and government push. Other sectors are encouraged to be driven by private sector. And then comes digital, which we have actually not counted so far. My assessment is that at this point in time, probably digital is contributing 8 to 10% of our GDP. In a full, I would say, developed stage, in that stage, given what heard the honorable ministers say, I think probably is 5 years away. A full digital force in India, that should contribute between 20 to 30% to the GDP, not of the GDP, to the GDP. Now you're looking at the last numbers, 8.4% was the number, and a lot of people are surprised, and most analysts had the number much lower. I was not surprised. I was expecting that number. And my own assessment is that the base is now going to be reset. So 8.5% is now going to be the base level of growth. And to that, I would add that 20-25% that will come from digital India. It's all its avatars as it well. Everything, not just digital finance, but the entire digital spectrum. And if you add that 20-25% to 8.5%, you are well into double digits. Now you are well into double digits, the Viksit Bharat dream comes true, because you are compounding every 7 years then in terms of your GDP. So 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16 in 2 turns, just 2 turns. And you are then into a different orbit, as it were. So I'm extremely bullish that what we have seen so far is not a flash in the pan. A lot of steps have been taken. Industries have become much more efficient, much more productive, and now they have the full support of the government. Interest rates have been kept, I would say, at a very nominal level or attractive level, and you have got a growth runway. Because there is so much to be built in India, that the 25-year runway, which was first, again, in a way, identified and articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister, appears absolutely something that is doable. You look around and we can see there is enough effort we need to put in for next 25 years. Because a lot of growth stories die down or peter away because there is nothing to invest on. But we will have a very long runway to invest on. So I would think that we are on the absolutely right track, and we should progress on this track for the foreseeable future.
So while we are very bullish on this entire digital story of India, we have recently been, witnessing some negativities emerging out of this because of lack of regulation, the entire fintech industry, which has tremendous potential. But what do you think, to your mind, needs to be done so that stuff like Paytm doesn't recur in this country?
I won't talk of any companies, but let me put it in the regulatory context, because we have grown through regulation, at least in my career, over 52 years, but at least last 30 years I have seen it at close quarters. I think the regulator knows the pulse. The regulator has got everything that needs to be regulated out there and is on top of the situation. Now, if we have slipped as a company, it is the regulator who will point out to us that you have slipped, and corrective action has to be taken. And this is true anywhere in the world. We are no different in terms of regulatory action. So if digital businesses find that they probably have not met the expectation of the regulator, it is for them to correct, not for the regulator to ease regulation, because regulation is out there for a good purpose, and we will have to meet it. And I think business people are smart. They will very quickly course correct, read the regulator and do what is right for their companies and for the nation. Banks have done it for all these years, so I don't think there is anything lacking in regulation. Regulation is in sync with what is happening around the world, and I think we will course correct where required.
But is there a sort of pressure on the existing banking system because of the fintechs to digitalize very fast? Because a lot of funds are being exhausted by the banks also to take to the digital route very fast.
Indeed there is pressure. In fact, if I were a CEO of a bank today, I would be scared. I would be scared at the pace of change that is happening. Let's not make it into a long this one. Let's take just one piece. Banks made their money on what we called payment transactions. Because in the payment transaction, you had a float. The float, you didn't pay interest. And that was a large part of what you lent, and that earned you returns. So that float has virtually vanished. Because with the UPI and the payment systems that we have today, it is straight through. So the bank doesn't have a float. So there is disruption in one key area of banking. And of course, then you will look out for what are the other key areas. For example, just one more area, lending. Lending to the retail public. Again, what the Honorable Minister put out earlier today, just 2 sessions back, where he said that common street vendor now gets funding, all through a digital platform. So again, the retail side of the business is, I would think today, in the hands of digital players. So if the banks don't correct on these two, one, you don't correct on your payment architecture, and B, you don't correct on your retail lending architecture, you are then left with possibly only the corporate. But the corporate also is going to go to the capital market. So banks could be under threat unless they reinvent themselves. But I'm sure they will.
So the biggest story out of India's financial markets, it's recently hit the 4th level globally. But what is this good news for the banks? Because again, people would want to invest more in the markets, so there will be less savings. What is your take on that?
No, I think savings can be in several ways. Savings could be through a bank account. So the bank deposits, savings could be through a mutual fund account. And savings could be through long-term savings, through your pension and or your insurance that you put in. So, and all these are holistically required, in a holistic way, required for a country to grow. You can't just have bank deposits, because the nature of bank deposits is short-term. Short-term doesn't really lend itself to, funding long-term projects. So you have a basic conflict. So to lend long-term projects, you require long-term funding, and that comes from pension and insurance and the mutual fund route via the equity and so on. And that's now happening. And that's growing at actually at a pace faster than banks. So this is again a shift that is happening, which is good for the country, because you'll get the type of funds that you require for growth, and not just end up having short-term funds which when you lend for long term creates an imbalance, as it were, or in banking parlance we call it an ALM mismatch. So I think things are happening in a very holistic way now, and which again gives me confidence that 8% plus growth plus is digital should be achievable.
So artificial intelligence is a huge buzzword worldwide, but for the banking system, it's a mix of good and bad, because just as a lot of the banking work and interfaces are going to be automated, I believe there will be also job erosions. How is our Indian banking system adapting to AI?
It's an interesting question, because I thought the same thing 25 years back. So we built a lot of back offices because you said the branch is not going to do the work, the back offices will do the work. And within 5 years, the branch didn't do the work. We thought the back office would do the work. The back office didn't do the work. It became straight through. Because when you transacted your, what you transacted hit your account, and then basically the account got squared up. So you did not need a back office to do the work for you. So this is natural progression. And in all this, the banking employment has not stopped, has not come down. It's only increasing. Banking attrition has not stopped. It is now 20-25%. So you need more people as you go along. And when we imagine in India today, which is a 4 trillion economy, and just imagine it at 8 trillion, your banking needs are not going to double. They're going to probably triple. And then you take one more turn from 8 to 16, you can imagine the sort of change that's required. And the change is not linear. This is just doubling of GDP, but the actual requirement of effort in terms of banking, in terms of technology, people, is probably going to be 3x at each turn. So I think there's going to be a huge driver here.
So the next decade, I mean, how are Indians going to bank? Because, is it entirely going to be a digital experience? How are we going to become financially inclusive through the digital play?
I think it's going to be almost entirely digital. I can't see anybody going into a branch to withdraw money anymore. It will be a digital experience. I would dare say that you will not even go to an ATM to withdraw money. We talk of 5 to 7 years from now. Your wallet is your phone is your instrument for transaction. And it is not just banking. The entire financial services play is going to be on this. Whether it's your mutual fund, whether it is your insurance, or whether it's your pension, everything will be in your... and today, actually, you can open a bank account in less than 5 minutes with just your device. You don't need to go into a bank. So who would want to go into a branch? So some of the, I would say, challenges that are there with digital, I think in the next 1 year will be eased out to make everybody comfortable to use digital. So I see a digital India going future.
Mr. KV Kamath is open to one question from Mr. Pai. He has a request for you. So if you can take that question, sir.
This is a question for you. Do you think in the next 5 years, we will have enough surplus and abundance of capital in this country for investments, for all sort of businesses?
Vaughan, that's again a great question. Answer is yes. The answer is yes, because you today have clean balance sheets. Corporates have clean balance sheets. The top 150 corporates have no debt in this country. Banks have clean balance sheets. Nowhere in the world, I'll repeat it, nowhere in the world today do you have banks with as clean balance sheets as we. NPAs less than 0.5% and capital adequacy of 17 to 18%. Nowhere. I don't see a shortage, particularly when we grow at 8% plus.
So artificial intelligence, digital India, very good news for the Indian economy, and we are doing a couple of things right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. KV Kamath.
Thank you. Thank you.
Teenage years, having risen from the grassroots, he continues to serve the Lok Seva Bhavan in Guwahati today. He's the architect of NDA's deep penetration in the Northeast as head of NEDA, which in many ways is seen as a game changer. He has injected nationalism in Assam politics, which before him focused on regional Ahom pride. Shri Himanta Biswa Sarma has ensured that people have struck a balance between the two. He's been bold about his decision-making and vocal about his reforms. He's ruffled the feathers of his opponents, and he has strengthened the bridge of trust between the state and the people. Ladies and gentlemen, the straight shooter of the next decade, Shri Himanta Biswa Sarma.
कि असम में मैं बाल विवाह होने नहीं दूंगा। और हम लोग कहता है, और ये हम लोग कहता है, जब तक हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा जिंदा है तब तक ये असम में नहीं होगा। ये आप सुन लीजिए।
One segment of the entire UCC, that is polygamy. So in Assam, we want to ban polygamy.
तो ये यूसीसी मेरा समस्या नहीं है, ये मुसलमान माँ और महिलाओं का समस्या है। अगर समाज में मुसलमान महिला और माँ को कोई दिन जस्टिस मिलना होगा तो ये ट्रिपल तलाक कानून का बाद यूसीसी भी होना ही पड़ेगा।
In Assam, there are two sections of people. There are section of people who support CA, and I am one of them. So I personally urge the people who oppose CA to take the matter to the Supreme Court.
Sharma, to please join our Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Arnab Goswami, for an interaction on the future of federalism.
Himanta, I must first congratulate you for being one of the rare politicians who can get a post-lunch audience of this size. It's incredible how popular and viral you've become. It's actually incredible. I mean, you know, now earlier you and I, when we spoke in Hindi, people would make fun of both of us because our Hindi is bad. Now they expect us to speak in Hindi. But Himanta, how do you handle your popularity at a national level? Wherever you go, you get crowds when you go to Andhra Pradesh, you get crowds when you go to Uttar Pradesh, and of course you get crowds when you go to Bengal.
I think my Hindi attract people.
तो हिंदी में भी बात करेंगे आज।
नहीं ठीक है
Entertainment के लिए
एकदम
But honestly, how do you handle your popularity nowadays? You're very popular, people like you. What is it?
I think this is a relative term, but ठीक है, देश अच्छा है, country is going strong, every one of us is going strong. That is more important.
Absolutely. I was talking to him earlier, and there are many, you know, Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma is more in the news for politics and for his political statements, for polygamy, uniform civil code, against child marriage, his view on modernizing madrasas and things like that, which get him into the headlines, and for constantly breaking the Congress whenever he has a weekend off. But I want to share with everyone today that, with pride, because I am from Assam, that what you have done for the economy, society, business environment, investment, and we were just talking to Devi Shetty ji outside, the health situation in Assam, it is absolutely incredible. Viewers, I'll give you one statistic. The GSDP of Assam for 2024-25, you will know the numbers better, is projected to be 6,43,089 crores, which is a growth of 13% over 2023-24. This makes Assam, in a very competitive federal landscape, one of the fastest growing economies in the country. So I think that's a huge achievement. And I am told that day after tomorrow, just outside Guwahati in Jagi Road, a 30,000 crore semiconductor investment is being made by the Tata Group in Assam. And I just turned the clock back, Himanta. You've seen Assam 10 years back. If you would mention Assam, people would say conflict, terrorism, lack of resolution, not a good place to invest. So you've changed things dramatically. Congratulations for that. Where do you see things go and how have you got here?
I think those who have visited Assam earlier and those who will visit now, they will see a complete change. Assam is one of the fastest growing economy. So far as country is concerned, I think we are in the top 3 or 4. Our GSDP growth is around, we are constantly achieving 16 to 17% every year for last 3-4 years. Economy is going up. Then Assam was known for various law and order issues, right from the days of you can start from the day of India got freedom. We had Naga movement, we had got Mizo movement, floods, emergency, language movement. But last 3 years, Assam has not witnessed even a single band agitation. Absolutely peaceful situation. Recently, I have written a letter to 600 businessmen, those who have left Assam during the peak alpha period. I wrote a letter personally to them to come back to their original home. And I wrote it, I signed it to 600 persons who left Assam at that point of time, in those traumatic period of time. So things have changed, economy is doing good, political, social situation is good. And Assam is, I can say proudly that as of now, you can consider that this is one of the best states when it comes to social harmony, law and order, political stability, economic stability. On 13th, Prime Minister is going to lay the foundation stone for the semiconductor industry, where investment will come from the Tata Group. So Assam will be the second state after Gujarat to have semiconductor industry in my state, back in my state. So those are huge things from our point of view, and I think we'll be stronger every day.
So how do you do this? Are you a likable person? Do people like you? Do you negotiate well? You seem to get your way with everything. Eventually, for example, you recently materialized a tripartite memorandum of settlement between the center, the state of Assam, and the ULFA. Now, many people felt this would not be possible. In fact, I had many members of ULFA who came to my studio. They had said, we will not surrender. We never will surrender. We will die, but we will not surrender. But while all other chief ministers failed, you managed to strike the deal. So, can you tell us about what is the art of negotiation when that happens? And why did this not happen earlier?
First of all, Assam has seen a different kind of treatment from New Delhi, post-2014. Now, people realize that whatever apprehension we had, now it is not there. There was a strong sentiment in Assam that central government exploited its natural resources, and we have been pushed to the margin. Yes. In 1972, there was an agitation in Assam when Mrs. Gandhi tried to set up a refinery in Barauni utilizing crudes from Assam. But now, day after tomorrow, Prime Minister is going to going to inaugurate a new pipeline where crude from Paradip will be pushed to Assam, and all the Assam refineries, refining capacity will be increased manifold. Now, you see the narrative. Earlier narrative is that Assam has been exploited. Now, the narrative in Assam that why center is giving so much to Assam. Many left people, Congress people are asking me in assembly, why Modi comes every year, twice in every year to Assam, why he is giving so much to Assam. Perception has changed. Now the young generation in Assam feel that not the agitation, but we should study, we should go back to college, university. And there is a great urge among the people of Assam that we should be a net contributor to the growth of the country rather than being a dependent state. We should be a contributor state to the nation growth. So the perception in Assam has completely changed, and it is all along now hopes and aspiration.
Would it be the same if Assam was not a BJP ruled state?
I think I'll not go back to the party, but this would not have been same if Narendra Modi would not have been the Prime Minister. That I can say confidently.
No, but you didn't answer my question. My question was that would things have been the same if Assam was not a BJP ruled state and Himanta Biswa Sarma would not have been in the BJP? See, Mr. Biswa Sarma, let me expand on this. Arvind Kejriwal said in February, just this last month, he said, and I'll quote him, "The BJP has waged a war against opposition ruled states. They have created an India-Pakistan situation with us." These are Kejriwal's words last month. "The center is using all the tactics to harass the opposition government." Similarly, Pinarayi Vijayan said in Kerala, and I'll quote him, "We are beginning a reunited fight that would herald the dawn of ensuring equal treatment to all the states." So we have lost a balance in center-state elections. Is that's the basic point that they're making?
Arnab, if you are going to do such a huge excise scam, then should not be a war against the Delhi government by the central government? What is the demand of Chief Minister of Kerala? Allow me to borrow money. Who will repay? So the question is that these people are accusing Prime Minister Modi because he is standing for justice, he is standing for transparency. Now, in Assam, if you come back to my state,
let's go back to Assam.
If you come back to my state, then if a Prime Minister starts visits to a remote northeastern state, which always in trouble twice a year, he starts spending his time for the development of Astalakshmi, knowing very well that there is no much dividend he has to accrue in terms of politics because we have hardly 14 seats. So even then, Prime Minister is doing for the Northeast because we are in a frontline state so far as India-China is concerned, or a bordering state, or we can be in future a good center for entire South Asian state. Assam can be a basically nucleus for our Southeast Asian outreach. So when opposition state accuse, it is more on a political arena. But you have to analyze Prime Minister from his larger vision. Is it not Delhi who has able to host the G20 summit? Prime Minister could have taken it to Gujarat also, but he has done that in Delhi. Is it not indirectly helping Kejriwal in enhancing the stature of Delhi? So what he has not done, what Prime Minister has not done for the Delhi in last 6, 7, 8 years? अगर असम में इतना करते थे हम तो कहाँ पहुँच जाते थे? So you cannot, if a chief minister spend money for his own bungalow, 50 crores, 60 crores, then that is a personal issue. That is nothing to do with the citizen of Delhi. But so far as citizen of Delhi, you can change everywhere. The Bharat Mandapam is for the people of Delhi. G20 summit was for the people of Delhi. So everywhere Delhi is doing...
Mamta says you're not releasing the funds, you're making it extremely difficult to release the funds.
I think all these are political rioting. How can you not release funds? There is a set formula. The Finance Commission give you a set formula. Every month, on 10th of every month, central government release by 11 o'clock whatever dues to us. There is a set formula that this % of the money will be devolved to the
letters of usage from BJP ruled states? Would you demand proof of usage from BJP ruled states?
Every morning.
Are you put to the same kind of scrutiny that Mamata Banerjee
There is
is?
no need of scrutiny. Every month on 10th or 11th, Nirmala Sitharaman or Ministry of Finance gives a tweets. She elaborated how much fund has been released to which state. And you will see that every states are getting money. I don't know what more money Mamata Banerjee are asking from Delhi. Whatever is due to us is religiously released on 10th morning by the government of India. Whether it is a Bengal, whether it is Assam, in one stroke, they release to all the states of the country. There is no such system in the central government that morning they will release to Assam, evening they will release to Bengal, next day they will release to Tamil Nadu. There is no such formula. Whatever we should get, we get it on 10th of every month in the early morning. I don't know what they are keeps on saying. And you call one day the opposition chief minister with us, then we'll show them that whatever you are getting, we are also getting. There is no privileges. When central government deal with the state, it has to be based on certain formula. And people are getting money according to the formula.
Himanta, I have had the privilege of knowing you personally for a long time, and I watched your career. Now, you come across, and everybody who's listening here, बड़े balanced व्यक्ति हैं, ठीक से प्लान कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रैटेजी है, असम की इकोनॉमी बढ़ रही है, मैं भी हिंदी में ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, कुछ ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक हो तो बता दीजिए।
होना चाहिए मिस्टेक थोड़ा।
मैं दिल साफ है, जबान साफ नहीं हो मगर दिल साफ है, तो मैं कहता हूँ कि लोग कहते हैं कि देखिए ये डुअल पर्सनालिटी है हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा का। Let me explain that you have a dual personality. एक तो as a chief minister, very good, very rational, thinking ahead, inviting investment, talking to the right people. You know, you're running the state very well. But when it comes to, and I'll speak directly, when it comes to the Muslim community, then people feel you are anti-Muslim. Are you anti-Muslim?
I mean,
क्या आप anti-Muslim हैं? Let me, इससे मैं घुमा फिरा के सवाल नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ।
आप देखिए,
आप इसको सोच लीजिए।
आप देखिए, I am anti OAC or anti Rahul Gandhi. But when it comes to the Muslim people, I'll request you, give me a camera and a cameraman. Let us together travel to the Muslim population in Assam, and you will see how much love and affection I have from them.
नहीं, but that is ये तो आप कह रहे हैं, but आपकी जो विचारधारा है, see, I'm not saying, I'm asking you, you don't be defensive on it.
कौन सा विचारधारा?
आपका विचारधारा जो आप जो बोलते हैं, जिस तरह से बोलते हैं आप, जिस तरह से आप बातें करते हैं,
दो शादियां नहीं करना चाहिए।
नहीं, आप बोलते हैं मदरसा बंद कर दो,
बंद करो ना,
मदरसा बंद कर दो। नहीं, हमेशा हर जगह जाके किसी और को ठेस देना और कहना मदरसा बंद कर दो। आसाम के पॉपुलेशन में कितनी परसेंटेज मुस्लिम, मोर देन 30%, आप जाके बोल रहे हैं मदरसे बंद कर दो।
आप देखिए,
मतलब आप किसी को
नहीं, आप मुस्लिम बोलने से किसको मानते हैं? मेल एंड फीमेल दोनों को मानते हैं?
मुस्लिम, हाँ जी,
मुस्लिम मेल और फीमेल दोनों को मानते हैं।
ऑब्वियसली।
तो मैं जब बोलता हूं कि भाई आप दो शादी मत कीजिए, तो मेल नाराज हो जाता है, फीमेल तो खुश हो जाते हैं ना। हमें जब जाके बोलता हूं कि आप तलाक मत करवाइए, आप सब्सिस्टेंस दीजिए, कोर्ट से जाके आप डाइवोर्स लीजिए, माँ तो खुश होता है ना। एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमारा तो जन्म माँ का कोख से ही तो हुआ है ना।
आप देखिए बात को घुमा रहे हैं, आप बात को घुमा रहे हैं।
मैं नहीं घुमाया,
तो वो
हमारा
वो कहेंगे मेरी मर्जी है। हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा हर दिन सुबह हमारे एक कस्टम को अटैक करते हैं।
नहीं, ये कौन सा कस्टम? किसने बनाया हुआ कस्टम? कुरान ने तो ये कस्टम नहीं बनाया, होली कुरान में ये कस्टम नहीं लिखा गया है। ये कस्टम, ये 200 दलाल जो होता है वो बनाने वाला कस्टम है। जो कस्टम हजरत मोहम्मद बना के गया है, कुरान शरीफ में है, इसको आप सम्मान करना चाहिए। एंड वन शुड रेस्पेक्ट द होली बुक्स ऑफ एवरी रिलीजन। लेकिन जो बीच का दलाल लोग हैं, उनका आप क्यों इतना मानते हो?
किसको आप दलाल?
जो लोग बोलते हैं कि मुस्लिम बहनों का तलाक का बाद उनको सब्सिस्टेंस नहीं मिलना चाहिए, ये किसने कानून बनाया? ये कानून किसने बनाया? ये कानून तो कोई रिलीजियस टेक्स्ट में नहीं है। ये कानून
है, कानून है असम मुस्लिम मैरिज एंड डिवोर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट ऑफ 1935।
कानून मेरा असेंबली ने बनाया था, मैं असेंबली में ही खत्म कर दिया।
आपके
जिसने बनाया उसी ने खत्म कर दिया।
तो अगर कोई कहे हेमंत दा, देखिए अगर कोई कहे ये अप्रोच जो है, नहीं जो एक मिनट, ये जो अप्रोच है, सॉरी सर मुझे ये एक मिनट,
नहीं देखो ये थोड़ा सा मैं आपको एक बात बोल के, आप बोलिए, मैं आपको एक
मैं मेरी बात बोलने दीजिए।
ये जो मुस्लिम रजिस्ट्रेशन कानून था,
मुस्लिम मैरिज एंड डिवोर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट 1930,
ये हजरत मोहम्मद ने नहीं बनाया था, ये सैयद सर मोहम्मद सादुल्ला ने बनाया था जो सीएम था जी। तो मैंने सादुल्ला का कानून को मैंने निरस्त कर दिया, लेकिन आई हैव नॉट टच एनीथिंग ऑफ होली कुरान।
मगर आप ओवरनाइट नहीं कर सकते ना, वो कहते हैं आप एक मिनट बात करने दीजिए, मैं उनकी बात रख रहा हूं, ये मेरी बिलीफ नहीं है, ये कोई गलत फहमी नहीं हो लोगों में। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये तरीका होता है। एक मिनट मेरी बात सुनिए हेमंत जी, एक तरीका होता है, एक अप्रोच होता है। ये हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा का अप्रोच अनडेमोक्रेटिक है जो चल रहा है। हमें बुलाइए, हमसे बात कीजिए, बदरुद्दीन अजमल को बुलाइए, उनकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, लोगों से बात कीजिए, कमीशन लगाइए, लॉ कमीशन लगाइए, रिकमेंडेशंस लीजिए, तरीके से बात कीजिए। ये जो आपका माई वे और द हाईवे अप्रोच हो गया, नहीं माई वे और द हाईवे अप्रोच जो आपका है, वो लोग कह रहे हैं आप कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं खुलकर कह रहा हूं आप पोलराइज करना चाहते हैं वोट को।
देखिए,
यू वांट टू पोलराइज द वोट।
I'll tell you,
is it
I'll tell you 2.3 point clearly। ये कानून में क्या लिखा था कि छोटे बच्चा का भी विवाह होते हैं तो जो काजी बोलते हैं दे कैन रजिस्टर द मैरिज एंड दैट मैरिज बिकम लीगल। ये कानून में वो लिखा हुआ था। हमने जो बाल विवाह का खिलाफ काम किया, हाई कोर्ट एनलर्स मेनी ऑफ देम ऑन बेल सेइंग दैट इन मुस्लिम रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ चाइल्ड मैरिज इज जेन्युइन एंड इट इज अ बोना फाइड, इट इज लीगल, सो यू कैन नॉट अरेस्ट। सो देन हमने जाके कानून को जो असेंबली ने पारित किया था उसी असेंबली से हमने खारिज किया, और बाद में खारिज करने के बाद सबसे तो मशवरा होते ही रहता है।
खारिज करने के बाद आप बात करेंगे। ये ऐसी बात हो गई कि 370 निकाल दीजिए, उसके बाद आप बुलाइए हुर्रियत को,
बात कीजिए, पहले बात मत कीजिए, कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा।
अब व्यूअर्स, दिस इज we are talking about Bharat the next decade।
आप कभी भी जब निर्णय लेना होता है, अगर 370 कानून को खत्म करने का पहले अमित शाह जी सबका साथ चर्चा करते थे, क्या 370 विलुप्त हो जाते थे? ये कोई बात आप कन्विक्शन और प्रिंसिपल में चलो कि ये देश में चाइल्ड मैरिज नहीं होना चाहिए। That is the main conviction. Once you have that conviction in your mind, रास्ता में जितना भी रुकावट है हटा के चला जाओ।
और कोर्ट में चली जाए, बात कोर्ट में चली जाए तो
कोई इशू नहीं है। आपको कन्विक्शन,
कोर्ट्स तो हर चीज में घुस रहे हैं आज।
नहीं, देखिए, कोर्ट का अपना एक अंदाज है, हम कोर्ट का बात कोर्ट में डिस्कशन कर लेगा, आपको तो वो कोर्ट में चलेगा। बट आपको एज ए, मेरा जो मानना है कि हमारा पहले कन्विक्शन होना चाहिए कि 370 जाना चाहिए। फिर अगर आप वो कन्विक्शन में फार्म है तो कैसे जाना चाहिए, लोगों को मत बुलाइए, खत्म करने का बात बुलाइए, भाई खत्म कर लिया, अभी बात करो कैसे क्या आगे करना है।
This is a remarkably unique approach।
नहीं, वही न्यू इंडिया है।
हाँ, this is the new India।
न्यू इंडिया, यही न्यू इंडिया है।
I tell you, this is the different level of political incorrectness।
देखिए,
but I like your style। देखिए, जो भी है बोल रहे हैं, ये नहीं कि इधर भी उधर भी थोड़ा इधर।
लोग बोलता है कि सरसा करो, हर किसको सरसा करे? When you know their point of view, हम हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू जानता है, उसमें तो कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हो सकता है ना कि ठीक है आप 18 साल छोड़ दीजिए, 16 साल में रजिस्टर करवा लीजिए। कोई बोलेगा 12 साल, कोई बोलेगा 18 years, then you come into compromise of 16 years। ऐसा डिस्कशन नहीं होता, यही गलत है भारत का। आप पॉइंट ठीक कर लीजिए कि ये देश को विश्वगुरु बनाना है, ऑन दैट वी आर यूनाइटेड। जब बनाना है तो मोदी जी को छोड़ दीजिए ना, बना लेगा, तो फिर आपका साथ चर्चा करने
आपका स्टाइल कुछ अलग है। देखिए, आपको मैं बता रहा हूं, राहुल गांधी जी आपके दोस्त आए आसाम में, और आसाम आपने कुछ, आपके झगड़ा हो गया, आपने उनको रोक दिया, आपने उनको जाने नहीं दिया, ये वो। उन्होंने आपको कई कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स दिए, उसके 2 दिन के अंदर आपने पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी को बीच से तोड़ दिया सामने, और आपने कहा ये मेरा रिटर्न गिफ्ट. यू सेड व्हाट इज इट? इट इज माय रिटर्न गिफ्ट टू कांग्रेस.
ये मैं बात बोलिए, रिटर्न गिफ्ट ही बोलिए. बर्थडे में गिफ्ट देने से आपको यू गेट अ रिटर्न गिफ्ट ऑल्सो ना.
क्या चल रहा है आपके?
आप देखिए,
राहुल लॉन्ग राइवलरी.
मेरा बात अलग था. मैंने राहुल गांधी जी को बोला था, आई हैव रिक्वेस्टेड हिम थ्रू डिफरेंट चैनल, कि जब राम मंदिर का उद्घाटन हो रहा है, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रहा है, वो समय आप आसाम का मंदिर में मत आइए. देन इट लुक्स लाइक देयर इज अ कंपटीशन बिटवीन राम एंड श्रीमंत शंकरदेव. I made him a very, very bona fide, genuine request. Please avoid 10 to 12 p.m. When there is a Pran Pratishtha Mahotsav of Ram Mandir, you do not enter Ma Kamakhya temple, or you do not enter the Bhattadrova Satra. Come after 3 hours. He become arrogant. नहीं, हम उसी समय जाएगा. हम बोला चलो, अभी देश के गांधी का शासन चल रहा है, क्या हमने थोड़ा दिखा दिया है कि ये अभी देश गांधी का अंडर नहीं है.
This is a big statement.
No, arrogancy has no place when it comes to Ram Mandir, when it comes to हमारे आस्था. अगर मेरा घर में कुछ था तो आप कर लो, मेरा कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. But you cannot put Ram against Assam. You cannot put UP against Assam. You cannot put Ajodhya against Sriman Shankardev. Those are bad tricks he wanted to play. So मैंने आप बोला कि आपको आसाम आने का इतना सखी है. आफ्टर लोकसभा इलेक्शन में आपको आसाम बुलाता हूं. इनफैक्ट पुलिस हैज गिवन हिम नोटिस ऑल्सो. ही विल कम बैक टू आसाम. लेट हिम देन विजिट एवरी टेम्पल. बट ये गांधी वाला रूप नहीं चलेगा.
आप उनको इनवाइट कर रहे हैं और ये भी बोल रहे हो द मोमेंट ही कम्स आप उनको अरेस्ट करेंगे.
वो भी तो जेल भी तो एक देखने का ही चीज है ना. उसमें क्या है?
ये थोड़ा सा देखिए, लोग पॉपुलर है, मुझे पता है, सब इधर ताली लगा रहे हैं. आपका और योगी जी का स्टाइल जो है ये बुलडोजर टाइप का अप्रोच है.
कोई बुलडोजर नहीं है. जेल क्या? कैन आई पुट इनटू एनीबॉडी जेल? द कोर्ट विल पुट इनटू समबॉडी जेल. मैं तो जेल में डाल ही नहीं सकता हूं. तो इफ समबॉडी गोज टू जेल आफ्टर लीगल ऑब्लिगेशंस, लीगल प्रोसीड्यूर, तो उसमें हाउ कैन वी स्टॉप इट? आपने असम जाके यू ट्राई टू ब्रेक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर. मैंने I'll put a charge sheet in the court. If court put you on the jail, how can I help you? I am nobody. Chief Minister cannot control court.
मतलब एक serious question. ये ठीक है, it's a different approach. I mean, this is the approach, and he says this is the approach of New India. The response seems like you are getting more popular with these things.
No,
I don't have any problem with it. I also have this approach.
No, this should have been approached before.
That's good. No, I
अगर ये अप्रोच हो जाते थे तो आपका राम मंदिर 75 साल पहले हो जाते थे. मतलब people has to be decisive. नहीं तो काम नहीं होगा. You have to be decisive when it is a conviction. The conviction is shared by the people of India. Then you don't stop.
I understand. You have worked very, 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 very hard to bring the Northeast completely into the mainstream. If there is one leader in the last few decades who has removed to a large extent this sense of alienation of the Northeast, the word alienation in the Northeast, earlier in 1980s, MPs from Assam would always come and say, Center, please give us royalty, please give us royalty. That's changed. Was Manipur a setback? I'm asking a straight question on Manipur. Because you said in August 2023 that the situation from Manipur will only come from the heart and not from bullets. And everybody is aware he's the chairman of the Northeast Development Alliance, a congregation of all the NDA parties in the entire Northeast, not only Assam. Now, there was a narrative during the crisis in Manipur, which is a serious ethnic crisis, that the BJP failed. And they said the Manipur crisis reveals the limits of BJP's politics in Northeast. There was an ethnic crisis in Manipur, but it was used to say the entire approach to Northeast, the lookist policies of the Modi government has failed. First, how do you react to this typecasting? B, was there any mistake made in Manipur, and is there a solution in sight?
You see, every states of Northeast are not same.
Yes.
So, in the Manipur crisis also, the crisis is between the two communities. But the most important fact you will not heard even Meitei criticizing BJP, Kuki also not criticizing BJP. Because they have reconciled to the fact that it is our issue, and when they met us, they said that we are not in a happy mood, but kya kiya jai, this is our issue.
What are you maintaining back?
I'll tell you. Suppose now government of India is saying that we are going to fence Indo-Myanmar border.
Right.
Now, on this, Meiteis are welcoming, but Naga, Mizo, and Kuki are opposing. So, because they have their people in the Myanmar and they want a free movement. There are a lot of contradiction in the Northeast. And these contradictions are not creation of BJP. These contradictions are there from the beginning. So, you are trying to resolve one contradiction after one contradiction. We have resolved Assam. We have resolved Arunachal Pradesh. We have resolved Meghalaya. We have the Mizoram. It was peaceful. It remained peaceful. But the contradiction or the problem in Nagaland, in Manipur, it is there. Nobody is denying. But the problem is, you can see the love and affection for the Modi. When national media is playing out the Manipur story, have you ever seen any credible Meitei people criticizing Prime Minister Modi? Have you seen any credible Kuki people criticizing Prime Minister Modi? So the people in Manipur realize that this is not a problem against central government. This is our own internal problem, and I feel that this problem will also be resolved. But it has nothing to do with the BJP. It is not that BJP has suddenly announced certain ordinance, BJP has suddenly passed a bill, or BJP has started a policy decision. That is why the contradiction has erupted. Contradiction is there since hundreds of years. And these are tribal community.
Yes.
And tribal community has their own way of putting things into race. They will develop their internal strength to bring solution. Third party hardly has any role. I have both friends in Meitei and Kuki. What they advise me whenever I visit Manipur, Dada, you please stay out.
You please stay out.
You please stay out because they don't want any intervention from the third party.
Okay.
They want, the tribal people are of that kind of, tribal people has their own strength, they have their own way of looking at things. And I am sure that what we should do, we should strengthen both Meitei and Kuki so that they can resolve the dispute in between them. From outside you can maintain law and order, but you cannot bring solution because tribal people will not allow it to be resolved by the third party. It's a very different society, difficult society.
I agree.
But in Manipur, even many people went there and tried their level best. But nobody is issuing a single statement against Prime Minister Modi or Home Minister Amit Shah. That is the most important thing. Because people has no grievances against Delhi.
No, I think that I agree with you. One thing, being from Northeast myself, that the analysis of Manipur is oversimplified sometimes.
Whenever
people
I
don't even
see
understand
it in
the
TV,
complexities.
It is 100 years of struggle between the two community, and people simplify, Modi kya kar raha hai, Modi kyun wahan nahi jate hai. It is not the solution. If the solution would have been that simple,
it would have been,
then we would have got relative peace much before.
So how many seats do you think the Congress will get in this upcoming election? How many seats will the Congress get in 24 in your view?
इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम में कितना प्लेयर होते हैं? तो my own wish that they should be reduced to a number of Indian cricket team, but I am sure my wish will not be fulfilled. They will be around 30-40.
30-40.
मेरा तो मन है कि 15 तक सीमित जाना चाहिए, with extra man, 12 men, इतना ही होना चाहिए, but नहीं होगा. They will go up to 30-40.
30-40 makes them a regional party. Is that a good thing?
They are already a regional party. It will be now segregated. I am making a prediction.
Yes.
After staying that party for 22 years, post-election, Many of the state unit will declare that they are the Kerala Congress, they are the Punjab Congress, they are the Tamil Nadu Congress, they are the Assam Congress. You are not only seeing the declining of Congress, you will also see end of family politics after this election. I think this is the last election where that family cards will be played out and they will be defeated.
You're saying
like
last
anything.
election for the Vadra Gandhi family.
I mean, no family politics will now survive in this country after this election because that will be third consecutive blow. And the family, none of this family has the guts to face third consecutive blow. I feel whether it is in UP, whether it is in Bihar, whether it is in Delhi, all the family politics will come to an end. A new politics will emerge where people will compete for development. Who has built how much kilometer of roads? On that basis, election will be conducted. So, ये मैं गांधी का फोटो देख के वोट देता हूँ, आप इंदिरा गांधी जैसा सजा लो तो आपको वोट मिलेगा. Those kind of things will be now history, and India will enter a new era post this election.
I am told all the opposition leaders also like you, and you are involved in many discussions. So, are there any more alliances that BJP will announce? Like we are hearing about possible alliance with Biju Janata Dal in Odisha. Which are the other alliances that you will possibly enter just before or after the model code of conduct is announced? Because now it's 7th of March.
My wish will be
what is your wish?
Except the political parties which are run or decided by a particular family, everybody should join hand with Prime Minister. Because you have to build a India, you have to build a new India. So if we have to go beyond 400,
all are run in that
if
way.
you have to go beyond 400, I think all like-minded people has to come.
Who will you go with?
NDA.
You'll go with Chandrababu Naidu or Jagan in Andhra?
देखिए, my brief is not to go answer into this, but
Akali, Badal, but that's also family run.
चलिए 400 तो पार कर ही लेगा. So you put the now account.
But alliances बाकी हैं.
400 पार होने के लिए what are the things? Because the seeds has to come from the state.
400 पार के लिए और alliances की जरूरत है.
मेरा इतना ही जो थोड़ा मैं देख के बता सकता हूँ कि the strategy is still what we are seeing. It is still at maybe 75%, 60%. Lot of things are going to happen in days to come, and I believe many people will come to BJP and NDA. That is my belief. I am not part of any discussion, but मैं दिल से चाहता हूँ कि सब लोग आके प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ जोड़ जाए.
That's fantastic. Lastly, Himanta, in last couple of minutes, because we are talking about Bharat the next decade, हिंदी में या इंग्लिश में आप अपना विजन बताइए अगले half decade, 1 decade की लोग बहुत excited है. Because what we are seeing today, people earlier used to say 30 years from now, 40 years from now, we will build a dam. Now people are talking about things being done next month, in the next 6 months, performance metrics. So give all our viewers your view of where the country and the state will be.
You just watch certain things. अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी असम गया था 10 दिन पहले. He inaugurated project worth 16,000 crore. Day after tomorrow, he will again go to Assam. He will inaugurate a project worth 16,000 crore.
Yes.
On 23rd, he will lay the foundation stone for 30,000 crore investment. You went to Jammu Kashmir, you have seen similar kind of investment. Wherever he is visiting, you are seeing that what kind of development is taking place. Now Congress is not questioning the number. Bhai ye 16,000 jude hai batao. They have no statistics. They have nothing to challenge the development journey of Prime Minister. They have accepted कि भारत में विकास हुआ है. अभी हम विकास का पीछे नहीं लगूंगा. We admitted that Modi ji has done lot of development. भारत का लोगों को विकास का बात अगर छोड़ दीजिए, हमें और क्या चाहिए? हमें तो कुछ चाहिए भी नहीं. हमें तो विकास ही चाहिए. तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज प्रॉमिस्ड विकास एंड बहुत बड़ा विकास. मैं तो मानता हूं कि ये 10 साल में जो हुआ है, ये तो खाली एक थिएटर का पहले थोड़ा दूसरा फिल्म का क्लिप वगैरह निकालता है ना, ही है. हमें तो पिक्चर, मेन पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. We are yet to see the best from the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you. Himanta, I have really enjoyed the session. You have invigorated the crowd, and I wish you good health And tomorrow, Prime Minister is coming, you're receiving him. He's going straight there to make the preparations for the Prime Minister's visit. That you took the time, despite so much work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Assam ka representative hai, so aapka hi hame to aana hi hai mujhse.
Thank you, Himanta. You're very kind.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister, sir. Your freshness.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be here at the Republic Summit. If you look at the last decade of India's growth, there's been both a great rise in the hard power of India and the soft power of India. During India's G20 presidency, and G20 is important because it accounts for about 85% of the global GDP. It accounts for almost 80% of the global trade. And it accounts for almost 75% of the global population. During India's G20 presidency, not only India did it very differently from the rest of the world. Other countries hold it in one city or two cities at the best. India hosted a G20 in every state and union territory of India and held it in almost 60 cities of India and used that opportunity to transform these cities by improving its drainage, sewage, solid waste. But more important than that, India straddled through the world of G7, all the emerging markets, Russia, China, and bring them all together on all key issues confronting the world. Whether it was strong, sustainable, inclusive, and balanced growth, whether it was accelerating the pace of sustainable development goals in the post-COVID era, whether it was a green development pact for climate action and climate finance, or whether it was reform of the multilateral financial institution, or technological transformation and digital public infrastructure, or women-led development, in all these issues. And there were 83 paras in all. 83 paras. India was able to bring consensus on all these issues for the first time in G20. On all these issues. And more important than that, we were confronted with a very major challenge of an ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, where United Nations had failed. The G20 of India succeeded in bringing consensus on the issue of Russia-Ukraine. This was unparalleled, and this could happen because of India's hard power and soft power built during the last decade, and because of the stature and standing of the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. We could take a lot of risk, we could be gutsy, we could be bold, we could be courageous, largely on account of this leadership. And it's important to dwell a little bit on this, because if you look at the last decade, India has carried out a vast range of structural reforms in its economy. It's brought in GST, one tax across the economy, is brought in a modern bankruptcy law, is brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act to save middle class of India, is brought in the finest corporate tax rates, it's focused on ease of doing business, and scrapped a vast range of rules, regulation, procedures, and processes, and scrapped almost 1,500 laws. The structural reforms were accompanied by digital transformation of India. 1.4 billion digital identities, 550 million bank accounts were opened during 2015-17. When we started opening bank accounts in 2015, only 18% of the women in India had bank accounts. Today, 91% of the women have bank accounts in India. This has not happened anywhere else in the world. And then we linked up both the digital identity and the mobile number, which enabled us to do fast payments. Today, we are the world's #1 in real-time fast payments in the world. We do 46% of the real-time fast payments. Last year, we did 128 billion fast payments in the world. China was second with 26 billion fast payments. That was the difference. From 128 billion India, China 26 billion. And then we had a number of our startups doing cashless, paperless credit, number of young startups doing wealth creation by taking stock market to rural areas, tier 2, tier 3 cities, a number of startups giving insurance in 1 minute flat on the basis of your mobile. So fast payments in 30 seconds, wealth creation in 30 seconds, and digital insurance in 1 minute. That has been the transformation of India. And this is all open source, open API. This is globally interoperable. And unlike the rest of the world, where data is monopolized by the big tech, Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Amazon in India, and in China by Tencent and Alibaba, in India, the data is owned by the citizens of India. And they give permission, which is technically made possible by their consent on the mobile, on the go. So our model during G20 was accepted as the best model in the world. The definition of digital public infrastructure and the framework was accepted. And today we've taken it to 20 countries of the world, and tomorrow we'll take it to the rest of the world. Because 4 billion people of the world do not have a digital identity. 2.5 billion people do not have a bank account. 133 countries in the world do not have fast payments. So India's model will be taken to the rest of the world to transform the world. And that is why during COVID, we could do 2.2 billion COVID vaccination, and we could, instead of giving large packages, we could put money straight into the bank account of these beneficiaries. Whereas in the United States of America, 9 million checks came back, and Germany struggled for 18 months to create digital identities. So ladies and gentlemen, structural reforms, digital identity, and the third was in infrastructure, the push towards infrastructure. Creation of 40 million houses, of 110 million toilets, of 30 million electric connections to households, of 253 million piped water connection, and almost 80,000 kilometers of road. That's been the story of infrastructure creation in India. And that's why the Bank of International Settlement said that what India has achieved in 9 years would have taken India 50 years to achieve in the normal course. Instead of 50 years, we could do it in 9 years. And therefore, this infrastructure creation the government was able to do because it took its spending of capital expenditure for 1%, from 1% in 2014 to 4% till in the last budget. And this shows government's determination to create world-class infrastructure. And the fourth key point is what India has done for climate action and to build a sustainable and a clean India. We have not contributed to greenhouse gas emissions in the world. Our CO2 emission is only 1.3%. Our total emission is 1/10 of the United States of America. But as a responsible nation, India took over the responsibility and created 187 gigawatts of renewable energy. We are the only G20 country to achieve its NDC targets 9 years ahead of schedule, and we've done it at record low prices. We brought down the price of renewable from 21 rupees to less than 2 rupees. In addition to this, we were able to provide over 110 million of our women cooking gas connections so that they need not burn firewood. We could provide 30 million households electric connection. And now we are moving towards green hydrogen so that we can green up all the hard-to-abate sectors of steel, cement, refinery, fertilizer. And instead of being a fossil fuel importing country where we import 180 billion worth of fossil fuel, by the time we become 147, we should be an energy exporting country of exporting green hydrogen or in its liquid form ammonia to the rest of the world. So from an importer of energy to an exporter of energy is our plan. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've achieved in terms of structural reforms, in terms of digital identity, in terms of climate action, and all these have been done with speed. And the focus has constantly been on implementation, implementation, and implementation. So this has enabled us to build our hard power and our soft power. And ladies and gentlemen, it's important that as India accelerates the pace of its growth in its Amrit Kal period and accelerates it to the growth of 8 to 9%, because India is the only country which is growing at 8% plus in the last 3 quarters of its economy, and as it accelerates the pace on the basis of these transformations, India is heading to be the 3rd largest economy in the world in the next 5 years, surpassing Japan and Germany, and will be a $35 trillion economy by the time it becomes 147. And that would mean that if we would have raised the per capita income of every single individual from $2,500 to close to $18,000 per citizen, and the quality of life of every citizen would have improved. And therefore my belief is that in a globalized economy, it's the economic growth which gives you the hard power, and it's your belief in your civilizational strength, which we embodied in G20. We did not copy the rest of the world, we did not copy the West, but we went back to our civilization, the roots of our civilization, to say that we are Vasudev Kutumbakam, that we are one earth, one family, one future. We may have different political ideologies, we may have political differences, we may have geographical differences, but we all come from one cosmos. And therefore, on account of this philosophy, this ideology, and this civilizational ethos, we could achieve consensus on all complex issues confronting the world. And ladies and gentlemen, as we aggressively push for growth, as we aggressively push for reforms, as we aggressively push for digitization, as we aggressively push for infrastructure creation, and as we could push for sustainable growth because of climate action and climate finance, India will be in the forefront. And therefore, we will have the responsibility of leading the world. It's important to realize that in the global GDP today, if you look at the global GDP, America's share of the global GDP has remained constant at about 25% in the last 2.5 decades. Europe's share and it's important to understand this, Europe's share has come down from 30% to 15% and will come down even further. In the last 3 decades, due to China's acceleration of pace of growth, its share had grown from 3% to close to 18%. But China's growth has now slowed down and India's growth has accelerated, and therefore India's share will now grow from 3.5% to, in the coming till 2047, it will accelerate to close to 20% of the global GDP. And therefore, in the years to come, India will be providing 30% of the skilled manpower to the rest of the world by the time we get into our Amrit Kal period. Imagine all your electricians, your plumbers, your carpenters, your hospitality managers which were trained in Lausanne in Switzerland will be all trained in India, and they will be running all the top hotels of the world. So the Indians will be skilled for the rest of the world. And the challenges of India will be to do very, very smart urbanization to improve our learning and health outcomes, to ensure that our agriculture productivity rises so that we can continue to accelerate the pace of our growth. So as many people have commented, this is not merely India's decade, this is India's century. And it is incumbent upon each one of us to ensure that as disciplined Indians, we ensure that we accelerate the pace of our growth, we become responsible citizens, and we ensure that India continues to grow and accelerate its pace of growth in all these aspects of structural reforms, digitization, sustainable growth, and infrastructure creation. The important challenge is that the center has done its bit. It's now for the states to accelerate reforms in all these areas. Now the responsibility for the next decade will be on many of our states. If our states start growing at rapid rates of 10% plus, India will grow at 11% plus. And therefore, it's not merely that the western part of India or the southern part of India accelerates its pace of growth, but the northern, the eastern, the central part, the southern, the western, all India must grow. And it's important that all these structural reforms which have been carried out by the center, the next phase is carried out by the states of India. They become the agents of change and they become the key drivers of growth. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely convinced that this is not merely India's decade, this is India's century, and it's for all of us to work together to accelerate the pace of our growth during the Amrit Kal period. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please come up on stage to have an interaction with Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, who joins us virtually.
Sanjeev, it's good to see you remotely, though. It would have been even better if you were with us in person. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, Arnav. It's always a pleasure to be with you and at the Republic Summit.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Sanjeev, we've been talking to people and stakeholders in business, government, politics, governance, chief ministers. We hope to have the Prime Minister this evening. How have things changed for you? I mean, you're one of the biggest business houses, most diversified, probably one of the largest from the eastern part of the country, and spread out in India and globally now. You're also doing a lot of work globally. You have global aspirations as well. So can you just look at your story and how have government policies impacted you, if at all, in the last, say, 10 years? And how do you look to the next 10?
Arnav, quite honestly, India under Modi is a different India. It's a confident India. It's an aspirational India. And it's an India that wants to not only conquer the world, but rule the world. I think it's thanks to the Prime Minister and the policies of this government that every one of us in business has started thinking global, has started thinking scale, has started thinking of while you locate manufacturing in India, you manufacture for the world. The approach has changed, the scales have changed, the aspirations have changed, and of course the policies have changed. It has become easy to do business in India. And very importantly, India is viewed with a huge degree of respect across the world, as indeed are Indians. And that is thanks to Modi. I am a firm believer in Modi hai to mumkin hai.
Sanjeev, tell me, we've spoken about this and you're very keen to explore things globally. When we say we travel abroad now, we see a different level of respect. The relationships are different at a personal, professional and business level. Indian companies are thinking of going abroad. As one of the biggest business houses in the country, as one of the biggest business personalities of the country, Sanjeev, our theme is Dare to Scale. Are you looking at going global, and how do global players relate to you now? When you talk to your global partners and global investors and other stakeholders, how do they relate to you now? Can you give us anything anecdotal about this?
You know, in the past, when you introduce yourself as an Indian company, if you were a Ratan Tata or a Mukesh Ambani or a Gautam Adani, it was different. But for most other companies originating out of India, you didn't even get an audience at the senior most level. Some middle level guy would see you. Today you get an audience at the senior most level. And that is the difference that Modi and his government has brought to the perception of India.
Oh, that's huge. Now, you're taking risks. I'll take one more question and hand it over to you, Suesha. But I'm very keen to know, you see, people say, are people investing in India? Are Indian houses investing abroad? Are they parking their capital abroad? But you have done the opposite. You are going to acquire Aquafarm Chemicals company for 3,800 crores. And congratulations, last month you acquired a 4,000 crore company in the chemicals business. So, you know, you're always making about 10,000 crores of investment between these two decisions. And obviously, when a businessman invests 10,000 crore rupees, he wants a return. And there is a mammoth amount of risk that is involved. Is this investment possible without a solid foundation, without what you would call a good climate? Can you talk about the climate in which things are happening which allow you to take these fearless decisions?
You know, any of these decisions happen on the basis of policies, on the basis of the environment, on the basis of the confidence you have on the administration. And I think that confidence is so huge that people are actually becoming not only ambitious, but as you said, fearless in taking investment decisions.
You're talking cautiously still, Sanjeev, but I just wanted you to make this point because, and I'll say this to the audience, you wouldn't be hearing this, that, you know, Sanjeev, if I can just take a detour and give my own. Sometimes we hear that, you know, things are difficult, the government wants a lot of compliance, taxes are being followed, businessmen are feeling insecure, Indian businesses are leaving India, people are leaving their Indian citizenship, more Indians want to stay in Dubai than in India, but Sanjeev Goenka still continues to do almost all his business in India. And if he's going abroad, it is for business reasons, for investment. So he's a classic example of a person. So don't believe the story if somebody tells you that businessmen don't want to be compliant. I think that's a living example of that story. Congratulations to you, Sanjeev, for that. That's a really good thing that you're doing. Suesha takes the next question. Suesha.
In fact, Mr. Goenka, I want to make a point further to what Arnab just said about the acquisition of the 4,000 crore company in the chemicals business. you just spoke about favorable government policies. How do you manage to converge that with an astute group strategy? And how does this diversification complement the group's mission towards sustainability? What are your long-term plans on that?
This company is actually producing something called green pellets in addition to phosphonates. Green pellets is the most green version of detergents that you can get. And Aquafarm is one of the 2 companies in the world which has this technology. It's very easy to scale up from here, and this is as green gets. I mean, we have the world majors who are our consumers and potential clients who are waiting to get this product.
Right, and you take a lot of pride in Indian roots. You're also very high on Ayurveda and the ancient legacy of it. What are the company's plans to take Ayurveda to the international realm now?
So we are going to launch Indian Ayurveda in a modified, easy to consume form towards the end of this calendar year in the US. So for example, a traditional kadha as we know it will not be sold as a kadha but will be sold as an infusion. The normal chavanprash, the normal shitopaladi will be sold in gummy form. So it's all easy to consume. It's the same formulation, but just made easy to consume.
Can I take the next?
Yes, please.
Sanjeev, you are a 200-year-old group if you look at your whole history. And you have a big asset base. You have a $7 billion asset base. You have solid revenue flow. You have, I think, of over $4 billion annually revenue flow, 4.3 billion, I'm told. So you should be in a good position to be looking at areas where the growth will be. I'm sure you don't believe in sitting on capital. I'm sure you believe in investing, and you're investing, you're going into different areas. So I'm very curious to know, and many businessmen, entrepreneurs will be keen to know what are those areas which someone as savvy as Sanjeev Goenka will invest in. You're going into some areas, some element of FMCG. You've gone into a bit of media, and you've acquired an IPL team, which I don't think was a business decision. It was more an emotional decision. But having said that, what are the areas in which Bharat over the next decade will see exponential growth?
You know, green energy is one business where you will see huge growth. So we are investing in solar generation, in wind generation. In fact, we have said that about 60 to 70% of the power that we distribute in the 6 cities that we have the license to operate will be green. We are going to get into hydrogen electrolyzers. We are exploring this area in a very strong way. That's one. Green pellets is another form of completely green product. Ayurveda is again as green as it gets. So we are looking at green as the path forward. We do believe that is the way to go. I'd just like to mention your comment on the IPL team.
Yes, meant to provoke you.
I've heard this before, that it was not a business decision.
Yes.
But let me just say that I paid 7,000 crores for the license. 2 years later, I sit on more than one offer at a value of 14,000 plus.
So you're saying that investing 7,000 crores in Lucknow Super Giants is a business decision?
Well, out of the 7,000, I've said this before and I'll say this again, 6,100 was something that came out of a calculation done by our advisors and financial consultants. And 100 crores per year was the passion element.
Don't worry, I'm just provoking you. I'm just pulling your legs, Sanjeev. Don't take me seriously on this one. Let me have some fun. It's been a day of serious conversations, and I think I have the ability to pull your leg once in a while. We go back a long enough way to do that. But what are you doing?
For sure.
Are people like you and Gautam Adani, Mukesh Ambani, I'm sure, and other major, the Birlas, are you doing enough to generate entrepreneurship? That's my first question. And my second question is, how do you view people who are running behind valuation? You see, Sanjeev, you're a 200-year-old company. Today, everybody wants to be a billionaire within 6 months. Everybody is after this valuation game. And running behind the valuation game, you've seen what happened to certain companies in recent days, like Byju's and others, So, please answer both these questions. It's important that we must have the right ethics when we are running a business. So, 2 questions. Are you really doing enough to grow entrepreneurs from your side as a company, as an individual? And C, what do you make of this running behind billions instead of building sustainable businesses?
Arnab, if you build sustainable businesses which are profitable and growth oriented, you will make billions. A concept can give you a head start. But if it is not sustainable, if it is not cash accretive, if it is not stakeholder remunerative, you're not going to get valuations which are sustainable. So I, for one, am not a great believer in these very fancy kind of media hype that gets created over certain companies. But having said that, look at the number of companies which have started from scratch and have done so admirably. There's so much to be learned from that zeal, from that spirit, from that never say die attitude. You talked about Mukesh and Gautam Bhai and Kumar. They are in a scale way above mine. Mukesh is somebody I've unabashedly said is like my guru. He's somebody I look up to. He's somebody I try to follow. But they are there, I'm here. So, as far as I'm concerned, as far as we are concerned, we've started a small venture capital fund for FMCG, where we are not investing in startups, but second stage startups. And we are not only putting capital, but we are giving management expertise, and we are helping these companies scale up. So it's a small thing, it's not enough, but it's a beginning.
That's really good. And I think that's excellent. I think it's good that you're also investing in the media, because that's where commitment and impact investing is happening. So I think it's all good. We look up to you. I think you're a very grounded person. And I think, you represent traditional values. I think your next generation is going to take it to the next level. And we are always proud to be associated with you and to speak to you. So, Swesha, may you close,
Absolutely. Please. And in fact, furthering this point, there are also businesses that are struggling to stay relevant. You have a 200-year-old legacy group. You've seen governments change one generation after the other. How do you manage to evolve, innovate at every step? We are talking about Bharat, the next decade. What is the game plan for RPSG in the decade to come?
Frankly, I'm not thinking of a decade. It's the whole planning horizon has narrowed down. So over the next 3 years, we are investing about 55,000 crores, mostly towards green projects. That's committed, and that's at various stages of takeoff. And we'll take the next step. We'll start planning on that 12 months from now.
So, 3 takeaways from this conversation, Swesha, that I carry. 1, invest in India. Big Indian businesses are investing in India. This theory that big Indian businesses and successful businesses want to leave India because of compliance issues is completely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Second big takeaway is invest in value creation, not valuation. And I think that's very important. And third is, from talking to him, remain grounded. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and look forward to seeing you soon, Sanjeev. Thank you, Sanjeev. Lots of love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful to Arnab and the Republic TV for giving me the opportunity. I have certain predictions about the future of my country. I believe India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from affluence, from wealth. And I believe, I'm sure, now you must be thinking, oh, we heard this before. It's going to take 50 years or 70 years to happen. It is going to take less than 5 to 7 years. I am optimistic because of the changes what is happening in our country. My suggestion or prediction what will happen is that the policymakers will change their thinking that the healthcare has to be given to people free of cost with the taxpayers' money. This has been the thinking across the world of all the developing countries. But we studied the countries which have successfully offered healthcare for free to the citizens with the taxpayers' money. There are three things common with these countries. First thing, all these countries are very small countries with a population of 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. There is no single country, large country in the world, even as big as United States and as rich as United States, is able to offer tax-free healthcare to the citizens free of cost with the taxpayers' money. So that is the first difference. Second difference, every country which is offering free healthcare has a very high tax to GDP ratio of 25% to 45%. Our country has a tax to GDP ratio of 11%, 11.5%. It's simply not possible. And the third reason why India can't dream of free healthcare is because these countries are already spending more than 10% of the GDP on healthcare. And we are hardly spending 1.5% of the GDP. We need to look at some other option. And the other option is universal health insurance to everyone at a price what people can afford. Now, you must be thinking, if health insurance is the way forward, why this transformation has not happened? This hasn't happened because of the trust deficit. People do not trust health insurance for three reasons. First, in the delivery of healthcare in India, there are three important stakeholders. First is the hospital, second stakeholder is the health insurance company, and the third important stakeholder is the patient. Hospitals do not trust the health insurance company. Health insurance company doesn't trust the hospitals. And the patient doesn't trust both parties. And these two parties don't trust the patient. So we have a situation wherein the three important stakeholders of delivering healthcare do not trust each other. And that business cannot be scaled up. But it is going to change when the hospital become health insurance provider. Today, about 16 to 18% of the heart surgeries in the country is performed by us. More people develop heart attack, it is better for my business. I have absolutely no incentive to prevent people from developing heart attack. But situation will change when I become a health insurance company. Today, when I tell a patient that you need a bypass grafting, first thing what goes to the patient's mind is it really required or he wants to make some money out of me? Whereas when I become a health insurance company and tell the patient you need a bypass, he will happily agree because I'm going to pay for it. Now, is the hospital going to become a health insurance company? Yes. Thanks to IRDA, which is the Insurance Regulatory Authority, it took us just 4 months to get the permission from IRDA, which would normally take more than 2 years to become a health insurance company. And all this transformation has empowered hospitals like us to become a health insurance company at a pace what is unbelievable. And this is new India, and this is what is happening, where future is going to be dramatically different than what it is today. Now, how will the health insurance help? India has about 300 million households. If people trust the health insurance, top 100 million families can afford to pay whatever the premium is. Next 100 million families work for the first 100 million family directly or indirectly. If they can nudge the second 100 million families to buy the health insurance, because I would like my driver, my cook or the gardener, everyone to buy the health insurance, because if they don't have the insurance, when they fall sick, I have to pay for it. I can't just ignore it. So by nudging, 200 million families will get insured. When 200 million families get insured, we will become the world's largest health insurance market. We will become the world's largest healthcare market when the cost of everything in healthcare will come down dramatically. Now, how will the insurance help? Health insurance will help every aspect of healthcare. Surgery is the most unwanted stepchild of modern healthcare. Every government is talking about, developing countries' government, talking about malaria, TB and HIV, and they spend millions of dollars in treating them. Malaria, TB and HIV every year kills 3 million people. But lack of access to safe surgery kills 17 million people across the world. Now you must be thinking this must be one of those complex heart and brain operations. No, I'm talking about bellwether surgeries. Surgeries like cesarean section for obstructed delivery. Surgeries like the burst appendix surgery and surgery for compound fracture. These are basic surgeries which can be done, which is not available. Now, India with a population of 1.4 billion needs 70 million surgeries a year. Now, I want to ask you, do you know how many surgeries are done in India today? Only 20 million. We need to do nearly 4 times more surgeries than what we are doing. And this is what is required. And once the health insurance becomes popular, all these numbers will become a possibility. If the healthcare of the country has to be transformed, we need to wake up the sleeping giant. The sleeping giant is the government hospital, which has over 7.5 lakh beds. These government hospitals are located in the best location. They are most well equipped. They are very spacious, but the productivity is very poor. Now, if these hospitals can be converted like an academic institution for a postgraduate training program under the National Board of Examination, believe me, transformation will happen. Thanks to the Ministry of Health, now this transformation of government hospitals becoming a postgraduate institute is happening. Like, why postgraduate institute will make a difference? The entire National Health Service of England is managed by postgraduate residents, mainly from India. I went to England not with the intention of treating a white man. I went there to learn cardiac surgery. In the process, 7 years I took care of all of them. And today, the younger doctors from India are going there for learning. Now, if only we can convert all our big government hospitals as a postgraduate institution, we will have amazing skilled doctor workforce. The other important thing what the policymakers have to do is to just, the Ministry of Health of every state must ask one data from every government hospital. That is, number of surgeries done in those hospitals. If you monitor the number of, if a hospital is doing large number of surgeries, that means their outpatient is very efficient. That means their blood bank is working. That means their lab is working, nurses are working. Because if these things are not there, they can't do the operation. So, and the other thing what the government has to do, Ayushman Bharat spends thousands of crore rupees. If the good number of Ayushman Bharat are diverted to government hospitals and Ayushman Bharat pays the money, if this money is given to the staff as an incentive for doing the operation, like some amount of money for the doctors, nurses, technicians, housekeeping staff, the money will come back to the government and this will transform the quality of care in a government hospital. The world's largest healthcare provider of the future will have no beds. It is going to be a software with few beds attached to it. The transformation what you have seen with Airbnb, then the Amazon and all these organizations where software is the main asset, same thing will happen in Indian healthcare and the global healthcare. The question is, everyone thinks this software will be developed by US. It is not going to be developed by US. This is the picture of US healthcare. You look at in US, the software called EMR, Electronic Medical Records, cost over $1 billion. It is very, very expensive. And these are built for the laptop and the desktop. They are not built on a mobile platform. Doctors look at the laptop and desktop 5 to 6 times in a day. They look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. If you want the doctor to take care of the patient, develop the EMR for the mobile phone. So in US, as I said, their software doesn't work on a mobile device. But America is a very innovative country. They have put their desktop on a trolley with the wheels and they lug it around the hospital and they call it as a mobile platform, which is computer on wheels. So the large number of American hospitals communicate with a pager. You can see the doctor intensive care unit still using a pager. In India, if you want to see a pager, you have to go to a museum. So this is the advantage we have. I am convinced that the most modern electronic medical record, which understand how the doctors work, linking the doctor's patient's machine, will be developed in India. Because we are a country which is blessed with amazing software engineers. You just tell them one problem, they'll come up with 10 solutions. India is going to be the production house for the global doctors. It took 70 years to build 55,000 medical seats in our country. And our government, in the last 7 years, doubled the number of medical seats from 55,000 to 108,000. In just 7 years, we have doubled the number of undergraduation seats and the post-graduation seats. Now, for a country like India, when we produce doctors, we cannot think of what is the Indian requirement. India, when it manages the skilled workforce, we have to look at the global requirement, because an American doctor will never work in England. An English doctor will never work in America. But the Indian doctor is happy to work in any part of the world. And British Medical Journal published an article from Harvard which clearly mentioned that the American patients who were treated by Indian doctors lived longer than the American patients who are treated by American doctors. This is the brand which India has as healer of the world. Now, if we want to increase the number of doctors, there is only one country in the world which can just one government order can add 70,000 undergraduate seats to produce 70,000 additional doctors a year just by allotting 100 extra seats to existing 700 medical colleges. All they have to do is allow the medical college to take extra 100 students. Now, how this will work? Our medical colleges have an intake of 100 or 200, but they are occupying 20 acres of land with phenomenal infrastructure. If they get extra 100 seats, the preclinical work can be done in the existing place. For a clinical work, they can adopt a government hospital. And all this can be done with very little investment. Now, one question what the experts will ask is, where is the faculty? Existing hospitals, medical colleges don't have faculty. How are you going to get the faculty? All we have to do is to redefine what faculty is. I will, in a simple term, I'll explain to you what is the current definition of faculty is. Let's look at faculty to teach cardiac surgery. Now, when you talk about cardiac surgery, generally about 3 or 4 names come to your mind. One is Dr. Naresh Trihan of Medanta. Other senior cardiac surgeon is Dr. Ramakant Panda from Bombay, who are operating on very influential, wealthy people, and people who were never operated by them also claim that they were operated by them. They are very popular. And also they name me as a surgeon who always operates on the poor people. We do one of the largest number of surgeries, and all 3 of us, according to the current guidelines of the Medical Council, cannot teach cardiac surgery because we have never worked in a medical college of India. So if you are not allowing the top surgeons of the country to teach cardiac surgery, and that is a definition of faculty, there will be shortage of faculty. You change the definition, then you'll have enough faculty to run any number of medical colleges. So another important policy what the government has to look at is government should come up with an aggressive task of earning $100 billion of remittances every year from the healthcare workers. Now, we look at Satya Nadella from Microsoft, we look at Sundar Pichai of Google, and Arvind of IBM. We all think that they are the CEOs of these big American companies. Every American company CEOs are Indians. Why? They are brilliant people, no doubt, but the board of these companies made them as the CEOs not only because they are the brilliant people. The people in those companies who are building the product of the future, which will define the future of all these companies, are Indians, and board knows that the Indian knows how to get the best work out of the other Indians. That is the reason why they have become the CEOs. Believe me, the hospitals of the future across the world, the doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, everyone will be from India. They have no choice. The reason is Indians are genetically designed by God as the healers. Who wants to work in a building where from morning till evening patients are only complaining, they are in pain? Indians are genetically made to work in those places. So it is a matter of time. We will be forced to manage hospitals outside the country. Now, for that to happen, we need to take one policy decision. That is, we should allow every 100-bed hospital to become a nursing college. If we allow 100-bed hospital to become nursing college, every year we'll be able to train few lakh young nurses. And these nurses, because they are working in a hospital, when they come out, they will be very skilled. You always hear the complaint that the nurses who are graduating, they have no skill. The reason is, if you look at a pilot training institution, at the age of 18, some boys and girls join a pilot training institution. At the end of 10 months, these students of a pilot training institution are given a license to fly a plane with passengers in it in 10 months. But a girl coming out of the nursing college at the end of 4 years, she may not be skilled even to check the blood pressure. What is the difference? The difference is if a nurse has to be trained, she has to be trained in a hospital. And most of the nursing schools are not part of the hospital. You cannot train a swimmer in a classroom. You want to train people to swim, they have to get into the water. Now, why we need to aim for $100 billion of remittance a year? This is because when these remittances coming from the nurses, doctors, technicians working in US, European hospitals, where does the money go? When a software company earns 100 billions of profit, that money goes to the shareholders. When $100 billion of remittances come to India, that money goes to millions of households, poor households in rural India, where the nurses come from, directly to their household, transforming their life. This is the power of remittance compared to the money earned by a company. This is the photograph of a young nurse who was trained by us in Bangalore. She joined us as a A&M, then a GNM she did, then BSc. When we started our hospital in Cayman Island, she joined the hospital as a nurse. There are over 100 nurses who are trained by us working in our hospital in Cayman Island, and they are sending home every month over 1 lakh rupees, and they are only in their 23, 24-year-old. Tell me which profession in India at the age of 23, 24, a girl from poor family can afford to earn and send home over 1 lakh rupees a month. There is only one profession, that is nursing profession. And this is what we have to accomplish. So I would like to end my talk saying that nothing is more powerful than the idea whose time has come. And I am a kid who was born in India soon after the independence. So as a kid, I was passionate about reading the newspaper. And there was always a news that any overseas delegate coming to India, the one statement they all used to make is, India is the country of future. And that used to make me very happy and proud. But I waited for 70 years for the country of future to announce its arrival. Thanks to Mr. Modi and his very passionate government, now I can hear the knock on the door. Few more steps, we will be there, and the world will never be the same again. Thank you.
Maruti Suzuki to present our perspective on the Indian auto industry and also what we believe India has the potential for the future. So before I delve into the next decade, let me also point out that automotive industry is one of the most important industries for our country. Not just for manufacturing, automotive is almost half the manufacturing industry in our country, half of the manufacturing GDP, but also of the overall GDP, almost 8%. So when we started, you saw some visuals there. Indian auto industry was just about 50,000 cars a year. There was no localization. The quality was not so good. There were no exports. And of course, there was hardly any rural penetration. The contribution of automobile during those days was just 1% of GDP. But today, and I think we should all be proud of it, India is the number one in production in two-wheelers, number one in three-wheelers, number 1 in tractors, and number 3 in passenger vehicles. Last year, we overtook Japan as the number 3 manufacturer in the world. And about 4 years back, we had overtaken Germany. It was then at number 5. Today, I'm very proud to say that, in fact, this is the last month of the fiscal year, and we will be touching the all-time high in the industry of passenger vehicles at 4.2 million cars. That's, yeah. The target is, of course, to reach from 7.5% GDP to about 12%, as has been seen in the automotive policy paper. And also the manufacturing itself should go up from 15% to 25% of GDP. Of course, automotive industry is employing almost 30 million people directly and indirectly. We do 7 lakh of exports. And by the way, Maruti Suzuki is also the largest exporter of passenger vehicles in the country. Almost 40% of the exports of cars comes from Maruti Suzuki. I have a happy news, of course, and which is that this year we should also cross the 2 million mark as one company for the first time ever. Yeah. But what is tomorrow? Tomorrow, the auto industry is going to be even bigger. We talk about the next decade. Passenger vehicle industry in the next decade will be about, in 2030 actually, not 10 years from now, 6 years from now, will be 6 million cars. And that's a huge number. By the way, we will still be only at 32, penetration will be only 32 per 1,000 people, as against maybe 700 for the more developed countries. So the upside is really huge. To look at it in another way, Maruti will be doing 4 million vehicles by 2030. And what took us 40 years to reach this 2 million mark, the next 2 million should come in 6 years. That is the big change that you see, not only in the industry, it is across industries in India. And that is what we should all be proud of for what has been done in our country. Component exports, also huge, almost 1.6 lakh crore. Component business is now almost 8 lakh crore. So why are we so confident about that 6 million? Why are we so confident in India will be continue to be the third largest? Because of 3 reasons. One, we have very good manpower, skilled manpower, and that is something which the government has really pushed in the last few years, the upskilling and the reskilling of India. That should really help us going forward. Second is that in terms of technology, the digital, the industry 4.0 as they call, where digital is the base, in technology adoption as also in technology talent, India is the leading country in the world, whether it is terms of design or whether in terms of actually having such things as software for connected cars or software for autonomous cars. Nowadays, you may be knowing that earlier we used to call cars as wheels with data. Now we call cars as data with wheels. That is the extent of digitalization that has happened. And third is government policies. Of course, government policies have been really good when you look at manufacturing support from the government, PLI scheme, FAME for automotive. I think it's really good. And finally, I think the most important, a lot of investments coming in. The scale is huge. And that's because it's been driven by 2 things. The urbanization, which is now expected to be 41% by 2030 from the current 35% level. And the disposable income going up because the economy is doing so well. And they say that a lot of manufacturers, a lot of companies across the world, they are looking at what they call China +1 strategy. And China +1 में जो 1 है, that will be largely, India will have the largest component of that +1. Yeah, but the thing to clap for is not that India will have the largest part of that +1. I believe, Maruti Suzuki believes, that actually later on, people will be talking of India +1. And that is what, and you have seen a lot of investments coming in. That's why we are so confident our industry will do well in the next decade. The Bharat that we are building, Maruti Suzuki has announced 2 new plants, one in Kharkhoda, investment of 20,000 crore, one in an EV plant, 20,000 crore again, and a 10,000 crore investment by Suzuki in battery and battery-related components. Hyundai has announced 20,000 crore, as also MG. I think we are moving towards global quality, and that means India will become a hub for even export of cars. And 2 things which we believe will drive is the sustainability and the safety, which is increasingly becoming the most important criteria for different aspects of business. So I think overall, you heard the Chief Minister of Assam speaking. I think we are looking at a new India, and I'm not talking in political context. I'm talking only from a pure manufacturing and a pure industry context. We talked about scale, we talked about skill, we talked about speed, but I think the most important thing, and I will end my talk with that, the most important thing we believe at Maruti Suzuki, that is actually propelling the growth in industry, and whether it is politics, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is whatever, it is this new India is being propelled by this great self-belief and the spirit that we have had. The spirit has actually multiplied, it has actually grown in the last few years, and I think there will be no more stopping for us. I just came from a seminar where one person was saying that going forward we have to maintain that spirit, and of course we should now hunt across the world in packs and not just as individuals, and that will be the new India of the next decade. Thank you very much.
Niranjan Narayan Swami.
Check. So, President Nasheed here, he's not just the former president of the Maldives. He's a friend of India. I don't know how many of you know about the story of Mohammad Nasheed and his relationship with India and New Delhi especially. He's also survived an assassination attempt because Maldives also has been battling with radicalism. He was targeted by his rivals. He was jailed, almost tortured when India had to intervene. The government had to intervene and ensure that he's freed. There was political intervention from India. He's popular in Maldives, but he's also controversial. Before we start the session, President Nasheed, I'll just ask a question to all our friends who are here. How many of you in the auditorium have been to Maldives in the past? If you can just raise your hands, please.
Far too few.
Far too few. Okay. Let me ask them another follow-up question. How many of you will go back to the Maldives after the recent controversy? And there's a reason why I asked that question, President Nasheed. So let me start with the headline today, and before we get to the tourism aspect of it. Maldives and China have now, come to a defense agreement. It's been signed. Maldives will now obtain non-lethal weapons and training from China, right? Why is Maldives falling for the China trap, President Nasheed? It didn't happen during your tenure. Why is it happening now?
Well, firstly, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back in Delhi. back in India. I've been away from India for far too long. It's been 6 months. This business of a former president is an awkward affair. You can't just go to places. You have to be invited to come. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, the editor-in-chief, and thank you to the whole team. I love it here. I've always said, I am a friend of India, and the vast majority of the people of the Maldives are friends of India. This is a very, very wrong perception that there is an anti-Indian sentiment in the Maldives. We do not have an anti-Indian sentiment in the Maldives. It's a small minority of people who, for their political benefit, have coined the phrase and have gone with this rhetoric. So, but before coming to your question, as you pointed out, I immensely admire your Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, and the work that the Prime Minister is doing. It is not only lifting the people of India to prosperity, it is giving a source of strength and honor and proudness to all of us. We want to rise with India. We want to plug into your development. We want to have prosperity in our islands, in the neighbor, and whatever good happens here will overflow to our neighbors, to your neighbors. And therefore, it is very important for us that India keeps on rising. I have no doubt that this will ever stop. The coming decade would certainly be the decade for India. Now, coming to your question, why has the Maldives signed a defense agreement with China? To start with, I have my doubts if they have actually signed anything other than a supply contract. In 1988, there was an attempted coup in the Maldives. India instantly stepped in, aborted the coup, and brought back the government again. Every time when there's been a defense or a security issue in the Maldives, it's been India who has come to our assistance. The number of defense agreements and military exercises that we jointly have are far more than anyone else can ever have. So it's unfortunate that the Maldives has thought, or the president has thought, that he needs to buy tear gas and rubber bullets from China, and I am afraid that this will be again used against us. So this is not something that I would ever celebrate. I think stronger democracy, rule of law is how you govern, not through the barrel of the gun. So whatever equipment that we have bought is unnecessary, and I hope that they will remain unnecessary. And the institutional links between our two countries are far stronger than just one equipment contract.
President Nasheed, now Muizu, right? He's come to power with an anti-India sentiment. He came to power with the India Out campaign, right? But is that the Maldivian sentiment? Is that what the people of Maldives feel?
I do not believe that he has come to power because of an anti-India rhetoric. He came to power because my old party was weak. Our sitting president was weak. Our party was fractured. We couldn't unify the party. And we went into a presidential election thinking that they could win with one section of our party. So it was very unfortunate that this had happened. Anti-India sentiment is not a Maldives sentiment. I have to stress this again and again and again. We, as I keep saying, we read the same books, we watch the same films, we eat the same food, we have similar cultures, and we are very, very united. We are the same people. You cannot divorce us. You cannot marginalize us from India. And I never would believe that a sensible thinking Maldivian would ever believe that there can be any political gain by having an Indian sentiment. Most of our doctors are Indians. Most of our teachers are Indians. Most of our accountants are Indians. The middle establishment is very much assisted by India. So it is foolhardy for us to think, outrageous for anyone to think that an anti-India sentiment is a Maldives sentiment. I've come here at a very difficult time.
Yes.
And especially having to sit with journalists like, high-flying journalists like you.
So we're not high-flying, sir.
And trying to defend, trying to bat it out would be, I know, difficult. But I really do want to say that this is not a Maldives sentiment. We are your friends and we will continue and remain as your friends.
Fantastic. So when for example, Muizzu says there will be no Indian troops on Maldivian soil, he said that. He's given a deadline of May 15th, if I'm not wrong. He says, I think there are roughly about 89 Indian troops in Maldives as of today. And when he says on the 15th of May, there will be no Indian troops in, military uniform or in civilian clothes, how long do you think it's going to last?
Well, we have 3 Indian helicopters and 1 Dornier flight.
Will he return those helicopters?
We have 3. We still have 3 Indian helicopters.
Yes.
And 1 Dornier flight. These were brought for medical evacuation. When our people get ill in our far-flung islands, these helicopters bring the patients to our hospitals. We have few developed hospitals. So these are in few islands. So to have medical emergency evacuations, India has helped us to bring these people to hospitals. And they have benefited our people immensely. They have alleviated a lot of pain. And I believe that they should continue and they will continue. Now, but President Muiz kind of feels that there has to be another mechanism through which they would like to bring them. I personally don't believe that this should happen. He wants civilian Indian personnel to do the job. The whole idea, even from the very beginning, was that they would train our people to do the work and they would remain until the training was done. And I think we should continue with that, and I believe that we will continue with that. I can't see this rapidly changing in the near future.
But you see the kind of statements that are coming out, President Nasheed. For example, there was a recent statement where he called India a bully. I mean, I can't imagine a Maldivian head of state call India a bully. Why would you do that? You've had our External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, who gave him a befitting reply. And he said, while responding to that statement, he said, a bully in the neighborhood wouldn't give you $4.5 billion in aid, right?
Well, I'll add to what Dr. Jaishankar said. When Little Maldives asked India that they would want the troops gone, you know what India did? They agreed. There was no muscle twisting, muscle display. There was no arm twisting. They just wanted to have a conversation, find out how this can reasonably be done. That's not an action of a bully. An actions of a bully would be to display your muscle. Of course, you do have far more stronger than anyone around in our region, or for that matter, the planet. That's not what India did. What India did was they respected a small island nation for whatever right or wrong. They respected it, spoke to them, they are speaking to them, and they are finding ways of how to hand over. And I believe these are actions of a responsible superpower. These are not actions of a bully. Money is just one thing, but how you act, how you behave, how you treat your small neighbor, that is where a definition of bullying would come. And you would never see that. If you go back to the 70s and 60s and the United States and their neighbors and what was happening there, you would see the difference. Here is a responsible superpower rising, and I like it. I want to see India rise, and I strongly believe that our safety and our security is linked. Yes, the $4.5 billion, the COVID vaccine, the 1988 coup, when we had water shortage, India also came with water. So there's numerous incidents when India has always come and helped us out. And I don't think these are actions of a bully. That's very wrong to say it.
Yeah.
No one should say it. And I will condemn this all the time.
And when you speak of bullies, how would you describe China? Would you call China a bully, or would you call China or refer to China as a honey trap? I'll tell you why. Because see what's happened to Sri Lanka, and you have friends in Sri Lanka. See what has happened to Nepal, what they're trying to do in Bangladesh, for example, and in Bhutan, right? Now, all of them are wary of China today. Why is Maldives suddenly taken this still?
You know, throughout the region, we swing from one side to another after every election. This is a habit. But we must try and see that we have stable foreign policy, where we have more center and not keep on swinging from one side to the other. But this is happening. It's part and parcel of multi-party democracy. If I say it's white, my opposition would instantly come out and say it's black. So there is that element to it as well. But China has spent given a lot of aid, loans, not aid, loans, to our countries to build a lot of infrastructure. Now, I do not think that we should measure development with concrete. The more concrete, the more steel you have, the more glass you have, that doesn't necessarily mean you're developing more. They intentionally raise the price of the projects so that the business plan fails. When the business plan fails, you can't pay back your loan. So when you can't pay back the loan, then they ask for equity. And with equity, we lose more sovereignty. So I think this whole idea that development depends on huge amounts of infrastructure is very wrong. Development is what happens to you. It's your own prosperity and it's your own happiness. So I think when countries want to counter the Road and Belt Initiative, it's not another Road and Belt Initiative. It must be focused on small projects that have big impact on households, on people. And I think a lot of the Indian projects in the Maldives are driven in this way. I've had many conversations with your officials, and they do agree that this is the best way to go about assisting a neighboring country. And I believe that, you know, we are very heavily indebted. All of our countries are very, very heavily indebted. And this year, more than I am told, that more up to 25 to 30 countries would go into default. Poor countries, developing countries, have to pay over $500 billion in interest alone to all these loans. We don't have that money because none of these projects were actually financially viable. So it is going to be a difficult year. There will be more defaults and there will be more chaos all around us. So it's going to be sad, and I think we should be very, very mindful about where the money is coming from, how the money is spent, what are the terms of these investments. And I am very glad that, you know, Indian investments go through a tendering process.
Yes.
And we know what is coming to our country. It's not just some vanity project for a minister. It's done through enough assessments, and it's going through a process. And the rates are very, very low. So these are development loans. And the price is the best price. So I think there is a marked difference between what we get from India and what we get from China. I would go for Indian assistance any day.
Great. Well said. I mean, once Maldives default, I think the tide will change. And the tide will change. And we also know it's a fight for the Indian Ocean. Of course, India has a stake in the Indian Ocean, right? China has an interest in the Indian Ocean. Now, I wanted to ask you, because I was speaking to you just before this, and you mentioned that the current president of Maldives is running out of support. Is that true? Is he isolated? Is there a chance that the government could fall in the Maldives?
Well, he won the elections, as I said, A, because our party got fractured and the president was very weak. B, because the former President Yamin, and the breakaway from the MDP also supported him. But now all of these people have left him. His own party is fractured, where President Yamin has distanced himself from the new president, and no one is around him. So he is looking very, very isolated. We have parliamentary elections coming, and I think these elections would show how the political landscape would look like. And I am hopeful, and I am very confident that we will be able to bring sanity to the Maldives. Sensible people will do sensible things, and we can't go along this trajectory and this pathway. It will change.
Yeah.
Now, about the Indian Ocean.
Yes.
The Maldives occupies the navigable parts of the Indian Ocean. We are a very big country. We are a big ocean state. We stretch 1,000 kilometers from north to south. Most of the trade routes and supply lines converge into our space and our country. So there is always people who want to dominate the Maldives. And we should always be mindful about that. And because of this, safety and security of the Indian Ocean is so important for all of us. India is very relevant for us. And we must have good relations with India. I believe these are the sensible paths that we should take, and I think it will continue.
You know, we have our Prime Minister here is very popular, you know. He likes to dive, he likes to snorkel. And why was there such a meltdown in Maldives when our Prime Minister went to Lakshadweep? Why did your politicians lose it? At least a set of them. They lost it on social media. They put out posts, bordering on hate, right? Why did they go into a meltdown?
Well, small minds do wrong things. Developing tourism in Lakshadweep would be for the benefit of the Maldives. It's complementary. It's never competitive. When Sri Lanka grows, when Sri Lankan tourism prospers, it's always a benefit to the Maldives. Someone who is going to Lakshadweep is more likely to come to the Maldives as well, because you've been there and there is another destination right next door. So very often people take these multiple destination tours. So I think it was wrong even economically. We've understood this about Maldives tourism industry and how it helps when Sri Lankan arrivals increase, Maldives arrivals will increase. So I think a tourism development in Lakshadweep would benefit us all. There is nothing wrong with having tourism in the Lakshadweep, and it would be beautiful. I am sure it can be done, and I believe a lot of our own entrepreneurs, because they have a very good experience on developing resorts, they probably have better experience in this region in developing resorts, and they would jump to the occasion.
Yes.
They already have resorts in Seychelles, they already have resorts in Zanzibar, so I am sure our entrepreneurs would jump to the occasion. And they do want this. They've been wanting tourism development in Minico Islands as well. So I think, to start with, this was wrongly thinking, and it was small minds talking about silly things. And I'm glad that these low-level government officials have now been removed. And these are activists who suddenly was brought into government, and then they just kind of ran on the wrong side. Sad, and I am sorry.
Yeah.
I am extremely sorry that they have done this.
Now that's it's graceful of you. But is it true that tourism industry has actually taken a hit because of the boycott by Indians?
Well, yes, a lot of Indian tourists have stopped coming to the Maldives, and even if the aggregate number remains, we must understand that resorts specialize in destinations. There will be resorts who specialize in Indian tourists. And for them, it would be a very, very big hit. So the boycott campaign here has hurt us. And again, I've come here to tell you, please come to the Maldives. And you must win our hearts and our minds. They are with you. To hit us back is, I am sure that's not the view of the Honorable Prime Minister. I know the Honorable Prime Minister very well. I'll tell you, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but Laila, my wife, when she asked the Prime Minister not to come to the Maldives while I was in prison, the Prime Minister not only not came to the Maldives, but got me out as well. So I can go on saying so many instances, and our relationship with the Honorable Prime Minister is very rich, very friendly, and I am sure it will continue.
Yeah, finally, I had a classmate. I had a few classmates when I studied in Bangalore, a city in Karnataka. And, they're back in the Maldives, and some of them are in the tourism business. And they tell me it started with India out, but the mood now is Muizu out. Is that true? Is that going to happen?
Well, you see, when you go against entrepreneurship, when you actually hurt your own people, it will be difficult to win their hearts. It will be difficult to get their support. So I think the President, Dr. Moise, would realize what has happened, and he will have to change course, redirect himself, and see that we remain strongly together. This is not the path that we should take.
All right, he's traveled all the way from Ghana in Africa to be with us at the Republic Summit this year, and he's going back to Ghana after this, so big round of applause for President Nasheed.
There's one more little thing, right? Going to the topic, what should India do in the coming decade? India, I believe, will save the planet. I am very sorry, this hasn't come up here. We have to decarbonize. We have to find a low carbon development strategy that would give us the same economic outcomes, but without damaging the planet. The biofuels that your energy minister was talking about, I was very excited about it. The renewables that you are bringing, your net zero targets. So India will be the leader in saving the planet. That is bigger than anything else. So I believe what India would do in the next 10 years, decade, would be actually find a pathway to save the planet. And I thank you for that.
President Nasheed, thank you for joining us here at the Republic Summit. It was a pleasure to host you. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for President Nasheed.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
He is the mind. When I was in jail, I remember his arguments, and I can only even tell you the policemen, the prison authorities, and everybody inside was also following what Harish Salve was saying in the court. So thank you very much, sir. This is a very emotional moment for me, and I wanted to say thank you.
In that lies the hope for this country, that even the common people now have started looking beyond your politicians.
Sir, the theme is Bharat the next decade, because we have very limited time today.
And that is Bharat the next decade. Beyond the politics of India.
Yes, sir.
This growing nation, a nation which is now anxiously waiting for its day in the sun. And I think that's where we are headed. Today, when I walk in the streets of London,
sir,
it's not, ouch, here comes an Indian, it's, wow, here comes an Indian.
Wow, that's amazing. Sir, from where you are India's #1 jurist, legal voice, one of the biggest international lawyers. How do you view Bharat the next decade? And from the point of view of jurisprudence and law, what needs to be done to get us there?
We need to...
mic closes.
We need to get our courts in sync with the rest of India.
You don't think they are?
They are. You cannot run a 21st century India with 19th century mindset courts. And that's what we have.
Wow. You believe our courts are not with the times?
No, they are not. And I say so because I'm a part of the system, and I say so in a positive sense, not to denigrate or degrade anybody, because it doesn't help. but there is a lot of catching up to do. There is a lot of catching up to do at all levels. Domain expertise has been brought into government. Domain expertise has to be brought into the judicial system.
Can you expand on that?
So if you have commercial courts, you must have judges who understand commerce. You cannot have judges who look blank when you talk of competition. You cannot have judges who look blank when you talk of financial services. And that domain expertise has to come so that the lower rung of judiciary is repaired. Our Supreme Court has to go back to being what it was meant to be, the Supreme Court of India, not yet another court of India which pokes its nose in everything.
Wow, that's going to make headlines coming from you, Mr. Salve. Rhythm would like to take that forward.
It should, because today, unfortunately, the Supreme Court is hearing appeals from amending of pleadings, hearing appeals from every small little case which gets decided that way. You know, I now work in different jurisdictions, India and another jurisdiction. In United Kingdom, 9 out of 10 cases come to an end in the court of first instance.
Yeah.
We have to get there. Otherwise, this disrepair in our judicial system is not going to get sorted. The common man's interface with justice, you've seen this for yourself.
Yes, sir.
The common man's interface with justice is first in the criminal justice system with the magistrate, and in the civil justice system with the district judge. And they have to be of fine fettle.
Yeah.
And when they are of fine fettle, the pressure on your high courts will go down. And then your high courts have to be brought up to mark. The commercial side of the high court, today Delhi High Court has some very good judges, but some very few very good judges. We need a lot more, we need a much wider base. And we have to get back the legal system into a pyramid. Today it's like a rectangular block. Everything goes from floor to floor. That's not how legal systems can work.
Right.
There has to be a pyramidical structure. Bulk gets sorted out at the lower level, a much smaller at mid, and right at the top, important questions
Very few.
of law.
Rhythm.
Mr. Salve, simple question. The sedition law, whether it's the privilege of breach, alleged privilege of breach parliamentary motion case that you fought for us, whether it's words from the Supreme Court or the High Court also needs to understand that they cannot keep intimidating or getting intimidated when there are pleas before them, the bail applications. I want to ask you about this certain narrative that's created where the democracy, they say, the constitution, they say, is under threat. I remember your words when you spoke even about your guru, Palkewala, that it's time, only time India ever suffered was the emergency. Do you think that this narrative that continues to be created in the courts needs to stop, and what's going to get these vested interests to stop?
Whose constitution under threat? The constitution of certain political parties or the constitution of India? Yes. I don't see any threat to the constitution of India. Till constitution of India lives in our hearts, nobody can kill it, not the politicians, not the judges. It is India which is spirited. Who brought India out of emergency? Not the courts. The courts succumbed. It's the people of India who brought India out of emergency. Mrs. Gandhi realized she cannot continue this nonsense anymore. And that spirit has to continue till we have democracy in our heart. Today, I have seen the change in the political system. You have seen it, I have seen it. India has transitioned from and I don't mean this derisively, India has transitioned from an English-speaking public school culture to sons of the soil running the country. And running it very differently.
Well said, sir.
I say something. Speaking for myself, I would not be able to work if the courts went into Hindi. But should it be done? I don't see any reason why not. So, and I'm not being populist. The point is, India has to be run by Indians. People respect us now because they feel India is being run by Indians.
Yes, sir. Sir, just one question before I ask Arnab to ask you a question. You've spoken about the word nepotism. You've spoken about your father was in the Congress and yet you chose to be a Solicitor General in the Vajpayee government. How did that work? One question. Second, diplomatically, we've seen the Jadhav case that you won. I also want to know today, when we get diplomatic victory in the Navy officers who've now been brought back, how is this system in India really going to be seen?
See, it's always, today I don't think you see any real nepotism. And it's only, hopefully, it's in the fossils of history that it has now been put away.
Yes, sir.
I don't think any appointments in recent times you can point a finger and say so-and-so's nephew or so-and-so's uncle has been made. When I was to be made Solicitor General of India by the Vajpayee government, it mattered little to Vajpayee that my father was a member of parliament in the opposition party. And that's the mindset which they have to get. If you want talent, you can't hold people to silly ideas like of their ideology or their parents' ideology or their uncle's ideology. Family should become irrelevant to your movement in life. The second is, how are we seen today? Today we are seen as a powerhouse. Today India is seen as a powerhouse. And the world, look at the United Kingdom, the economy is in shambles and there is no hope in sight. Today they are most worried about their wobbly political system. We don't know the next elections. Will Labour win? If it wins, will it win a clear majority? Right. Or are they going to be in this mess and in the meanwhile everything dwindles? People in England today worry about heating their homes in winter. And they call themselves a developed country. So, believe me, I mean, the infrastructure in United Kingdom is in shambles, absolute shambles. And look at us, we are changing by the day. Yes, so, sir. India is seen as a powerhouse and India is a powerhouse. Yeah. And it's about time we showed the world we are one.
I just have a couple of minutes because of the Prime Minister is coming and, you know, the security clearance. But I must ask, do you agree with the collegium system? In Bharat, the next decade, should the system of judges selecting and electing judges continue to be? I really want you to speak straight on this, sir.
It should never have been, and it should certainly not be.
The collegium system should be scrapped.
The collegium system was a band-aid on a wound. The political system at that time had started completely destroying the judicial appointment process by deviating from convention. Believe me, some of our finest judges came from appointments by the government. Where did Chinnappa Reddy come from? Where did D.A. Desai come from? Where did the great Krishna Iyer, the jurist, come from? Krishna Iyer was a communist from Kerala. He was in the communist government. He was made one of the finest judges ever. Who appointed him? Government of India.
Are you willing to engage in a public debate with CJI D.Y. Chandrachud on this?
What is there to debate? Show me one country in the world where judges appoint judges. And show me one authority, one sociological research which says if judges don't appoint judges, the independence of judiciary is compromised.
Incredible. Today I'm getting a lot of headlines from these spots.
No, but that, I've always said this.
Wow. Let me take that.
I don't agree
you
with the premise.
You are also on the committee on one nation, one election.
Yes.
Therefore, you are advising on whether we can have all state and government elections together. Will we see it happen?
The committee is not me.
The committee, you. But will we see it happen or is it going to be deferred and deferred? Because
I would like to comment.
But would it happen? Would you like to see it happen?
Well, let's see.
Can 2029 be a simultaneous election for states and central?
You'll know the report will be made public shortly.
By when?
Shortly.
When shortly?
Shortly. Quite short.
Quite short. But possible, in the realm of possibility.
No, I don't want to comment. I don't want to.
One last one, Rhythm, and then we have to.
Sir, exactly what Arnav was asking you. This is something we're very fond of. We want to know whether there'll be simultaneous elections, but also shifting away from here. You're now living in the UK, a lighter question, a piano-playing lawyer, someone who should actually be called here to play the piano for us once upon a time. How are you, other than this, looking at your work? Do you think the Indian courts and the way they're working virtually is there to stay?
See, a lot of people miss him here as well.
No, I should tell you the basic difference, and I put it in one sentence. You have to start working by a calendar and a diary. You have to stop working in a way where this is the problem with the Indian mindset. Your time is valuable, everybody else's time is hopeless. So a judge will fix your case and make you wait till 4 o'clock. Unheard of. I knew 2 months ago that on 11th, Monday at 10 a.m., I'm appearing for the Enforcement Directorate in the High Court, Chancery Division, against Nirav Modi. Okay. I knew that 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So that's how the system works. And the case is fixed, the time is fixed, you go to the court, either somebody drops dead or the case settles or the case goes on.
So the extradition is going to happen?
This is not the extradition, this is attachment of some properties.
But do you think for Malia and for Nirav?
Extradition has been allowed in both the cases. Yes. It is waiting for a political sign-off.
All right.
Well, we feel so proud when we see you arguing at The Hague, and we feel so inspired. I have one last question.
You'll see me now arguing in the European Court of Justice for the athletes.
Wow.
The athletes against whom they've said where their testosterone levels are high, that's Semenya.
Yes.
And others. And we challenge it on the ground that is discriminatory because gender has to be binary. You cannot create a third.
Yeah.
We had success in the first round, but let's see.
Well, I mean, even all the judges wait for your every word when you're speaking. Your stature is incredible. But I have one last question. How do you say thank you to someone who has taken you out of jail?
By staying out of it.
No.
Don't do anything which puts you back there.
No, you never know who puts me back. I'm going to call you. And I'll tell you how you can do that. You have to give me a hug on stage for that. Thank you.
That I will, happily.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harish Salve. Thank you, Arnab, and thank you, Rhythm. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to vacate the hall. I request you all to please move outside. Warm welcome on behalf of the Republic Media Network to His Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister, sir, in honor of your presence here, we have with us the acclaimed Hindustani classical vocalist and author on Indian music and culture, Dr. Subhadra Desai. Performing at home and abroad for more than 2 decades, Dr. Desai is at present the Chair Professor of the Department of Hindustani Music at the University of Silicon Andhra, based in California. Today she is accompanied by Chetan Nigam on the harmonium, Gurbej Singh on tabla, Nirav Desai on manjira, while Rekha Pandey and Swati Bhagat are on tanpura and vocal support. Dr. Desai will now perform a rendition of Swagatam, Shubha Swagatam.
स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलं नितप्रियं भारत भारतं स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् नित्य निरंतरता नवता मानवता समता ममता नित्य निरंतरता नवता मानवता समता ममता सारथी साथ मनोरथ का जो अनिवार्य नहीं थमता संकल्प अविजित अभिमतम् संकल्प अविजित अभिमतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलं नितप्रियं भारत भारतं स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् शाश्वत सुविकसित इति शुभम शाश्वत सुविकसित इति शुभम आनंद मंगल मंगलम आनंद मंगल मंगलम नित प्रियम भारत भारतम स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम अथ स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम.
Thank you, Dr. Subhadra Desai, and accompanying artists for that reverent and spiritually uplifting rendition of Swagatam, Shubha Swagatam. May I now request Republic Media Network's Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami, to please accompany the Honorable Prime Minister up onto the stage.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपका रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क के समिट में आपका स्वागत है। आज मैं आपके सामने फिर एक बार अपनी दिल की बात रखना चाहता हूं, अनुमति हो तो प्रधानमंत्री जी। प्रधानमंत्री जी, पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इस रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है और सबसे बड़ा सौभाग्य है कि हर बार रिपब्लिक समिट में आप मौजूद रहे। तीन 315 दिन पहले रिपब्लिक समिट के इसी मंच पर आप थे और मुझे आपको बताने में बहुत खुशी हो रही है प्रधानमंत्री जी कि इन दिनों हमने एक और न्यूज़ चैनल लॉन्च किया है, रिपब्लिक कन्नड़, और रिपब्लिक अभी दक्षिण भारत में भी हमारी एंट्री हुई है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज हमारे नेटवर्क की रीच 45 करोड़ क्रॉस कर चुकी है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, दिस मीन्स दैट रिपब्लिक इज रीचिंग 1 in every 3 Indians, और मैंने सुबह ये कहा था कि मतलब we still can reach 2 out of every 3 Indians. And I want to tell you, Pradhanmantri ji, that this has started 7 years back from a very small co-sharing space of 500 square feet in a private mill in Mumbai with me and only 2 or 3 believers in me. और प्रधानमंत्री जी, हर भारतीय के पास हमेशा सपने थे, हर भारतीय परिश्रम करता था, लेकिन आपके आने के बाद ऐसा माहौल, ऐसी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी मिली जो आपने तैयार की है. And I have no hesitation in saying this, that it is because of the environment that you have created that companies and dreams like Republic can come to life and become a reality. And we are very grateful to you because all that we had a dream, Pradhan Mantri ji, was a dream of professionals who believe they can get the job done. आपके विजन और आपके लीडरशिप ने ऐसा माहौल बनाया इस देश में जिसमें पहला तो लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिली है, सेकंड एक पॉजिटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट क्लाइमेट मिली है और थर्ड एक प्रोटेक्टिव इकोसिस्टम मिली है which keeps भारतीय ड्रीम्स सिक्योर इन एन एनवायरनमेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी. प्रधानमंत्री जी 10 साल में आपने एक बिलीफ सिस्टम बनाई है इस देश में. आपने एक बिलीफ सिस्टम खड़ा किया है जिसमें एक स्टार्टअप, और रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल एक स्टार्टअप है और ये अमेरिका में नहीं हो सकता है 7 सालों में प्रधानमंत्री जी. इट कैन हैपन ओनली इन इंडिया एंड अंडर योर ओवरऑल विजन. And Pradhan Mantri ji, the most important thing about your belief system, which matters to me personally, matters to everybody at Republic and everybody here, जिसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं होती, it is because your belief system is based on high ethics, naitikta, which is at the core of it. And I remember that in India, people used to say that people with ethics, people with ideals, and idealism can never get far. It is because of your vision and your leadership that ethics are today the baseline of success in this country. चाहे राजनीति हो, चाहे कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर हो, चाहे मीडिया हो, एथिक्स, नैतिकता के जरिए सफलता की सीढ़ी चढ़ी जा सकती है. This is what we have personally benefited from. प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके विजन से हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं. अभी हमारा लक्ष्य है कि हर साल एक रीजनल लैंग्वेज में एक चैनल लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं. हमारे पास उतनी पूंजी नहीं है, अगर हो सके तो हम 2 लॉन्च करेंगे. एंड आई वांट टू शेयर विथ यू दैट दिस गोल ऑफ रिपब्लिक, प्रधानमंत्री जी, इज नॉट बैक्ड बाय एनी फॉरेन मनी, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट. आई टेल यू फ्रैंकली, there is not 0.00001% foreign investment in this company. I can tell you it is the purely Swadeshi company from the soil of India, Pradhan. हमारी एसेट सिर्फ हमारा मेहनत है, क्योंकि at a personal level, जैसे परिवार से हम आते हैं, जिस परिवार से मैं आता हूँ, my mother who is in the audience here, she's been a school teacher. My father was an army officer. हम मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार से आते हैं, हम कोई डायनेस्ट नहीं है और हमने अपने करियर के पहले दशक में अपने सपने को टूटते हुए भी देखा है अलग सिस्टम के अंदर. अभी जो माहौल है, द सेंस ऑफ स्टेबिलिटी दैट यू हैव गिवन हैज चेंज्ड एवरीथिंग. और प्रधानमंत्री जी, आई वांट टू शेयर समथिंग विथ यू व्हिच आई वाज वेटिंग टिल टुडे टू टेल यू. आपने कहा क्या हो रहा है, तो मैं उस समय बोल नहीं पाया, तो मैं आपको स्टेज से कह रहा हूं. प्रधानमंत्री जी, जितना संघर्ष हुआ रिपब्लिक का, जितनी कठिनाई से हम आए, आप सब जानते हैं, मगर सच्चाई के साथ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, मुश्किलें हम पार कर रहे हैं. एंड इट इज दिस कॉन्करिंग ऑफ स्ट्रगल, प्रधानमंत्री जी, फ्रॉम दिस हॉल, 25 किलोमीटर्स फ्रॉम दिस हॉल, प्रधानमंत्री जी, सिर्फ 25 किलोमीटर दूर. आई एम प्राउड टू शेयर विथ यू, प्रधानमंत्री जी, दैट द रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क is building and is almost completing the building of the largest news complex network and studio in Asia. And I have no hesitation in saying I am inspired by you, because you may not remember, Pradhan Mantri ji, but 7-8 years back you said that India needs a global media. और आपने कहा था ये सिर्फ सरकार का काम नहीं है, कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर इंडिया से करे. एंड वी हैव टेकन अपॉन द चैलेंज. दैट सेंटर, आई होप एंड प्रे दैट वन डे you will visit our news center. My dream is to set up within 1 year, 1.5 years, Pradhan Mantri ji, the first global news organization from the soil of India, operating from New Delhi, from the national capital region. Finally, Pradhan Mantri ji, the theme of the summit is Bharat, the next decade. लेकिन मैं एक और कदम बढ़कर कहूंगा कि आने वाले दशक जो है वो भारत का है. हर भारतीय के लिए विकसित भारत एक लक्ष्य है. आपने रेड फोर्ट से कहा था, वहां से इट रियली वेंट इनटू आवर हार्ट्स. पीपल आर बिलीविंग इट एंड द बिलीफ मेक्स थिंग्स हैपन. एवरीबडी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट इट टुडे. Everybody believes it. In fact, I'll tell you, Pradhan Mantri ji, you have set a target of 2047. But I'm sure today you were in Kashmir. I congratulate you for your Kashmir visit. I'm sure you believe. I'm sure 2 days back I saw the video of you in Bengal. Pradhan Mantri ji, we run one of the big channels, the Republic Bangla. We saw how people were lined up. We saw the people were responding to you. So I believe that in this country, every Indian has absorbed the idea of Viksit Bharat. And our commitment to you is, we will not even believe in 2047, Pradhan Mantri ji. If all of us come together, then I believe that we can do it even earlier. Your vision is our vision. Your vision is the vision of 1.4 billion Indians. And what they say about pro-incumbency, I am not a psephologist. I don't believe in psephology, Pradhan Mantri ji. But I'll tell you one thing. Pro-incumbency for me, as a citizen of India, is when I see things happen in my lifetime, in our parents' lifetime, in our children's lifetime. We are seeing the changes. It is not a far-off dream. We are seeing what is happening in the next half decade, in the next decade, and it is all because of your hard work and your vision. And therefore, I feel proud to invite you. I feel overwhelmed that you've come for my event. And Pradhan Mantri ji, I invite you to take the stage today and inspire all of us who have been waiting since morning with your vision, so that this message goes out to every Indian. I am again very grateful to you that you have come. Thank you, Pradhan Mantri. Thank you. Thank you.
आप सबको नमस्कार। रिपब्लिक टीम के भी मेरी तरफ से विशेष इस समिट के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं मानता हूं कि अर्नब ने जो बताया वो दिन भर जो मंथन चला होगा उसी में से निकला होगा। और मैं आने से पहले पानी इसलिए पिया, इतना सारा मैं पचा पाऊंगा कि नहीं पचा पाऊंगा। कुछ साल पहले जब मैंने कहा था कि ये दशक भारत का है, अब जब हम पॉलिटिकल लोग बोलते हैं लोग यही मानते हैं कि ये तो पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट है, ये राजनेता तो बोलते रहते हैं, लेकिन ये भी सच्चाई है। आज दुनिया ये कह रही है ये दशक भारत का है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आपने एक कदम और आगे बढ़कर अब भारत द नेक्स्ट डेकेड पर चर्चा शुरू कर दी है। ये दशक विकसित भारत के सपनों को पूरा करने का एक अहम दशक है और मैं मानता हूं कि जो भी जिसको इन्फ्लुएंस कर सकता है, कोई भी पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी हो, कितने ही अपोजिशन ख्याल रखते हो, लेकिन ये कहने में क्या जाता है कि भाई ये 10 साल काम करने जैसे हैं, उसमें क्या जाता है। लेकिन कुछ लोग इतनी निराशा की गर्त में डूबे हुए हैं कि उनके लिए न ये सोचना, न ये सुनना और न ही ये बोलना बड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है। कुछ लोग खास हंसी शेयर कर रहे हैं। तो स्वाभाविक है कि मेरी बात सही जगह पे पहुंच गई है। लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि ऐसे विषयों पर चर्चा भी बहुत आवश्यक है, मंथन भी बहुत आवश्यक है। लेकिन साथियों, जिस दशक में हम अभी है, जो दशक अभी गुजर रहा है, मैं समझता हूं वो आजाद भारत का अब तक का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट डेकेड है। और इसलिए ही लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। ये दशक एक सक्षम, समर्थ और विकसित भारत बनाने की नींव को मजबूत करने वाला डेकेड है। ये दशक उन आकांक्षाओं को, एस्पिरेशंस को पूरा करने का है जो कभी भारत के लोगों को असंभव लगती थी। एक मेंटल बैरियर तोड़ना बहुत जरूरी है। ये दशक भारत के सपनों को, भारत के सामर्थ्य से पूरा करने का दशक होगा। और मैं ये वाक्य बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रूप बोल रहा हूं, सपने भारत के, सामर्थ्य भी भारत का। अगला दशक शुरू होने से पहले हम भारत को विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनते देखेंगे। अगला दशक शुरू होने से पहले भारतीयों के पास घर, शौचालय, गैस, बिजली, पानी, इंटरनेट, सड़क, हर बुनियादी सुविधाएं उसके पास होगी। ये दशक भारत में वर्ल्ड क्लास एक्सप्रेसवे, हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, देशव्यापी वाटरवेज नेटवर्क, ऐसी अनेक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आधुनिकतम चीजों के निर्माण का दशक होगा। इसी दशक में भारत को अपनी पहली बुलेट ट्रेन मिलेगी। इसी दशक में भारत को फुल्ली ऑपरेशनल डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर्स मिलेंगे। इसी दशक में भारत के बड़े शहर या तो मेट्रो या नमो भारत रेल के नेटवर्क से जुड़ चुके होंगे। यानी ये दशक भारत की हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी, हाई स्पीड मोबिलिटी और हाई स्पीड प्रॉस्पेरिटी का दशक होगा। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं ये समय वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं और अस्थिरता का समय है। और एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद ये सबसे अधिक अस्थिर समय अनुभव हो रहा है। उसकी तीव्रता भी और उसका स्प्रेड भी। पूरी दुनिया में कई सरकारों को सत्ता विरोधी लहर का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच भारत एक सशक्त लोकतंत्र के रूप में विश्वास की किरण बना हुआ है। मैं आशा की किरण नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं विश्वास की किरण बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ बोल रहा हूं। और ये स्थितियां तब है जब हमने देश में बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म्स भी किए हैं। भारत ने ये साबित किया है कि गुड इकोनॉमिक्स के साथ ही गुड पॉलिटिक्स भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आज एक वैश्विक जिज्ञासा, ग्लोबल क्यूरियोसिटी है कि भारत ने ये कैसे किया। ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि हमेशा सिक्के के किसी भी पहलू को नजरअंदाज नहीं किया। ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि हमने देश की जरूरतें भी पूरी की और सपने भी पूरे किए। ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि हमने समृद्धि पर भी ध्यान दिया और सशक्तिकरण पर भी काम किया। जैसे हमने कॉरपोरेट टैक्स में रिकॉर्ड कमी की, लेकिन हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि पर्सनल इनकम पर भी टैक्स कम से कम हो। आज हम हाईवे, रेलवे, एयरवे, वाटरवे के निर्माण पर रिकॉर्ड इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ ही हम गरीबों के लिए करोड़ों घर भी बनवा रहे हैं। उन्हें मुफ्त इलाज, मुफ्त राशन की सुविधा दे रहे हैं। हमने मेक इन इंडिया की पीएलआई स्कीम्स में छूट दी तो किसानों को बीमा से सुरक्षा और आय बढ़ाने के साधन भी दिए हैं। हम टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन पर बड़ा इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके साथ हमने युवाओं के स्किल डेवलपमेंट पर भी हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए हैं। साथियों, आजादी के बाद के दशकों में भारत का बहुत समय उसे गलत दिशा में ले जाने में गंवा दिया गया। एक ही परिवार पर फोकस की वजह से देश का विकास डिफोकस हो गया। मैं इसके विस्तार में नहीं जाना चाहता, लेकिन आप भी ये मानेंगे कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए हमने अपने खोए हुए समय को भी रिकवर करना होगा। इसके लिए अभूतपूर्व स्केल और अभूतपूर्व स्पीड पर काम करना होगा। आज आप भारत में हर तरफ यही होता देख रहे होंगे। मैं जब गुजरात में था तो मैं उस समय पब्लिकली चुनौती देता था कि किसी भी दिशा में 25 किलोमीटर जाइए, आपको कोई न कोई डेवलपमेंट का, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम चलता हुआ नजर आएगा। किसी भी दिशा में 25 किलोमीटर कहीं से भी शुरू करो। मैं आज किलोमीटर की भाषा नहीं बोल रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं आज कह सकता हूं कि आप हिंदुस्तान के किसी भी क्षेत्र में आप अगर नजर करेंगे, कुछ न कुछ पहले से अच्छा हो रहा है। और आप लोग भले इस पर डिबेट कर रहे हैं कि तीसरे टर्म में बीजेपी को 370 से कितनी ज्यादा सीटें मिलेगी। मैं भी तो आप लोगों के बीच में रहता हूं ना। लेकिन मेरा पूरा ध्यान देश के विकास की स्पीड और स्केल पर को और बढ़ाने पर ही लगा हुआ है। अगर मैं सिर्फ 75 दिन का हिसाब दूं आपको, सिर्फ 75 दिन की बात करूं, 75 डेज, तो रिपब्लिक के दर्शक भी हैरान हो जाएंगे, और मैं पक्का मानता हूं हैरान हो जाएंगे। यहां कुछ लोग नहीं होंगे। देश में किस स्पीड पर काम हो रहा है। पिछले 75 डेज में मैंने करीब करीब 9 लाख करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण किया है। ये $110 बिलियन से भी ज्यादा होता है। दुनिया के कितने ही देशों का ये साल भर का खर्च भी नहीं है, और हमने सिर्फ 75 डेज में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर इससे ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट कर दिया है। पिछले 75 दिन में देश में 7 नए एम्स का लोकार्पण हुआ है, 4 मेडिकल और नर्सिंग कॉलेज, 6 नेशनल रिसर्च लैब शुरू हुई है, 3 IIM, 10 IIT, 5 NIT के परमानेंट कैंपस या उनसे जुड़ी सुविधाओं का शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण हुआ है, 3 IIIT, 2 ICR और 10 सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट का शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण हुआ है। स्पेस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़ी 1800 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण किया गया है। इन्हीं 75 दिनों में 55 पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन या शिलान्यास हुआ है। काकरा पार परमाणु ऊर्जा प्लांट के 2 नए रिएक्टर राष्ट्र को समर्पित किए गए हैं। कल्पकम में स्वदेशी फास्ट ब्रीडर रिएक्टर की कोर लोडिंग की शुरुआत हुई है, और ये एक बहुत बड़ा रिवॉल्यूशनरी काम है। तेलंगाना में 1600 मेगावाट के थर्मल पावर प्लांट का लोकार्पण हुआ है। झारखंड में 1300 मेगावाट के थर्मल पावर प्लांट का लोकार्पण हुआ है। यूपी में 1600 मेगावाट के थर्मल पावर प्लांट का शिलान्यास हुआ है। यूपी में ही 300 मेगावाट के सोलर पावर प्लांट का शिलान्यास हुआ है। इसी कालखंड में यूपी में ही अल्ट्रा मेगा रिन्यूएबल पार्क का भी शिलान्यास हुआ है। हिमाचल में हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास हुआ है। तमिलनाडु में देश के पहले ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल वेसल को लॉन्च किया गया है। यूपी के मेरठ सिंभावली ट्रांसमिशन लाइन्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कर्नाटका के कोप्पल में विंड एनर्जी जोन के ट्रांसमिशन लाइसेंस का उद्घाटन किया गया है। इन्हीं 75 दिनों में भारत के सबसे लंबे केबल आधारित ब्रिज का लोकार्पण हुआ है। लक्षद्वीप तक अंडर सी ऑप्टिकल केबल के काम को लोकार्पण करके पूरा करके लोकार्पण किया गया है। देश के 550 से ज्यादा रेलवे स्टेशनों को आधुनिक बनाने का काम शुरू हुआ है। 33 नई ट्रेनों को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई है। रोड ओवरब्रिज अंडरपास की 1500 से ज्यादा परियोजनाओं का शुभारंभ हुआ है। देश के 4 शहरों में मेट्रो से जुड़ी 7 परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण किया गया है। कोलकाता को देश के पहले अंडर वाटर मेट्रो की सौगात मिली है। पोर्ट डेवलपमेंट की 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की 30 परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। पिछले 75 दिनों में ही किसानों के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्टोरेज स्कीम शुरू हुई है। 18,000 कोऑपरेटिव के कंप्यूटराइजेशन के काम को पूरा कर दिया गया है। किसानों के बैंक खातों में 21,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा ट्रांसफर हुए हैं। और रिपब्लिक टीवी के दर्शकों को मैं याद दिला दूं कि ये वो प्रोजेक्ट हैं जिसमें मैं शामिल रहा हूं। और ये मैंने सिर्फ शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण की बात की, और भी तो बहुत कुछ किया है, वो मैं नहीं बता रहा हूं। इसके अलावा मेरे सरकार के बाकी मंत्री, बीजेपी एनडीए की दूसरी सरकारों की लिस्ट अगर मैं बोलता जाऊंगा तो मैं नहीं मानता हूं आप सुबह की चाय का इंतजाम किया है कि नहीं किया है। लेकिन मैं एक और एग्जाम्पल दूंगा कि हमारी सरकार की स्पीड क्या है, कैसे काम कर रही है। आप भी जानते हैं कि इस साल के बजट में, यानी बजट तो अभी गया है, इस साल के बजट में सोलर पावर से जुड़ी एक बड़ी योजना की घोषणा की गई थी। बजट की घोषणा के बाद पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना को कैबिनेट से मंजूरी देने में, लॉन्च करने में 4 सप्ताह से भी कम का समय गया है। अब तो 1 करोड़ घरों को सूर्य घर बनाने के लिए सर्वे भी शुरू हो गया है। इस योजना के तहत सरकार की तैयारी 300 यूनिट तक मुफ्त बिजली देने और अतिरिक्त सोलर यूनिट से लोगों को कमाई करवाने की भी है। आज देशवासी हमारी सरकार की स्पीड और स्केल को अपनी आंखों से देख रहे हैं, महसूस कर रहे हैं, और इसलिए ही वो कह रहे हैं एक बार फिर एक बार। साथियों, अक्सर लोग मुझसे पूछते हैं कि आपके खिलाफ इतनी नेगेटिव कैंपेन चलाई जाती है, इतने हमले होते हैं, आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्या? मैं उनको यही बोलता हूं कि अगर मैं इस नेगेटिव कैंपेन पर ध्यान देने लग गया तो फिर मुझे जो काम करने हो रह जाएंगे। मैंने 75 दिन का रिपोर्ट कार्ड आपके सामने रखा है, लेकिन साथ ही मैं अगले 25 साल का रोड मैप भी लेकर चल रहा हूं, और मेरे लिए एक सेकंड कीमती है। इस चुनावी माहौल में भी हम अपने कामकाज को लेकर जनता के पास जा रहे हैं, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ क्या है? दूसरी तरफ गुस्सा है, गालियां हैं, निराशा है। इनके पास न मुद्दा है और न कोई समाधान है। ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसा इसलिए है क्योंकि इन पार्टियों ने 7 दशक तक सिर्फ स्लोगन्स पर चुनाव लड़ा। ये लोग गरीबी हटाओ कहते रहे, ये स्लोगन से उनकी सच्चाई है। बीते 10 साल में लोगों ने स्लोगन्स नहीं, सॉल्यूशंस देखे हैं। खाद्य सुरक्षा हो या खाद कारखानों को फिर से शुरू करना हो, लोगों को बिजली देनी हो या बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करना हो, लोगों के लिए आवास योजना बनाने से लेकर आर्टिकल 370 को हटाने तक हमारी सरकार ने सारी प्राथमिकताओं को एक साथ लेकर काम किया है। साथियों, रिपब्लिक टीवी का सवालों के साथ बहुत पुराना रिश्ता रहा है। नेशन वांट्स टू नो। और ये कहते कहते आप लोग अच्छों के पसीने छुड़ा दिए हैं। पहले देश में सवाल होता था कि आज देश कहां है, देश किस हालत में है। लेकिन देखिए, बीते 10 वर्षों में ये सवाल कैसे बदल गए हैं। 10 साल पहले लोग बोलते थे हमारी इकोनॉमी का अब क्या होगा? आज लोग पूछते हैं हम कितनी जल्दी तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। 10 साल पहले लोग बोलते थे हमारे पास ये विकसित देशों वाली टेक्नोलॉजी कब आएगी? आज लोग विदेशों से आने वालों से पूछते हैं आपके यहाँ डिजिटल पेमेंट नहीं होता है क्या? 10 साल पहले लोग नौजवानों से कहते थे नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या करोगे? आज लोग नौजवानों से पूछते हैं तुम्हारा स्टार्टअप कैसा चल रहा है? 10 साल पहले एनालिस्ट पूछते थे इतनी महंगाई क्यों है? आज यही लोग पूछते हैं पूरी दुनिया के संकट के बाद भी भारत में महंगाई नियंत्रण कैसे है? 10 साल पहले पूछा जाता था विकास क्यों नहीं हो रहा, आज पूछा जाता है आखिर हम इतनी तेजी से विकास कर कैसे रहे हैं? पहले लोग पूछते थे अब कौन सा घोटाला निकला, आज पूछा जाता है अब कौन से घोटालेबाज पर कार्रवाई हुई। पहले मीडिया के साथी पूछते थे कहां है बिग बैंग रिफॉर्म्स, आज पूछा जाता है इलेक्शन टाइम बजट में भी रिफॉर्म्स कैसे आ रहे हैं? 10 साल पहले लोग पूछते थे जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 कभी खत्म होगा क्या? आज पूछा जाता है कश्मीर में कितने पर्यटक आए, कश्मीर में कितना निवेश आया। वैसे मैं आज सुबह ही श्रीनगर में था, अनेकों नई परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास करके और लोकार्पण करके आया हूं, और आज नजारा ही कुछ और था दोस्तों। 40 साल से मेरा उस धरती से नाता रहा है। आज मैंने अलग मिजाज देखा, अलग रूप देखा, सपने देखे, आत्मविश्वास से भरे हुए लोग देखे मैंने। साथियों, दशकों तक सरकारों ने जिन्हें कमजोर मानकर, लायबिलिटी मानकर छोड़ दिया, इन 10 वर्षों में हमने उनकी जिम्मेदारी लेने का काम किया है। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं जिसका कोई नहीं, मोदी उसके साथ खड़ा है। आप एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का उदाहरण लीजिए। वर्षों तक इन जिलों को, यहां रहने वाले करोड़ों देशवासियों को पिछड़ा बताकर भाग्य के भरोसे छोड़ दिया गया था। ये पिछड़ा इलाका है। हमारी सरकार ने ना सिर्फ सोच बदली बल्कि अप्रोच भी बदला और साथ साथ उनका भाग्य भी बदला। इसी तरह हमारे बॉर्डर किनारे के जिले और वहां के रहने वालों की भी जिंदगी थी। पहले की सरकारों की नीति थी कि सीमा से सटे इलाकों का विकास ना हो, ऑफिशियल कहते थे विकास ना हो। इस नीति के कारण वहां रहने वाले लोगों को भी परेशानी होती थी, पलायन होता था। हमने वाइब्रेंट विलेजेस प्रोग्राम शुरू किया जिससे कि लोग सशक्त हो और इलाकों की स्थितियां बदले। दिव्यांगों का उदाहरण देखिए, वर्षों तक इन पर किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया क्योंकि वोट बैंक नहीं थे। हमने ना सिर्फ दिव्यांगों को हर क्षेत्र में प्राथमिकता दी बल्कि लोगों की सोच भी बदली। आप हैरान हो जाएंगे जी, मैं कहूंगा ये ऑडियंस को तो शायद बेचैनी हो जाएगी। हमारे यहाँ राज्यों में लैंग्वेज अपने अपने तरीके से विकसित हुई, विविधता है, गर्व का विषय है। लेकिन हमारे जो स्पेशली एबल्ड लोग हैं, जिनको सुनने बोलने की दिक्कत है, उनके लिए साइनेजेस की जरूरत होती है। आप हैरान होंगे, हमारे देश में साइनेजेस भी अलग अलग प्रकार के चलते थे। अब मुझे बताइए कि दिल्ली का आदमी जयपुर जाए और सामने वाला दूसरी साइनेजी से बात करेगा तो क्या होगा उसका? आजादी के इतने सालों के बाद मैंने उस काम को किया, कमेटी बिठाई और आज पूरे देश में मेरे दिव्यांग जनों के लिए एक ही प्रकार के साइनेजीज पढ़ाए जाते हैं। बात छोटी लगेगी लोगों, लेकिन जब एक संवेदनशील सरकार होती है ना, तब उसकी सोच, उसका अप्रोच जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ होता है, जड़ों से जुड़ा हुआ होता है और जनों से जुड़ा हुआ होता है। और देखिए, दिव्यांगों के प्रति आज समाज का नजरिया बदला है। पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण तक दिव्यांगों के हिसाब से अब बनना, आर्किटेक्चर जो होते हैं वो भी डिजाइन करते समय दिव्यांग के लिए बना करके ले आ रहा है। ऐसे कितने ही स्पेशल ग्रुप और कम्युनिटीज है जिन्हें आजादी के बाद से कोई महत्व नहीं दिया गया। हमने ऐसी गुमंतु जनजातियों के लिए स्पेशल वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाया। किसी ने भी हमारे लाखों रेडी पटरी वाले दुकानदारों के बारे में नहीं सोचा, लेकिन कोरोना के समय हमारी सरकार ने इनके लिए पीएम स्वनिधि योजना बनाई। किसी ने भी हमारे उन स्किल्ड कलाकारों की परवाह नहीं की जिन्हें आज हम विश्वकर्मा कहते हैं। हमने ये सुनिश्चित किया कि इस वर्ग को स्किलिंग से फंडिंग तक किसी चीज की दिक्कत ना आए। इस पर केंद्र सरकार अब 13,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। साथियों, रिपब्लिक टीवी की टीम जानती है कि हर उपलब्धि के पीछे मेहनत, विजन और संकल्पों की एक लंबी यात्रा होती है, जो अभी अर्नब ने भी थोड़ा बहुत ट्रेलर दिखाया हमको। भारत भी अपनी इस यात्रा में तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। अगले डेकेड में भारत जिस ऊंचाई पर होगा वो अभूतपूर्व होगी, अकल्पनीय होगी। और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, मुझे अच्छा लगा आप भी एक ग्लोबल विजन को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो मुझे पक्का विश्वास है। लेकिन जो आपने कहा तो मैं विदाउट रॉयल्टी एक दो सुझाव दे दूं। कोई रॉयल्टी की जरूरत नहीं है मुझे। देखिए, आप राज्यों की जो चैनल बनाने के लिए सोच रहे हैं, एक के बाद एक करने जाएंगे तो मिल नहीं बैठेगा साहब। मैं मूलतः मेरा सोचने का तरीका ही अलग है, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, आप एक डेडिकेटेड ऐसी चैनल बनाइए जिसमें आप टाइम फिक्स कीजिए कि 2 घंटे गुजराती, 2 घंटे बंगाली, 2 घंटे मलयालम, एक ही चैनल होगी। और आज गूगल गुरु आपका ट्रांसलेशन तो कर ही देता है। और मैं एआई की दुनिया में काफी आगे बढ़ा रहा हूं देश को। अब मेरे अपने भाषण 8-9 भाषाओं में तो आप आसानी के साथ सुन सकते हैं। अभी मैं भाषण कर रहा हूं, सभी भाषाओं में बहुत ही विदाउट नो टाइम मिल जाएंगे। तमिल लोगों को मिलेगा, पंजाबियों को मिलेगा। आप भी, उससे क्या होगा, आपकी एक कोर टीम तैयार हो जाएगी। और जो कोर टीम ज्यादा तैयार होती है, जो इकोनॉमिकली वायबल बनता है, फिर आपको 15 दिन के बाद उसको डेडिकेट कर दीजिए। आप एक दिन में 6 राज्यों की चैनल क्यों नहीं चलाते? टाइम फिक्स कर दीजिए। और टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए सब बड़ा बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है। दूसरा, जो आप ग्लोबल चैनल बनाना चाहते हैं, जरूरी नहीं कि हर कोई आपकी चैनल देखे। शुरू में आप एक न्यूज एजेंसी के रूप में 4 देशों पर काम कर सकते हैं। ये मालदीव वाले लोगों को मदद हो जाएगी। रशीद मेरा बहुत पुराना दोस्त है तो मैं उसे कुछ भी कह सकता हूं। लेकिन अगर आप सार्क देशों में कम से कम, क्योंकि उन लोगों को इंडिया के न्यूज में इंटरेस्ट होता है, सार्क देशों में उनकी लैंग्वेज एक प्रकार से, फिर बिम्स्टेक में चले जाइए, धीरे धीरे मैं समझता हूं। लेकिन ये काम ऐसा नहीं होता साहब कि इस 5 साल में मनरेगा करूंगा, फिर 5 साल तक मनरेगा के ढोल पिटूंगा। देश ऐसे नहीं चलता है जी। देश तेज गति से चलता है, देश को बहुत बड़े काम करने होते हैं। और मैं मानता हूं आपको तो चुनाव लड़ना नहीं है, अभी चिंता क्यों कर रहे हो? और मुझे लड़ना है तो भी मैं चिंता नहीं करता हूं। चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी, नेशन वॉन्ट्स टू नो, पूछता है भारत, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो 75 डेज की रिपोर्ट कार्ड हमारे सामने रखी, उसे हमें ऊर्जा मिली कि नहीं मिली? डिड वी ऑल फील एनर्जाइज्ड बाय दैट और नॉट? लाउडर। मोदी जी, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी यही है, दिस इज द बिलीफ। दूसरी बात कहूंगा मोदी जी, आई विल कीप इट वेरी शॉर्ट, वेरी शॉर्ट। आपके स्टाइल और आपकी थिंकिंग को कोई ट्रेडिशनल पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट या ट्रेडिशनल इकोनॉमिस्ट समझ नहीं पाते हैं, बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाते हैं मोदी जी। क्यों? मगर आपने जो बात कही, अगर कोई गहराई से समझने की कोशिश करे, यू आर द फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ द कंट्री and of this generation and in the world who understands the macro picture and the micro picture. You are, and it's very, ये इसलिए बनी है क्योंकि आप देश के जमीन से जुड़े हुए हैं। You've been a social worker. मैं आपको जानता हूं बहुत दिनों से मोदी जी, जब आप छोटे से रूम में रहते थे बीजेपी कार्यालय से पीछे, तो आप तो मैं, और मोदी जी हैव बीन वेरी काइंड टू मी। मुझे पता है आपको बहुत तकलीफ देता था तब भी मैं, मगर मैक्रो और माइक्रो समझना बहुत मुश्किल है। आप गगनयान और जीएसटी के बारे में भी सोचते हैं, मगर आपने जो दिव्यांगों के बारे में जो ये साइनेज सिस्टम की बात कही, इससे आपकी एम्पैथी और अंडरस्टैंडिंग भी दिखती है। दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अ लीडर एंड दैट्स व्हाई पीपल बिलीव इन इट। ये कोई स्ट्रक्चरल इकोनॉमिक्स की बात नहीं है मोदी जी। और आपने एक और बात कही जिससे मतलब हम पे बहुत प्रभाव पड़ा, सब पे प्रभाव पड़ा, और पिछले 5 दिन से ट्रेंडिंग है मोदी का परिवार। और कोई आर्टिफिशियल ट्रेंडिंग नहीं है, इनऑर्गेनिक नहीं है, ये लोग कह रहे हैं ऑल ओवर। जब से किसी ने कहा कि मोदी जी का परिवार ही नहीं है, तो इट इज नॉन स्टॉप ट्रेंडिंग, हम मोदी के परिवार है। हमारे न्यूज रूम में छोटे बच्चे भी वीडियो मैसेज भेजते हैं, आपको मैं भेज दूंगा, मोदी का परिवार हैशटैग करके। और आपने कहा कि जिनको लायबिलिटी मानकर छोड़ दिया गया था, उनके साथ आप खड़े हैं। दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू। और यही मतलब स्ट्रक्चरल इकोनॉमिक्स से तो इकोनॉमिक नींव बनती है, आपने देश की सोशल नींव बनाई है। यू हैव ब्रॉट बैक रेस्पेक्ट, यू हैव गिवन रेस्पेक्ट टू एवरी इंडियन, रेस्पेक्ट टू एवरी इंडियन मोदी जी। फाइनली मोदी जी, नेशन लुक्स फॉरवर्ड टू योर लीडरशिप. The nation looks forward to your leadership for many years and many decades to come. We wish you good health. The way you are working and the way you are traveling, we wish you absolutely the very best. And in 2 months, you are going to start your 3rd term. मतलब अभी तो मतलब मोदी जी 7-8 हफ्तों में आप एक ऐतिहासिक मैंडेट के साथ अपने ऐतिहासिक 3rd टर्म की शुरुआत करेंगे, एंड वी लुक फॉरवर्ड टू वर्किंग विथ यू to taking your vision of the country forward. Thank you from all of us at Republic. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your places until the Honorable Prime Minister has left the hall. With that invigorating and inspirational vision, the Honorable Prime Minister The Republic Media Network Summit 2024, ladies and gentlemen, draws to a close. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain in your places until the Honorable Prime Minister has left the premises. Is at a clip consistently, and that is the world's envy. Bharat's clarity in purpose is setting the global agenda, and our pursuit through every moment of strife is ensuring that we've made the triumph our baseline. And leading that energetic pursuit through every adversity, we are privileged to have with us Bharat's Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, and Master Negotiator, Shri Piyush Goyal. Today, Mr. Goyal will be presenting his vision statement on maximizing the momentum in the next decade. Mr. Goyal has steered the nation through the most trying happenings. He does not budge, not when it comes to ensuring Bharat's interests are delivered. From the boldness of putting diplomatic talks in abeyance, to plainspeaking on the WTO, to ensuring the FTA is on Bharat's terms, Mr. Goyal has been steadfast in winning the terms of India. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Piyush Goyal, Bharat's Master Negotiator.
Viksit Bharat and to make India a superpower. It's not going to be India's decade, it's going to be India's century. Viksit Bharat and to make India a superpower. It's not going to be India's decade, it's going to be India's century. Tesla already last year bought $1 billion of components from, I think, all of you sitting here. I have the list of companies who supplied to Tesla. This year their target is nearly 1.7 or 1.9 billion dollars, what they mentioned. जिस प्रकार से भारत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बने, अति आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, जो आगे आने वाले कल के लिए भारत की जरूरतों को पूरा कर सके। अमृत पीढ़ी के भरोसे विकसित भारत एक समृद्ध भारत बनेगा। Thank you very much, Arnab, and the Republic family. We are all proud to be members of your family, and therefore the belief has to come very naturally, Arnab. Really delighted to be amongst all of you this morning. It's a momentous day. It's a day on which the Honorable Prime Minister is visiting the Kashmir Valley. It's a day which is also going to celebrate the removal of Article 370 and 35A from the Constitution. Something which I think every Indian and all of us for generations have wished for, have worked for, have struggled for. And I still remember the Honorable Prime Minister literally having to force his way to go to Lal Chowk to unfurl the tricolor many years ago, when the then central government and the state government did not permit him to do
go along with all the workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was a very telling commentary of where the state of the nation was, that a territory which belongs to India was often referred to as Aap Indians or Hum Kashmiri. And it was an absolutely unfortunate past that we inherited. But I'm truly delighted that the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Home Minister, the two architects of this journey to fulfill the dreams of more than 1 billion Indians to get Kashmir fully integrated into India, happened on the 5th and 6th of August 2019. Many of us were privileged to be a part of that history in the making. And what one sees today in Kashmir over the last 5 years is truly a phenomenal turnaround where every Kashmiri today feels blessed that as a part of India, as an integral part of India, Kashmir is growing, Kashmir is developing. Every Kashmiri has a bright future ahead of him, just as every Maharashtrian or Gujarati or Telugu. And that's the beauty of India, that's the beauty of the Republic of India. And just a small housekeeping issue. I think you could possibly add high ethics also when you describe the Republic in the evening to the Prime Minister. We always believed that you were right, and now the courts have also ruled that Republic was right and not responsible for all the false allegations that were made on the Republic channel, and particularly the harassment that Arnab had to go through personally. I think let's all stand up and give him a round of applause for standing up for what has always been right. Friends, the Honorable Prime Minister is not only a man of vision, but a person on a mission to transform the future of India, to make India once again reclaim the lost glory. And truly, when on the 22nd of January, we saw him at the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Temple, immersed in devotion, after an 11-day Anushtan, an 11-day period during which he followed all the vows that are recommended actually only for 3 days, but he followed it for 11 days, very strict disciplines to truly fulfill the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. I think in a sense, the Prime Minister showed to the world that as a nation, India stands united, united in the pursuit of protecting our rich legacy, our rich history, our rich culture, ensuring we don't make the mistakes and learn from historical wrongs that have happened in this country. A mission to make sure that no Indian is left behind in the journey of progress. A mission to once again make India, as the old Oneida ad used to say, owner's pride and neighbor's envy. As he's often told us, we have no time to lose, we have no time to wait. Last Sunday, he spent almost 8 hours with the entire Council of Ministers and the top leadership of the Government of India, preparing a roadmap for this great country for the next 25 years in the Amrit Kal, where each one of us has committed ourselves to work with a sense of purpose, a sense of duty, a commitment to make India a developed nation by 2047. And I tell you, the plans that were prepared and in consultation with over 1.5 million people, with the inputs sourced and crowdsourced from across the country, looking at inclusivity and sustainability at the core of India's growth, ensuring that we find our rightful place in the Committee of Nations, working towards a $30 trillion economy, $30 trillion plus economy by 2047, but with well laid out path on how, what and who will do our contribution, will make our contributions towards the goal that we are all committed to. And friends, that is why the Prime Minister says, and I quote, today Bharat is tirelessly working day and night towards a promising future. Sentiment echoing everywhere is India is the future. If today the world thinks India is ready to take a big leap, it has a powerful launch pad of 10 years behind it. And that is the 10-year story that during the course of the day, I'm sure different colleagues will also be sharing with you. Many of us are young, we have not experienced what we went through before 2014, but I can tell you I learned my early lessons in television debates and television discussions with Arnab in the 2010 to 14 period. In many of his debates on television, when the nation wanted to know how we are going to come out of the distressful situation full of scandals, a weak economy, very low self-esteem of the nation and our people, very poor image of the country across the world, very little respect for an Indian passport, and to sum it up, a very low confidence about the future. And I remember at that time talking to Arnab, talking about how we would take the country in the post-2014 period under Prime Minister Modi's leadership to greater heights of development, how we would find the right pathway to make sure that the country progresses fast to meet the aspirations of 1 billion plus people. And I think the Prime Minister's focus on the 3 tracks. 1, developing the strong macroeconomic fundamentals. 2, ensuring social welfare reaches the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. And 3, ensuring that we have the enabling infrastructure. And infrastructure is not just about roads and railways, or even ports and airports, on each of which tremendous work has happened in the last 10 years. But infrastructure to engage with the world in terms of digital connectivity, infrastructure to ensure that our women, our sisters, daughters, get equal opportunity so that they can get out of the rigmarole of day-to-day living, a very, very strenuous and difficult life, to become part of the formal economy and contribute to the economy. Infrastructure to make sure that people are not looking to leave their homes only to go into the cities for a living, infrastructure that provides opportunity to every Indian to enjoy the good things of life that deservedly belong to 1.4 billion people. And this decade of transformation, this decade where merit has prevailed over psychophancy, has prevailed over family-run political establishments, this decade where we can truly see young India engaging with the whole world from a position of self-confidence, with a spirit of can-do, I think is prepared India, has prepared the strong foundation, has prepared the base on which India will be progressing, India will be building towards a $30+ trillion economy. And a young India with the demographic dividend of an average age which is less than 30 years, expected to be less than 30 years for the next 30 years, adding $30 trillion to the economy in less than 30 years. We have an absolutely perfect storyline waiting for each one of us. A perfect situation where the stars are aligned. And as they say, when you want something with a great deal of commitment, when you are very, very sure about something that you desire, and you desire something from your heart, even the universe conspires to help you achieve that. And I think that's the time that we have before us in the country today. Very often we are asked how India will achieve such transformational targets, such big aims in 25 years. I think the simple story to be told is the power of compounding. Very often that is missed out, that there is a huge power in compounding, and that's the power that India is benefiting from as the Prime Minister takes one step after another, as the country moves forward with significant new ideas, as the country engages on a plethora of subjects with the rest of the world. And as the world also starts recognizing India's growth story, India's emerging strengths, as they see a country which was slated to grow at 6%, move up to 7%, and then last quarter show us an 8.4% growth. In a situation where we are living in turbulent times, a conflict in Ukraine, a conflict in Palestine, the Red Sea crisis, amongst all these difficulties, when the world sees India emerging as an oasis, as the bright spot on the globe, as they see India's US dollar-driven nominal GDP catching up with our PPP, which is over $10 trillion, as you rightly pointed out already. As we grow from $3.7 trillion or thereabouts today, compounding on a nominal US dollar GDP basis at about 9.5, 10%, the country and every countryman will enjoy the power of compounding. I can give you some data points about how the economy is growing rapidly, how the economy will become the third largest economy in the next 3 years, how we will probably cross a $10 trillion economy by 2030 and a $15 trillion economy by 2034, 10 years from now. All of these are going to clearly lay out the pathway towards our journey to make sure that every Indian gets a good opportunity, an equal opportunity to contribute to the nation and for a better quality of life. With all the basic needs taken care of, We are out of that old thinking where roti, kapda, makan, bijli, sadak, pani, shiksha, swasth, those typical old age concerns are being taken care of, are largely being ensured for every Indian. And that is what encourages a young man or woman in the remotest part of India, connected through the net to whatever is happening in the rest of the world, the encouragement to think big, the encouragement to aspire for all the good things of life, the big aspirations, the big goals that every Indian is setting for himself are today the drivers of India's future. आज देश में दिशा भी सही है, देश की दशा भी सही हो रही है, देश की नीयत साफ है, देश की नीतियां स्पष्ट हैं और देश सही निर्णय ले रहे हैं। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में दुनिया की कोई ताकत अब भारत को आगे बढ़ने से रोक नहीं सकती। अब भारत चल पड़ा है, अब भारत रुकने वाला नहीं है। भारत के लोग बड़े बड़े लक्ष्य पाने के लिए तैयार हो गए। अब भारत का जो ये परिवार है, और कई लोग तो कहते हैं कि मोदी जी का कोई परिवार नहीं है, मैं समझता हूं हम सब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी मोदी जी के परिवार हैं। और हम सब मिलके एक परिवार के नाते, मित्र के नाते एक दूसरे के साथ चलकर जब 140 करोड़ भारतवासी एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे, तब आप कल्पना करिए दुनिया देखेगी 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ताकत। आपका एक कदम देश का 140 करोड़ कदम की तरह आगे बढ़ाएगा। और आगे चल के मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि इसी तरीके से, इसी तेज गति से भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। भारत का एक एक नौजवान नई उम्मीद, नई उमंग, नई आशाओं के साथ, हमारी बहनें, हमारे बच्चे इस देश को एक नया भविष्य बनाने में, नया भविष्य संवारने में आज जुटे हुए हैं। देश के कोने कोने में उत्साह की लहर है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है, और अगर मैं कहूं तो मेरा विश्वास अटल है कि देश बहुत ऊंची छलांग लगाने के लिए तैयार है, नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचने के लिए तैयार है। हम सब ने तय करना है कि हम उसके भागीदार बनेंगे या हम पीछे रह जाएंगे। और मैं समझता हूं देश का कोई नागरिक ऐसा नहीं है, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है जो पीछे रहेगा। हम सब मिलके आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम सब मिलके अपने परिवार का, अपने देश का भविष्य उज्जवल बनाएंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, sir, for that insightful presentation on the decade ahead. We've now got the Republic Media Network's chairman and editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, to be in conversation with Mr. Piyush Goyal on the takeaways. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rini. Thank you, Rini. Mr. Goyal, that was a very fine presentation. I really appreciate your joining us today at the Republic Summit and for lighting the lamp. But the nation wants to know. The nation wants to know whether it's true that you are fighting the next Lok Sabha elections from Mumbai. So let's start with a political question. In fact, at the WTO Director General gave it away when he said, why is Piyush Goyal not come for WTO yet? So he says, you see, he's very busy. He's fighting an election. So they've announced it even before the BJP at the WTO. So maybe you want to tell me that.
We've been fighting elections ever since the day I was born, probably.
The Lok Sabha election.
But I think these are decisions the party takes. We have a party parliamentary board which makes all these decisions. I can only tell you I would love to fight the election.
Oh, great.
If the party gives me an opportunity.
Great. That's a good headline to start with. Piyush Goyal says he's going to be excited to fight the election if the party gives him an opportunity. Fantastic. I actually like this, that, you know, in the Congress time, everybody was only from the Rajya Sabha. I think the next time, almost most of the cabinet will be from the Lok Sabha. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Congratulations in advance. Mr. Goyal, your party has set a target which seems to be going up. You know, you used to predict 335 to 340 till 6 months back. And now your party has estimated a number of 370. Is this 370 number a psychological tactic or more than that? Is it a psychological tactic vis-a-vis the
I think it's a
others?
courage of conviction that what we have delivered in the last 10 years is being appreciated by the people of India. And it is our confidence, not arrogance. It is our confidence that ये जनता सब समझती है. भारत की जनता जानती है उनके लिए अच्छा क्या है और भारत के लोग सही और गलत के फासले में इस देश को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से आगे बढ़ाएंगे. हाँ, हम 400 पार एज एनडीए और 370 एज बीजेपी पाएंगे, पूरी तरीके से अचीवेबल है. और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो मूड ऑफ द नेशन है, जो इस प्रकार का देश में माहौल है, उसमें it's 100% achievable.
Absolutely. Well, we're all waiting to hear the Honorable Home Minister who's going to be coming in next. We'll talk more politics with him there. Mr. Goyal, under your government, the economy is on track to reach a goal of 5 trillion by 2027. And we've got a great growth rate of 8.2% in the last quarter. So congratulations for that. But your government is still, our government is still in a way unable to convince your biggest critics. So my question is about the narrative. The narrative from the naysayers is that the growth is not for all, the growth is for few, that it's the macro, it's the macro taking a dim view, but individual level change for the people of the country is not happening. We are still not doing well on the global hunger index. Things like that, that our per capita income is still around $2,000. So there's nothing to celebrate yet. So, do you believe somewhere that you need to more strongly counter this narrative? Do you have plans for it? Do you intend to do it?
Well, I think this question can best be answered by the 4 crore families, which is almost 20 crore people, who are today living in a pakka house that the central government has provided for. I think this narrative can best be countered by the 80 crore brothers and sisters, some from poor, some from the neo-middle class, whose food security is assured because they get free food grains month in and month out through years, particularly during the COVID period when we had doubled the food grain that was distributed. This narrative can best be answered by the 55 crore plus beneficiaries of free healthcare under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, or the 11 crore plus sisters and mothers who today don't have to use a wood or coal-based chula, but have a cooking gas connection. It can best be explained, I think, to the naysayers by the 11 crore 20 lakh families who didn't have a toilet at home. And personally, that's the one subject that has touched me the most. That Honorable Prime Minister, as soon as he came into office, his focus was on Swachh Bharat, his focus was on open defecation-free India, and his focus was that every woman, or for that matter, every person, has a right to dignity. And he spent large amounts of money to make sure that everybody gets a toilet at home. I think the naysayers have no choice but to take sense what's happening on the ground, where people have benefited from the 3 tracks that I just mentioned.
Yes.
After all, infrastructure has a huge multiplier impact on the economy, gives jobs, gives economic activity. all of which supplemented with social welfare programs, only some of which I listed out. The encouragement to young entrepreneurs through mudra loans, to the startups of our young men and women. I can list out maybe 100 programs right now which have helped change the mindset of India. पर एक पुराना गाना है ना, समझने वाले समझ गए,
ना समझे वो अनाड़ी है.
I didn't say that.
I said it. I go for the kill. I go for the jugular. I'm not a politician. I'm not a diplomat.
I'm very used to that. I've had to face you for the last 15 years now.
Now you should also go for the jugular since you're going to be fighting the Lok Sabha elections. You just go for the kill. See, I have this view, Mr. Goyal, that there is a romance going on between India and the world right now that is not going to last. And I believe we should be very clear about the future where things are headed. You know, this whole line, we are working with the whole world. Look at how we managed Ukraine. We managed to work with America. We managed to work with Russia. We managed to work with Europe. Europe is becoming insular. But then I believe this romance will not last, and you can counter this because as we grow from 3 to 5 trillion, 5 to 8 trillion, and you yourself just said we will achieve 15 trillion by 2035, we will not be an object of curiosity. We will be a serious competitor, and I believe a little bit of that wrinkle, that tension, that stress showed up at the Abu Dhabi WTO meeting, where you held on to the position that Indians on fisheries, farmers, we cannot compromise. You were pushed back. Some people say you're wrecking things. So I'm saying my view is, and I want a complete answer to this, they will accuse us of more protectionism. They will say, why is Elon Musk not coming to India? And you will say, we have enough manufacturers for e-vehicles in India. You will say, come to India on our own terms. They will say, we want their terms. You know, so, and if Donald Trump becomes President of the United States, you know how aggressive he is. How will we manage this? Do you see the stress on trade and economy growing between India and the rest of the world?
Absolutely not.
You don't?
Fact, I think this is Arnab at his old aggressive best coming out today. But I'd like to join issue with you on that. First of all, it is difficult for somebody who's used to being a superpower, who's used to being on top of things and dictating to the rest of the world. It's very difficult to reconcile on the changing geopolitics that's evident in the world today. So we had a situation where India, at the Uruguay round, when GATS or TRIPS were being negotiated about 40 years ago,
yes,
we were a weak country. We compromised on many things. And I don't think the then government, irrespective whichever party was in government in the 80s, they could never visualize an India of 2024. They could never visualize that India and Indians will start asserting themselves. They could never visualize that India could also aspire to become a developed or a prosperous nation. And therefore, many wrongs, many decisions were made at that time, which we are fighting for today, where we are holding our ground, where we are working with other developed nations, and we have a very good coalition of the global south.
Yes.
And Prime Minister Modi has led from the front. He's got the African Union full membership of the G20. The entire less developed countries and developing world looks up to Mr. Modi's leadership today. And they look up to India holding the ground for what is good for them. Sometimes, even the less developed countries or countries who are not yet up the prosperity chart, particularly the small countries, do not realize that they're going down a path which may seem okay for the present, but can be very dangerous for them. And I think India plays that role of balancing the interests. We want all the countries to grow with the developed countries. At the same time, the developed countries are also gradually reconciled and recognizing that economic opportunity and business is only possible with a developing country like India. Somebody where there's 1.4 billion people, largely young people, 2/3 of our population in the working age, where the demand for goods and services is going to come from. So I think India offers a perfect opportunity to be